You thought there was a player break, you silly goose. We're here, CCT South America. CCT does not stop coming at you hot. It is the first series of South America, and my first exploration of South America here in Season 3, Brandon. I know you were working last evening, so you've already got a little taste, mate. You ready for some more? I hope you're hungry.
Oh yeah, always hungry for CCT South America. It's the gift that keeps on giving. We'll take a look at the schedule. We'll see what's coming up because we concluded some of the round of 16 games yesterday, and now today we're going to be doing exactly the same. So we'll bring that up and we'll walk you through what games we've got going on because, as always, it's 4 best of 3s. Right now, we've got Selva taking on 2 game, then we've got Odic taking on Bounty Hunters, then a little bit later on, Bestia versus Shinden, and Sharks take on LargadosyPelados with a cool logo.
Damn, I'm impressed that you got it all out there. I just read that name and didn't even try in my head, so good. 10 out of 10 on that one. Pick of the games for today, Brandon. Have you got like the most closely contested matchup on paper? Is it our first game here?
The best bit about that, by the way, is, if I'm not mistaken, that translation is naked and afraid. Which is just hilarious. So probably that one. I'm quite curious about the Bestia Shinden game, because Shinden have always been in these group stages and they go through to playoffs, and most of the time they get banged out. And Bestia, well, we saw how well Legacy did at the major, didn't we?
Man, I mean, it's that is going to be a wound for like an open wound for a long time for Bestia. I don't know if that'll actually ever heal. I mean, it's going to be really difficult to move on from that. Anyway, let's move things forward into this particular matchup. Selva against 2 game. Now, Selva were previously known as Solid. It's probably what you'd remember them as. A bunch of their players were playing for Solid last season. It was still actually this season. I think they would. I don't actually know the detail. I forgot to go and check if Solid had dropped them or if they decided to leave the organization. I'm not actually entirely sure what the dynamic of that was. But these guys are really strong players. I mean, they made it to the semi. They've actually made it to the final of ECL season 49, where they went up against Fluxo in the best of 5 grand final. I was casting that series. Fluxo had a map advantage, and they just absolutely rolled Solid in that matchup. But Solid did make it all the way to the final, which in itself is still very impressive. I mean, they missed out of Pro League by 1 matchup, essentially. You know, the ninth and well-recognized player, strong individual. Destiny as well. They've been playing together in teams for a long time. A strong duo are the 2 of them. The one change they have made, though, Brandon, is DRG is no longer in the team. Of course, he was the IGL of Sharks for a long time. Then he moved across to Solid and actually beat Sharks in ECL season 49. A bit of a revenge matchup for DRG, but he's no longer on the roster. They've got Slashers in the team now. I'd imagine he's taken over the role of captain, so kind of keen to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, so I went back and checked. Solid, as an organization, said that they wanted to put their Counter-Strike division on hold. So okay, that's the reason. That's a shame, but it's cool that they are staying together, at least most of them. So organizations, if you need a team, pick these guys up because they've been playing together an awfully long time. I really like GBB in this team. I think Knifin has definitely got a lot of potential and is still yet to realize a lot of it, even though he sort of played on Pain before. I do think he's one of the better guys in Tier 2, Tier 3 South America. So I think this team's got a lot of potential. We'll go over to the other guys. 2 game, I believe it is. We'll take a look at their roster. And this is a fun one because you've got PKL, Hardzao, Zariba, all of these guys that just float in Tier 2, Tier 3. I was a bit rude yesterday, and I said this about Del Boni, and I was basically just like, retire. But it's kind of getting to that point with some of these guys, right? Like PKL's 30 years old. Like what's the expectation sort of for this roster? Like, are you looking at this and going, right, we're going to win everything? Or are we looking at this like, oh, okay, it's going to be another one of these rosters where we just sort of float in the middle of Tier 2, Tier 3? It confused me about these rosters because I never know what the end goal is. And I guess I won't know, and I will never understand. But also, I won't know because I don't really watch the region that much.
You won't understand because you're not from Brazil, Brandon. It's that simple. But if you were from Brazil, then maybe you'd get it. What I will say is at least they've got an org. Like, I'm right there with you with all of these South American teams and these mixes. At least they've got an organization, which is a motivation to stick together, right? Like, maybe we can see this team 6 months down the line still playing with this roster. I mean, that rarely ever happens, right? But perhaps, I mean, I see 2-game, the org are VCT Ascension Americas champions 2024. I don't know if that's a big deal or not. Don't follow the Valorant circuit at all, but maybe the org does have some sort of repertoire in Valorant. So yeah, I mean, there's been good names. Hardzao is a guy I've actually enjoyed watching operate for a long time. I mean, you think back to the Pain days, he was a really solid component in that roster. He then played with Selva afterwards, which is obviously the name that the team they're playing against are using. It seems to just be like a placeholder, Brazilian mix, no org name kind of thing, Selva. Probably just Google Translate that, see what it means. Maybe mix, but who knows? But yeah, I do echo the sentiment you're making. You've got strong players in particular in Hardzao and Detroit. Detroit on the Orb can have some flashy games, but he is quite volatile as well, quite up and down. So yeah, not entirely sure what we'll get out of them today. The one thing I will say is they have recent game time on their side, Brandon. Selva haven't played a matchup in 6 weeks. So it's almost like their player break started early, and now they're trying to get back into the swing of things again.
Yeah, we don't need Google Translate. Selva is the jungle, so like it kind of makes sense because it's like you're being thrown back into the jungle of like tier 2, tier 3 CS. So I rate it. You're right. Look, I like Hardzao. I like PKL. They just again haven't really achieved a lot recently, and recently being like 18 months. And it's like, okay, guys, what are we doing? So I hope to see it. Like Zariba, Detroit, I think have got a good amount of potential on them. I've seen Zariba more than I've seen Detroit, but I know some people speak quite highly of Detroit, so I'm excited to watch him. We'll have a look at the veto. As you say, recent game time are on the side of 2-game. Mirage being picked by Selva. Who would have seen that coming? And then Anubis being picked forward by 2-game, and then Dust 2 as a decider. This is 90% of every South American veto.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. Mirage and was Dust 2. I mean, maybe they just had like some sort of a meeting, and it's like, cool guys, we're just all going to play these maps so we can get to the highest level possible on these maps in particular.
Well, 2-game haven't won a map on Mirage at all.
Yeah, permaban being Inferno, don't play Train either. So there's certainly deficiencies in their map pool, right? There's places that Selva could go to look to exploit them.
With that being said, they lost 4 times, right? They've lost 3 times to bounty hunters, and it's been 13-10, 16-12, 13-10, and then they lost 13-10 to Red Cannon. So I think we ignore that. I think you can't...
that 0% doesn't mean much, does it?
No, you can't beat bounty hunters, all right? Like, that's fine. You're always going to lose Mirage against them. Okay, but you're beating bounty hunters on Train, on Dust 2, and of course bounty hunters are the Zoc, Turtle, Kaiser guys. You can see them a little bit later with Mayan. So that's a good amount of sort of firepower to be taken down here. That leaves me actually a little bit more confident here for them. The favourites in terms of the odds are with Selva, and you can kind of see why with the players that they've got. Obviously, the old solid guys. Like, you expect, to be honest, solid / Selva, I guess Selva / solids, to be walking this.
If they had recent game time, yes. But that for me is the one sort of concern hanging over them coming into this matchup is how sharp are they going to be? Because 2-game has just come through from the Swiss stage where they qualified 3-0. So they've had recent game time. They've got the reps under their belt. That's the one thing that I'm kind of looking at and I'm a bit concerned for Selva is maybe they might take a bit longer to get going, and maybe it's a map, maybe it's a series, maybe it's a couple rounds. Either way, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we can get going here in this round of 16 matchup. Like you said, Brandon, we're going to conclude our round of 16 matches today and populate the rest of our quarterfinals. So with that in mind, let's have a short little intermission. Once the players are ready, we will jump into Mirage. Here we go, ladies and gents. It's the playoffs. We have got 2 game against Selva. Round of 16 matchup winner into the quarterfinals. Selva the favorites. They've been invited into the stage of the competition. They haven't played much Counter-Strike lately. 2 games should be warmer from the get-go. We also have got a bunch of black dots, Brandon. So this is going to be a fun guessing game.
It's okay.
I do know they're going A, though.
Yesterday we had 10 of them. It was horrible. They are going A. They got no util. It's straight Kevlar, and it's free bomb site. Thank you very much, say Selva. That's nice and easy. And now for your 2 game, you got to try and retake, and you've got no flash to do it with. So this crossfire feels like it's going to be very good in CT.
Well, this entire round lives and dies with whoever wins the fight out in CT. And like you say, no flashes on the server means it's going to be a straight-up drawl here. Brawl. 3 players for the T side, 4 for the CTs. And here we go. Contact taken. Frags found. Trades the name of the game. Got to get a move on. There's a smoke and a kit on Zariba right now. So they have got the means to make this one work. Flash is going to get rounded on from jungle, but he's gotten a kill before he's inevitably gone down. Diffuse not being stuck just yet. Where's that kit? It hasn't been picked up. The kit has not been recovered, and the round is lost.
How? Where did the kit go? Like, I don't understand how that's happened, because you get some really nice clean entries. The CT fight goes brilliantly for 2 game, and then what? One player who's on the other side of CT goes round to front triple, doesn't die to the jungle player who just doesn't peep because he really wants that contact to come in through CT, and as a result, you've dropped the kit, and the kit has gone flying forward, and you've not picked it up. That is a disaster. It's such a disaster. I have no idea how that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, everything was kind of going according to plan. Once they get the kills in CT, right? They trade favorably, and they've got a player coming through from jungle. That should be all the cards they need to get the job done. Selva, simple and direct in the pistol, and it's going to be the same here in the anti-force buy. Straight into the speed bomb site. Lucas will get one, but gets rounded on by GBB. Trades again the name of the game. Detroit's been able to come through from market, and it's a very good kill onto Mate. He's the difference maker right now. Where the hell is Destiny in all this time? He's going towards ladder room, and he's low on health, so it's going to be difficult for him to take this fight at range. In the meantime, Pickle is flanking.
This MP9 is going to get the kill, surely. Although, because Detroit hasn't peaked in ages, does that make you aware of the possibility of an Apps flank? Yeah, you know about it now. Knifin will trade immediately, and Detroit's reposition. You feel like it's good. Jumps out the window immediately. Fate plant. Knifin now just starts scaling on the other side of the bomb site, and Detroit gets the court lacking. Looking the wrong way. What a shame. But you feel like Detroit needed to be a little bit more active there, because it was so obvious that PKO was flanking.
Yeah, he wasn't doing anything to really try and take the attention away from the player coming through apartments. That was like the silver arrow in the round. Wasn't even being considered for the most part, but at the same time, Detroit was the only reason they were even in the round in the first place, so it's quite harsh to criticize him there.
No, for sure.
But that is how these things go. Now it's going to have to be the full eco 4-2 game. And Selva are going to be quite happy while they've opened up here.
It's interesting because you said fast and direct on the pistol, fast and direct on round 2, especially when you've not played an official in 6 weeks, especially against the kind of opposition you're facing. I think it makes a lot of sense for Selva just to...
Couldn't agree more.
Just do that. Be contact heavy, you don't overcomplicate things, you just go as a team. And look, without being too rude, yes, Detroit is very good. Yeah, PKO, Hards out, solid players. You look at the caliber that is on Selva. As long as they trade, it literally does not matter where they go, how many players they go into. They should be able to win the round in its entirety. That's the biggest thing about T side. They are going into this stack. Let's see if they can prove my point. Flashbang immaculate, and I was wrong because PKL has found a lot of kills at the 5-7, and that nade does a chunk of damage onto Knifin.
Well, to be fair, you did say they needed to trade, and that's something they've struggled to do to get into the safe bomb site. They have eventually been able to bring it back into a 2v2 and actually kind of get out of dodge of the A bomb site. There's a rotation all the way back through T-spawn. Destiny will remain in position, though. And this was supposed to be the free round for Selva, just against the pistols with no investment around them.
This is a bit of a weird one, because Hardzao is now hard-pressed on a timing. He has to consider behind him because Lucas doesn't see anything. Lucas doesn't see anything, and Hardzao! Hardzao wants to go and look ramp when he shouldn't. Lucas has now dropped out on towards default. I think that's been heard. And now they know exactly where he is. How do you isolate the fight? Well, you can't. And that is a really nice recovery from Selva.
I mean, I think that was a 4 versus 2 for a moment there.
Yeah,
and
it
actually
was.
get all 4 kills without losing another player. So, fantastic recovery. Just to kind of go back to the point you were making, I completely agree with your sentiment that this is the best way for Selva to just get themselves going once again. Just go for the simple and direct approach, not too much detail, not too much depth where things can kind of go wrong. You can really just force your way into the game. Just forcefully get the ball rolling as we go into this first gun round. Lights on util though. I mean, Slash doesn't have any. Destiny's got a couple pieces. They've thrown some in middle.
There's loads on the floor.
Yeah, Nathan is...
He's trying to figure out the best way
up,
to drop the smoke. It's like, bro, just put it on the floor. Doesn't matter that much.
Not much of a contest in towards Midja from 2-game. GBB will best Hardzao and ladder room. Good first frag found from him. Does take damage in the process, but a man advantage now for this T side.
And they're just scaling. Dropping the molly in towards shore, dropping the nade forward. The fact that Knifen's leading here is a little bit scary because he could be seen from connector at a moment's notice. But Zariba's got no idea he's scaled this far in towards shore. No one is looking at connector here for 2-game. They've got no info.
Kind of a pivotal place to have your AWP because you can try and contest the A bomb site and the B bomb site. Just go back and forth. Like you said, there's obviously a big risk being exposed at range like that. They just give him some time to work with. Doesn't find anything. Now the focus shifts in towards the A bomb site. Pickle is down towards A ramp, and you got the open CT, and they both just trade contact off of each other. They both find a kill and get that man advantage. Should be no way to get back into the round here for Selva.
Shouldn't be, especially with the time, right? 15 seconds. One's in jungle, one's at the end of Palace. That's a nice little find, and that's an AWP that can be scooped. Now you just try and save. I don't know if Zariba's going to allow it, and he won't. So Knifen cannot have this AWP. Detroit will keep his. An interesting round where you almost feel like you've got too much space. Because you've got Knifen in such a pivotal position, and then they just completely lose control of what they want to do. They're really anticipating someone would fight or peeking towards connector, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, they were relying heavily on something being offered up tonight, and they were kind of relying on him getting a pick to set the round in motion. There was just nothing on offer, though. Good discipline from 2-game. And that setup on the A-bomb site worked splendidly for them. And now, as a result of all the damage done in that eco run for 2-game and the force buy before that, Selva have a really shoddy buy coming into this, a shoddy investment, right? 2 AKs, upgraded pistols around that. I mean, GBB's on a Glock here. It's a prime opportunity for 2-game to level up the scoreline, because if you win this, 2-3 anti-eco, 3-all.
That was nice of Tomate. He says, mate, have a Tech 9, have a Deagle. He's dropping pistols to everyone. So, at least GBB will be on something. It's better than nothing. But you're right.
GBB's on a Glock? Oh, he's got a Deag, I lie.
Yeah,
okay, no,
yeah,
you're right. My bad.
Call him PKL Pickle, by the way. I've never heard that before.
I have heard that before.
Okay.
Perhaps I'm just totally tarnishing his name right now. It would be hilarious if that's the case. I think I'm going to keep going with Pickle until someone tells me otherwise.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's cute.
30-year-old Pickle.
Oh, God. Hey, some people like that.
I guess pickles are like fermented, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, you know, the older the better, so I guess is what I'm getting at. Anyway, Hardzao just gets demolished. Tech 9 set the round alight.
No, no, no. At least PKL has been able to get one back. Birdie's dead. Oh no, GBB and all of the dropped pistols by Tomate have caused absolute chaos. And that's the round.
Right. The Tech 9s and the Desert Eagles just coming alive in a massive way there for Selva. And that's so frustrating for 2-game after a successful eco round where they get so many kills. Great gun round to follow up there as well. And then you just get banged out by the pistols. Also good signs for Selva, right? Looking pretty sharp in that round.
One of those rare instances where I'm going to open Twitch chat, see if anyone knows.
Well, now we look at the finances for 2Game, and I think we will see them invest. Zariba can drop an M4, Detroit could drop an MP9 or a FAMAS. So we probably see them go all in here. Maybe that's what the pause is for, just discussing what they want to try and get done here in this round, how they're going to set themselves up.
No.
Just as we're about to go live.
This is a classic.
I'm just looking at Hardzao and thinking about the trajectory of his career, Brandon, and kind of where he's come from and the direction that he's going. And I mean, I was really high on him in that Pain team. He then went to Paqueta, which eventually became Selva, and then he joined Red Canids. And I'm thinking, okay, I actually really like him on Red Canids. I think he could be a player with Davideus that they build around. And it just seems to have like regressed team after team, where he's now playing alongside, you know, not very recognizable name value. With all due respect.
It's weird, right? Because it feels like his career has gone inverse to some degree.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. He's still putting up good numbers, though. Begs the question, why? Is there something more than just his individual game? Of course, I'm just speculating.
I think Knifin struggles. I think he struggles quite a lot against teams like higher than his level. Like he punches down a lot against teams that he's supposed to beat. He plays really well, and then teams where it's a little bit of a challenge.
Punch down.
Damn.
But sorry, yeah, just completely spoiled and derailed your fantastic point.
No,
Continue.
it's fine. That's all it is, though. I think he really struggles against like better competition, and he's really good against teams he's supposed to beat.
Thrive. Yeah,
I think so.
All right. Well, Selva are going to look to just force their way into the A-bomb side. You've got Pickle, who's in the corner right now, and he will be able to go unnoticed initially for one, but I mean, it's not like he's really left his team in a great position after going down there. Detroit with the AWP will arrive on the scene. There's no smoke for CT. This is questionable. In the meantime, Hardzao will find one through the smoke. Gonna have to concede the site. GBB forcefully taking control. He's the one with the bomb.
Yeah, that's the scary bit. I love this reposition out. Hardzao, but he's spotted and then double swung upon. At least that's info. And interestingly enough, they might back out of this. They might go towards B. Destiny has now just been completely mullered with the MP9, and GBB is able to grab that kill. You heard the AWP fire off ages ago in towards CT spawn. Yeah, they've made the decision. We're going to get out of here. GBB is going to go under, and Tomato is going to take the site. Detroit thrown into this 1v2. He's got no idea where they've gotten off to.
He seems to kind of have an inkling, though. I mean, quite obvious at this point that they're going to be going B. So he can kind of get somewhat ahead of this retake, close the gap a little bit, get himself in towards cap by the time the bomb goes down. Decides to forego the AWP in favor of the rifle here. I really like Detroit on the AWP. Let's see if we can do it here with the M4. Oh my goodness, a fight at range goes his way. GBB counted out. It's going to be on Tomato, who's yet to kill. Yet to find a frag here on the map. He has to get one in this round to lock it in for his team. Time ticking away. Detroit does have a kit here at his disposal. Just has no idea where Tomato is right now. Crosshair perfectly placed. Gets the frag through the smoke, and Selva are up to 5.
Yeah, Tomato plays that so well. And you can understand Detroit looking at apps there, thinking, well, they've planted 4 apps. and I've only seen one player on the bomb site directly. There was no utility thrown in towards market. Maybe he could be in market, but the more likely scenario is that he's in apartments. So he just goes for the smoke stick. Tomate just bides his time. Selva go up to 5-1. And now this is the half investment, poor purchase for 2 game. They're going to try and make things happen. A reminder, look, this series is by no means done, even if Selva go on to win Mirage in a dominant fashion, because even though they can't win against Bounty Hunters 2 game, it's a matter of fact that they cannot win Mirage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty dominant from Selva, complete control for them. You can see with the way that they're going through the motions as well, they're quite comfortable on this map. It is quite curious to see Slash taking over from DRG, so I'm just going to assume it's a like-for-like swap and Slash is taking over as the IGL. If anyone knows any different, please let me know. I haven't seen Slash before, Brandon. Seen a lot of Brazilian Counter-Strike, but I don't recall watching a game with Slash in, at least never on a notable level, maybe a match here or there, but new opportunity for him, playing with probably the best team he's ever had, assuming he is the IGL. Think about the pieces he has at his disposal now. Knifin on the AWP, a lot of experience. Destiny on the rifle, GBB. So seriously talented players right now to work with.
He played on players for a while, and
who was that with?
That was with
have a quick look here.
Myth Poutini,
okay.
Hugi, Spinny, like those guys.
Yeah, fair.
And he was okay in that. But yeah, definitely a big step up for him. Definitely, as you say, the best team he's had a chance to play in. And it's going to help out playing with Knife and Destiny, GBB, Tomato, who've been around as a team for so long now. Like that, to naturally just swap in, I think he's going to be absolutely fine.
Looking pretty convincing here on their T side so far. If they can win this gun round, then it feels like they really start to run away with the map. Put some serious pressure on 2 game early on here on Mirage. Hasn't been a huge emphasis on contesting middle from the CT side so far.
No, they've really left it open like a good majority of these rounds, and it's been very easy for Selva to have all this space. He has just been tagged though. Detroit has played Ticket every single time, so it's easy to drop a smoking con and keep your eye on the player in jungle. Because although the bomb's been dropped, look at GBB. GBB deals with Lucas. He needs a multi and he's got it onto PKL.
Oh man, how is he finding these multi-kills in such important rounds so consistently? Fantastic work from GBB, and actually looks like that's going to be enough to pull his teammates in this direction as well. They know Detroit was in towards CT earlier on in the round, and GBB is looking to sweep his way to clear out the angles. Hardzao has kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works though, in towards jungle. Oh my goodness, he's going to get the second frag as well. No, somehow Tomate's able to get out with his life intact. The bomb still dropped in jungle. Detroit is fragging from CT. Molly will force Hardzao out into the open, but Knifin isn't ready for it. Tomate gets overwhelmed, and 2 game have actually made that round look pretty easy considering the state they were in at one point.
It's all about Detroit staying alive, and that allows Hardzao the space. If Detroit had swung pretty proactively into GBB, and GBB was ready, you can see he was searching for him. If that goes the other way, Hardzao is then backstabbed. Like that's the reality of the situation. So good on Detroit, because it's his movement that enables Hardzao to have that space. And it's one of those moments that it round winning just by the virtue of staying alive.
Oh, big kill from Knifin. Great awareness there. Detroit changes up his position here in this gun round, and he gets caught off immediately by Knifin, who's been looking to work middle in a lot of these rounds with his AWP. There's going to be an acceleration now into the B bomb site. There are 2 players here, or there were 2 for the CT side. Zareba is still in position. Really limited room to work with. They now know exactly where he is as well. He should just get overwhelmed, and he does.
Can't win a consecutive round in a row here, 2 game, and that's going to make their economy just woeful. It's going to be so difficult just for the rest of this half. PKL is able to grab one, sure, And look at the HP on a lot of these players. What a shame. But I feel like Selva understand the importance of potentially getting rid of PKL's gun. Feels like Slashes won't be able to do it. But that's 7-2, and that is already a really comprehensive T-side wrapped up, and you've got the capacity to add even more. It's gonna be really tough for 2Game to bounce back into this. They're gonna need all the rest.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like bare minimum at this point, that they're going to need 7-5 out the first half. It's a tall order, though, because you look at their money. I mean, they're probably going to drop again, but they won't have an AWP. And this is where Selva really starts to run away with this game, put some serious pressure on their opponents. I love how quickly they're keen to make moves as well, Selva. Brandon, it seems like they're playing quite reactively on their T side. It's not like they're planning on these timings from spawn. It's more just, bang, we got a kill here. Let's just immediately transition. Like, they're not taking time to make their decisions. There's no hesitation from Selva. And that's why they're kind of able to get all over 2Game in these situations.
Well, they're just going, oh, you're not taking mid again? Cool. Like, we'll have that all day long. It's so simple for them. I'm not sure what's really happening here for 2Game, but they're really trying to prioritize. The thing is, they're not even prioritizing extremities. It's weird. It's like they put Detroit on short in that round short to go for an advanced peak. That's the most aggressive I think we've ever seen these players react. Just a bit of a shame.
Well, there is still a chance. There's still a chance here for 2Game to make something happen in the first half. There is a little bit more there from Hardzar, just spamming that sniper smoke, but Selva just pumped the brakes slightly, waiting to see what 2Game are going to do. Wait for 2Game to show their hand, and then they can make their move reactively. If Selva win this round here, they've basically put the map away. It's almost as simple as that. That's the equation in front of them.
Looks like we are going to get this fight for mid-late, especially with Hardzar's positioning. Anticipating players to move in towards connector, but no, they don't. So Hardzar's actually just smokes his team off by accident. This is weird. Look, they're even holding for the boost. Oh, great awareness by Destiny.
Yeah, brilliant work there from him. Draws first blood, sets the round in motion. 50 seconds on the clock now for Selva to make some more moves. Oh, Nathan just peering into the smoke, waiting for it to be broken open by his teammate. He'll mop up a kill as a result. And now the pressure starts to shift in the A bomb site. Sometimes Selva have fallen short in these sort of moments where they try and pivot from middle into a bomb site itself, but that's not going to happen this time around.
It looked like the guy who was killing him was full falling, but no, Tomate comes up and over from stairs, and that's how that kill is locked up. 8-2. This is brutal. But this is also 2Game, just not really putting up much of a fight. Structure is extremely limited here for them on Mirage. He's dead as well. Oh.
He will be. You were just looking into the future. Maybe we'll get the job done. And there we go.
God, nearly.
Would have ended up with some egg on my face there. Now the question is, for 2Game, do they actually just continue to invest here with MP9s for Masters and an M4 in the mix, or do they want to prioritize trying to get the AWP? It looks like they'll go for something in between.
How many can Selva get? Can they make this a 10-2 half really quick? And oh, Knifer misses the shot, but at least that's info. Both of these players on the MP9, and Lucas has destroyed them. How is this the round that potentially 2Game are going to win? Selva have to bounce back in the 2v3, and they've done it before.
Yeah, they have. That's true. This one's going to be more difficult, though, I think. 2Game have got full health across the board here. They're not going to get caught off by a readjustment either this time around, I don't think. You've got Hardzar, who's in Palace, and then 2 players grouped up on Cat. They're going to venture into middle to get some information. In the meantime, Selva are pushing 2 players into Palace. Hardzar's here right now. Oh, but he's tucked in behind the pillar. This is brilliant positioning from Hardzar. He's not going to get checked by either of these individuals. However, they've crossed like ships in the night. This is worst case scenario.
Oh my god. And they're going to
still work
contact the
out,
whole
though.
way. Will it? They're going to
because
contact the
Hazard will
whole
come back
way.
through Palace. They'll never expect that.
That's insane.
They have no idea where Selva are right now. They're thinking, boys, they're in apps guaranteed. They have to be.
Okay, Hazard's coming back now.
Can you hear the plants?
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's still going to work out.
From Palace. Yeah, it should.
Why would you? If they get round the corner in CT, Harzal's taking his time. Harzal's not peaked. They've gone round the corner. Uh-oh.
I'm so shocked he hasn't been more active.
There's no kit. No kit.
A smoke grenade, a flash, that's what they have right now, but there's useful for this T side as well.
Oh my god, GBB with a low HP. He's going to be the one to just flash, take the fights. They have to stick it. Detroit's got to go. Oh, okay. And it's okay. Zariba will clutch it. Is there enough time to get this bomb defused? I think so, just
right.
about.
Only just. Oh my god, that gets way too close for comfort. Way closer than it ever should have been before. Hardzao. He just needs to be a bit more confident there, Brandon, surely, right?
He's going to watch back this demo and think, what on earth has just happened here?
The problem is he's so scared of giving up the round by dying, but you just have to throw the playbook out the window sometimes.
No, you're right, you're right.
It's a pity. But it still worked out. They won the round. Thank God.
Thank God. At least they get that one. Well, it feels like they need 4. Knifin still has his AWP, utility a little bit light, and so is the weaponry. I mean, sure, it's Galil's, but there's not a single AK bar the one on Tomate. This could be 2-game getting this 4th round.
And I reckon there's still some sort of semblance of life in this map if they can make it 4-8. You know, win the pistol, convert gun round. It's South American Counter-Strike. Wilder and wackier things have happened before.
Alright, well that's the first. PKL has just pushed all the way through Palace. And that means you're not going to be ready for Lucas, you'd imagine. And they're not. Good trades. Oh my gosh, Destiny has just snapped onto PKL. Hang on.
How's he managed to get that second frag? That's incredible work there from Destiny. Maybe giving his team a chance in the round. Bombs aren't going to come through here as well. 3v3 retake. Going to have to be the name of the game. Hardzao. Not the first time he's been able to get a kill straight up through the smoke. He'll take that. Tip the scales in his team's favor on the retake.
Destiny's so low. Destiny's just being hung out to dry by Knifin. Knifin's going into Palace, and the nade will just dunk on Destiny.
Not even planted for him.
No, it isn't at all. So how do you manage this? I don't think he'll be able to knock them off, surely. Okay, that's one way to do it, but then he just goes straight into the open. Zariba says, thank you very much. That's really easy. 2-game will get that 4th round.
Okay, and maybe they breathe some life back into their campaign. From being down 8-2 and basically looking like the game was done and dusted, they had that MP957 investment. They were able to win that. And then they won the last round of that first half, 8-4. I mean, Selva's still in a commanding position. But it's not like they were able to kind of put the game away. They kind of had a chance for that at one point, it felt like.
I mean, 2 rounds ago. I mean, even last round, they felt like they should never have had a say in that. Obviously, they get the mega time in, but think about how close that defuse was. And that's the difference between 2-game having a broken buy and them having a better buy than Selva. Still able to get the bomb down, still able to make a say of it, sure. But the mid to late rounds for Selva, if they don't win the early game instantly, it feels really difficult just to watch them sometimes.
Yeah, it does. I wonder how much of that is ring rust, though.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they had some decent early rounds. When it was transitioning into going from the early stage into the mid stage of the round was sort of where they looked the most scrappy, I think. Almost a little bit haphazard with some of their decision making. I think if they'd been a bit calmer and not so quick to try and make their decisions. I mean, there were some moments where that's what won them the round, I guess. I didn't even sing the praises of that throughout the half, but it did feel like sometimes it was a bit too chaotic. Anyway, here we go, 8-4. Selva's still in a commanding position here. They can still win the map basically by winning the pistol. And they've got a decent setup on the A bomb site to deal with what's coming their way.
Dooley's out. 3 players on A. This is going to be the split here for 2 game. And Knifin. Oh, he's gone searching and PKL. Will get traded by Destiny, but you've still got so many more players here on A. I don't think Tomato's going to be ready for the Palace pop.
Oh, absolutely shouldn't be. Isn't going to be a smoke in jungle though, so he might get some assistance afforded to him to make at least able to get a kill before he inevitably goes down. Smoke broken open here, interestingly enough. Destiny's gotten a kill in the meantime despite his low health, and well, that kind of disrupts this bomb plant. GBB has gotten another, and it's all of a sudden just Hardzal left.
And what do you do? Because the player in jungle's run off, the player in CT is not going to peek you. So he's going to go for, a really open plant, but it does net success. Hardzal's now being really loud, and it's just taking a risk. Making his presence somewhat known, but also he knows about these other players. If he's able to snap on a kill and towards CT, then he could isolate the fighting connector. But now it gets tricky. Just these taps. Surely he's not going to win this. They're all going to start to swarm him, and they will overwhelm him. Selva will go up to 9.
Okay, very good work coming through there to just hold their nerve, keep their composure, work together, figure out where the player is, and just overwhelm him essentially. And put the comeback conversation on ice. Certainly aided and abetted by that kill through the smoke. That made a big difference. Flash going to reposition his camera to make sure we get that really good view. Was it Steven Spielberg who popularized this camera angle, Brandon?
Well, I feel like the point of the cameras is so we can see your monitor and you. I mean, I guess we are seeing his monitor and him, but that's a hell of a loophole. I mean, look at Destiny. We just got hand cam, and for some people that's fine, but for this competition, probably not.
Is this Quentin Tarantino's brother, the hand cam? You know, if it was Quentin Tarantino, it would have been the foot cam, right? He loves his feet, that's for sure. Either way. The keyboard's also at like a 90-degree angle for Destiny. He's land primed and ready. Out in the open right now. Does he have support? He's got a player in snipers. Yeah, I just don't like that at all. Such an all-in play. And for what reason? You know, bobbing and weaving back and forth.
Oh my gosh.
Opening death as a result.
Hardzal nearly says, do you know what? You're right, it wasn't fair you died in that way. I'm going to stand in the molly and nearly cost my entire life. They're out A. They are out A. So this is a little bit weird. Zariba's got so much space, and Selva's got to have no idea. Like, Knifin's dead. Like, Knifin will never clear this. That's such a free kill for Zariba.
Even stops and crouches right in front of him. Like you say, that's as free as a frag as they come. Kill from Detroit as well. That's the second in the round, and it's a perfect response from 2Game after losing the pistol. They just make the force fire look easy ultimately. Like I said, I just don't like the way that was a Destiny or Knifin in towards middle. Like I can't even... Destiny, right? Just in mid early on, out in the open. Not really accomplishing anything. Just expecting to win the gunfights out.
Oh, GBB is flexing on me with his camera. It's like, haha, look, I have curtains. So cheers, mate. Yeah, that was weird, but I really like the Zariba reaction. He's like, okay, well, there's so much going on in towards middle. I could potentially just exploit this. And then 10 seconds later, guys, I'm out A. Just walk back to A. Nicely done by Zariba and 2Game. Force Buy will have to come in now for Selva. And if they can't make this happen, it's going to be really rocky.
Yeah. I mean, this is 2Game's way back into the game, right? This is how they can kind of open up Mirage once again. That previous round did feel way too easy. It kind of felt like it was gifted on a silver platter with the way Selva had played it, though. And we've seen 2 games slip up in sorts of rounds already. Remember, there was the round with the Tech Nines and the Desert Eagle. It's not going to happen again, though. Oh my goodness, Luke is on a single hit point. Will live to tell the tale. It's the bomb carrier coming up ramp, though. GBB.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Should have gotten that kill every day ending in Y.
Oh, now we can just run away. Oh, this is horrible. That's so close so far for Selva. 2 game would be really happy with this, though, because they're going to win this, and it'll be an eco. 9-7. Starting to feel like they're in a little bit more of control. And what's interesting is, imagine if they did some of this on CT side. Imagine if they were a little bit more dynamic. We saw what happened with the MP9 fight in middle. Only saw that once, all half. If they were just a little bit more confident, tell you what, this game could be totally different.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's kind of ironic because we were expecting Selva to be the game that took longer to get going, the team that took longer to get going here in the game, just with their lack of recent game time, official match time. But yeah, at least they're pitching up now here on the T side, showing some depth, showing some ferocity. Should be able to close the gap to just 2 rounds here as well. USPs, what they're going up against. Got to give Pickle some credits as well. 13 and 11, the 30-year-old, the IGL for 2 game, putting up some good numbers here in this matchup.
Alright, I'm recording Pickle now. He's putting Selva in a
Have
pickle.
I converted you? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. They are walking into the stack. I'm not worried yet, but... No, do you know what? I'm not worried yet. They should go
When would you
for
start
A.
to get worried?
Well, never, because they got a player on A.
Okay, that's true. There we go. They figured it out in time. And guess who? It's Pickle. He's gotten his team out of. No, come on, okay. I can't even finish that sentence.
You can do it. You can do it.
He's gotten his team out of a pickle. Say the line, Bart. Say the line. Okay, well, they've avoided the stack. That's why you always play for a little bit of information in your anti-ecos, kids. Just to send one player in. One player into the opposite side of the map to get some info. It could save a life.
Yeah.
Save a round.
Yeah, because if they walked into that, they would have been in a pickle. They weren't. And they weren't.
What have I done? I've created a monster chat. I'm sorry, guys. This is all on me. I accept full responsibility. Be sure to follow me at Hayes Castings and DM me your thoughts and feelings.
Don't DM me.
But do follow him. What's it at? B-Dog CSGO?
No. At Grimmy Runner. That's my Twitter.
At Grummy ran off. Pour one out for old Fredwood.
Pull one out. On Mirage.
Here we go, 9-7. This is a really big gun run. And Selva actually, well, they don't have an AWP. They've got a FAMAS on Tomate, Light Util, no kits. Brandon, I'm pretty nervous. This is a really good opportunity for 2game to ramp the pressure up on their opponents. And they're going for a big exec into this B-bomb site.
And they're bang on the money, because no one's going to be here. That's an awesome molly.
Love that one, yeah.
2 players are now here. GBB has rotated over, and he is able to get the kill on Luke. A 3rd player now joins this fight as well for Selva. Molly goes into the back of the bomb site, but Knife'n is still able to get 1 kill. GBB through the smoke is not dealt with, and he's able to get another one. No way. He's just living this entire time. Zariba has made it out towards the back of the bomb site. Pickle is still maintaining this control in apps, but not for long. And GBB living there gives Selva everything.
Oh, GBB is my hero in that round. How on earth has he been able to stay alive for so long after being taken down so low and then even getting another kill? They literally did one of those cardboard cutouts shooting around him through the smoke there. A single bullet through the smoke would have been enough to take his life, but he's able to avoid them all. Massive impact out of him because he was the one who kills the first player rampaging onto the bomb site. If GBB goes down, that round's immediately out of control.
They did everything in their power to get rid of him as well, because whilst they're trying to deal with everyone at backside, they've mollied him, they spammed him. Damn. That's brutal, because you're looking
had God on his side in that round.
For real. But the thing is, you're looking at that, and you're like, okay, well, if 2-game win that, this feels a lot better. Now the difficulty you've got is if Selva win this round, they probably just win the map.
The issue for me is that how many chances have Selva had to basically just tear ahead here and finish off the job on Mirage, and they've squandered all of those opportunities. This is going to be another one of them, you're not wrong. And it's going to be, again, early pressure on the speed bomb side, but this is just one player on his lonesome. And he hasn't really pulled too much attention across to the B bomb side. There's still quite a lot of focus on middle here for the CT side. The design of this round for 2-game was pull the attention apartments and then take middle. It's a lave and spray from Hardzao. And he's actually lucky that he'll get up with his life intact.
And in the meantime, Knife's just swung window and just confirmed, oh yeah, people are in middle. And now GBB's burning alive. There's so much damage being done towards these CT players. 2-game have got to make a decision of where they want to go. Of course, if they go towards A, that's the best case scenario, but they're going towards B, and Selva have read it perfectly.
Yeah, they have 3 players of the 4 alive for the CT side right now over towards this B bomb side. They've boosted one up in apartments who's pushing forward. There's a second not far behind him. Oh my goodness, Slash has been able to mow down 2. Are you kidding? It's never supposed to happen like that. Pickle at range is going to go down to GBB as well. He seems to do his best work when he's low on health. He's found another. You cannot script this. How have they both gotten 2 kills?
It doesn't even matter if Hardzao's able to flank them and find these fights. And he's not even allowed to by Knifin, but the bomb is in apps. So the fact that Slashes gets 2 there is ridiculous. And then GBB does that, and it's like, okay, well, GBB's now taking over the game, clearly.
Yeah,
really,
Slash was almost supposed to be... Sorry, man. Slash was supposed to be like the cannon fodder pushing forward. He dies, then he maybe baits players to push into the bomb site, and there's still a 2-man setup there.
All I was going to say is just GBB is one of the most underrated players, I think, in South America. I think he's so good.
Yeah, he has saved their bacon in a couple of these rounds now with some really important multi-kills. Knifin just takes off a quarter of his health. Great. I don't know, there's better nades to throw than that one, Knifin, than blowing your own legs off. Anyway. At least 2-game have been able to afford a full reinvestment.
Oh, that was a chance. Molly floating in. GBB's head was in the crosshair for a moment, but reaction's not quick enough. This will be 2-game's last good purchase, if they're not able to convert this. And now look at this setup in towards connector. 2 players double layered. You got the help him from window, the help him from short. Everything's protected. You got to be careful that you don't get caught off guard. Knifin moves away. They're going to go and clear under here, and Hardzao's going to be a sitting duck. And there's no way he's going to expect this player. Oh, and Destiny goes and checks.
And now it turns into an incredibly one-dimensional round. How much time can be bought here by this B anchor? He does dink Detroit. That kind of just stunts the approach ever so slightly. Cavalry starts to arrive. Support on the scene now. And it's working out splendidly. There will be a team kill in the mix, though. I wonder if Detroit was spotted at bench. He was a big wide swing from him to dispatch of Knife, and maybe a way back into the round.
Maybe, but look how quick the flank is. You are considering it a little bit, and that flash has missed in towards market door. GBB is really quick here on the approach. He's able to deal with Pickle and Detroit. Of course he's going to get a multi-kill.
Has he gotten the double kill in the past 3 rounds? And they've all been gun rounds, by the way. He's multi-killed in the past 3 rounds, and they have all been gun rounds. So much impact.
What I will say as well is something notable here in this second half. Why maybe 2Game haven't been able to bounce back into this, and we can say yes that they go and B a lot. Also, how many times has Detroit been on an AWP? Because I'll tell you what, when he was on the AWP in that first half, 2Game were winning rounds. Now, he hasn't been on the AWP once in this entirety of the T sides, and they're struggling again.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point that you highlight. I don't know if it was intentional. I feel like they had the finances in some of those rounds to pick up the AWP. But he had the rifle anyway. Maybe I missed something anyway. It's going to have to be a Galil in this round for him and most of his teammates. 5 rounds in a row is what 2Game required to force us into overtime. Lucas has already hit the deck. Not the ideal start. It's still going to be a grouped up approach, this time through Palace into A.
Oh, GBB has found another one. Where even was that? That was back in middle, so you still don't know about this Palace play if you're Selva, but because mid's been dealt with by GBB, you can have more resources looking at this area of the map, and they've even spotted out this player jumping.
Yeah, I don't even know what 2Game do from here. Detroit with the bomb is going to make his way back in towards ramps. They can find a way onto the, say, bomb site. Nathan with the AWP is now on CT. It's going to be so difficult to get past him. In fact, you won't. 5v2, game over.
Oh, he's one his teammate, but it's for the cause. Zariba's got a nice little time in here, but he's been hurt, and that was quite simple. Selva.
Man.
Damn.
Feels like a bit of an anticlimactic ending to the map there with how seemingly close the game was at 9-7. And then there's that one round where they're trying to get into the B bomb site and GBB just emphatically shuts them down. And that kind of just like took all the life out of 2Game as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, it's one of those where it looked good for a moment, and then that one multi-kill happens, it just completely breaks your mental. And then you go back in towards B again. Okay, we can beat him. Doesn't work. Okay, we can go back into B again. It doesn't work. And it's like, oh, okay, what are we doing here, guys? It just lacked inventiveness, and it lacked inventiveness, unfortunately, on both T and CT. Like, CT just wasn't dynamic enough, and that's why they get caught just so many times, because they're just not... it's not even about reinventing the wheel. It's just about actually getting the wheel rolling instead of just being static in your default. How many times was Detroit playing over at Ticket? 3-4. He went into short one round, gets shut down. What does he immediately do after that? He goes, right, I'll go back towards Ticket. And I know in South America that it's quite common for the AWPer just to post in towards Ticket because it makes your rifle a little bit more flexible. That is meta over there. However, you don't have to do the same thing every round. You don't have to default every round. That's, I guess, the sentiment I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, the CT side did lack a lot there for 2Game, unfortunately, but it still feels like such a fine margin. I mean, remember when GBB was on Catwalk and there was the FAMAS swinging him and does like 80 damage? Just, who knows what happens in the rounds after that if that one frag on GBB is found and he's not able to have that Herculean effort in locking down the B bomb side. Either way, all ifs and buts, none of it relevant really. It's Selva who come out on top of Mirage with a convincing 13-7 win at the end of the day. We're going to throw this one into a break. When we come back, it will be map 2. It's the pick of 2Game. It's Anubis. Hopefully, they can answer back. Map 2 gonna get underway here. First game of the day. It's currently Selva who lead the series 1-0 off the back of, I'd still say, an impressive performance on Mirage, Brandon. It got a little bit, a bit scrappy, a little bit concerning. Maybe at some points within the map could have been maybe more convincing, I guess is what I'm getting at. But they're up 1-0, and that's what matters.
Oh yeah, that's the important thing, and now you're going on to 2 games to pick. That's a misleading dink. It sounded like it did way more damage than it actually did. Flashbang, immaculate, but it also blinds Lucas. They gotta know he's here. They've just completely overlooked Lucas. What on earth is happening? How has he got all these kills? How has that communication not come in?
Oh, yeah, Lucas has completely foiled that entire round. Fantastic triple coming through from him behind the pillar. It's one of those positions I think it's difficult to root out because you have to push forward to try and get the kill, and then that brings the cross into the equation on players from the platform, and Lucas just plays his role to perfection.
True, he does brilliantly. Really impressive for Lucas. Off to the perfect start on this CT Cypher 2 game. It will be a force. Oh no, it won't. Destiny sold his scout right at the very end. So they're all going to be on Glocks, and they all want the guns out as soon as possible.
I guess that makes sense. T-side Anubis, you don't have to roll the dice with the force buy. Rather just get the guns out as soon as possible. David's side of the map. But a good way for 2 games to set things in motion by winning that pistol round. Lucas was also quite quiet on the first map, so good showing from him there with the triple. More of that, please. We got Lukin from Bestia. We got Luchov. We got Lucas, Henny's brother.
You said Luchov as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
A lot of them. That was easy. They just went mid. Detroit's happy with that one. He's got his mic set up in a way that I want my mic set up, where I can just leave it in a corner and I don't have to worry about it. But the good news is that I've actually been able to touch wood, which I am doing right now. My mic hasn't actually cut out yet since I moved house, so that's fun.
Wait, you mean you haven't changed anything at all and your microphone has stopped having problems just by changing location?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, sound. Lovely. I love technology.
It is sound, you're right.
Literally. Makes a nice change. Either way, it is going to be quite an aggressive opening coming through from 2 game. They've taken full control of canals. They've come through A main. They've gone through E box as well. And now Selva, well, they're going to have to take some time to regain this ground before they can even think about a bomb site.
Yeah, look at how much better this is. This is what I was screaming out for on Mirage. A lot of dynamicism here for 2 game. And for Selva, they've just got to chill. And at least Hardzao will get back behind that smoke in time. You still got this double layering in towards mid. Detroit actually comes over. They're going to retake mid as free. I love this proactivity here because they know that Selva are going to spend time just now clearing out all the canals.
Yeah, time and utility. Would have been nice if they could have at least gotten maybe a kill from those forward positions they'd taken out before they had to concede them entirely. But they themselves also don't have the util to remain in those forward positions. However, they are just going to stack up the defense on the A bomb site. They're going to have 3 players in the scene right now. Exec gains some traction. Detroit just stands in the mollies. He's completely blinded with the smoke instead. Excuse me, but there's a gap for him to work with anyway. Eventually, some kills will come through for Selva, but okay, hold on. Slash might be breathing some life back into the round with that kill. There's still another player to be dealt with in middle, and the bomb's making its way through canals to B.
Winnable. Oh, it was winnable. Maybe it still is. Slash is on 10 HP. Detroit is also low. Detroit hasn't got any util to flush him out, but we'll catch him just as he's moving back. Easy collection of the round, and to be honest, it's well earned for 2 game. They deserve that.
Yeah, and I like the opening from them, the way that they take the fight to Selva, deprive them of map control, but they don't overcommit and decide to just hang around in those positions because they've taken them. They then do concede, and they know, well, Selva are going to have to take time to retake the control. They then stack up the defense on the A bomb site. The extra man makes a difference to repel Selva. And then I like the quick rotation from Detroit, and I like the way he ventures back into that B bomb site because he gets the angle on that bomb plant as he tries to get off the site.
They're gonna buy into this.
Makes sense.
It does. Look at this. So they're expecting a reaction really quickly, and Zariba has just dealt with a player in A main pretty decisively. They're in complete control. It's a completely different team.
Yeah, far more activity coming through from them on the CT side here of Anubis compared to what we got out of them every round on Mirage. Immediately looking way more comfortable, way more confident, far more options, a lot more depth. Compared to what we saw from them on their CT side of Mirage. Detroit going to venture back into middle. Trying to jiggle the angles out to clear them here. Pickle going to drop an incendiary, but that's a frag back through the smoke. Pickle wants to try and force this one, though. Looking for an angle could cost him his life, and, well, it eventually does, but he's gotten the kill before he goes down.
Zariba just keeps on going. Oh my god, Zariba just keeps on going. Tomate finally able to trade him out. The molly will at least enable the bomb plant. 1v2. And he's able to get the first on camera. Not ready for the player in heaven. Hardhouse made it around the corner. That should be an easy one. Tomate doesn't believe that Hardhouse got round the corner after that molly faded. And that's a 4-0 flawless start. All at the hands of Zariba just owning them on A.
Yeah, that's fantastic work coming through from him. The fact that he gets 3 kills in the round is incredible and much needed as well, especially with the fact the round comes down to a 1v1 there. So immense impact, that open and kill, forcing his way through A main, initially getting the frag, then falling back onto the bomb side, taking up a completely different position, bobbing and weaving back and forth around castle as well. 4-0. I mean, Selva have come close in a number of these rounds, but close doesn't get you a round on the board. So how about Dust then, Brandon? Or was that a bit premature?
Maybe a little bit premature. We'll see. I mean, Zariba has just been such a good A anchor. Oh, and then there's a nade that comes in from Detroit just to soften up GBB a little bit. GBB yet to get a kill. And that's been really telling here. They need to get him online. And they need to deal with Zariba. They can't deal with Zariba. Are you kidding me? You got so much util here. And they just throw none of it. Zariba says, cheers, guys. I'm 8-2. And you can't stop me on A.
Oh, it just holds the line and he mows them down one by one. And then by one, the last frag comes through for Zariba as well. He's having a field day of it on that A bomb site right now. And eventually, Selva will have to settle for the save here. Which means it should be 6-0. This is dominant, man. And I know that these rounds are coming down to like 1v1s, 2v1s kind of thing, but it's always two games who are getting the favorable openings in the round.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, it's just really flat out of Selva. He said they haven't played Anubis in a very long time. I mean, you're right. You're bang on. Like, this is... Oh, dear. Oh, dear indeed.
Yeah, plays like it, right? From what we can see
Absolutely.
So far. Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, 6-0 ripe for the taking here for 2-game. Don't think Zariba will see much action for the rest of the half. Probably done enough to condition Selva away from that A-bomb site.
I mean, it's going into a faster B split. This is only Tech 9s, so you fancy 2 games chances of making this one pretty easy, but one player's rotated away, so Detroit won't be here. So Martin's got the Hero Galil outside B main. Hardzal will smoke back. Can this defense hold?
A good question. Detroit is going to scale back into this B bomb site, so they'll have boots on the ground. They continue to just cycle through their utility to buy time as well. So Detroit has now arrived on the scene. It's going to be really difficult for Selva to breach into this B bomb site. They have got the wall of smokes in place. Slash just directly commits to the bomb plant, so at least they can kind of put some pressure on the T side by virtue of the plant.
Yeah, and also, I think Lucas has just smoked them off. So you gotta go in through this right hand side, and Slashes and GBB are just chilling. Destiny's going to be this late player. There isn't a molly to flash them out. There's a load of kits. Tomate is overwhelmed, but will take one with him, and there goes the swing. They're just going to try and overwhelm, and it's working out perfectly. Destiny gets rid of Hardzao, and that was all up to Detroit, who's on 1 HP. Destiny buys his time, sees him. Detroit's got no idea where he's gotten off to, and Destiny can just run around the corner. There's no time for this defuse. He'll even die, and it's the Tech 9s that get Selva on the mark.
Oh, the irony, right? Because they persist with the force buys. They're getting bomb plants in the rounds they're losing. They've got that round loss bonus. Eventually, they have to concede and say, well, let's save one. And that's the round they win. And you know where they win the round? Is that re-emergence out of E-Box in the middle of the post plant where they just charge through with 3 players. They don't cower in E-Box and give 2Game all the respect in the world to then push their players back onto the site. They disrupt the retake at the perfect moment. I'm kind of shocked that... Was it Destiny with the Tech 9, right? I'm kind of shocked that Detroit doesn't realize he's behind the pillar. I felt like by deduction that should have been figured out.
Should have been. Wasn't.
Cost him.
Massively. Like, can that be the way in, though? Like, you've made it work on Tech 9s, but you're still losing 5-1, and it's 5 rounds on CT for 2 game. It's one of those where maybe it's just that one round will help them get more, but it's such a necessity that Selva pick up round 7. They're heading A, and there's only 1 player here right now.
You're right. That cannot afford to be a flash in the pan. That 1 round won by Selva. Zariba's going to commit into the bomb site, and again, it's a frag and a half coming through from him. At least they denied the multi this time round, though, as they do get full side control afforded to them. Nathan will dump the bomb to his teammate. 4v4, the name of the game for the retake.
Oh, Slash has followed up onto Pico. That's how you're going to find themselves in one, because look, it's a 4v3. You haven't really got the money to do this, and Hardzao just commits into the fight, and that feels like such a waste. At that point, you can just save. You keep the AWP, and it feels like the decision's already been made. Lucas will find one back, sure, but it doesn't matter. And keep your eye on the fact that we've got a player in connector already hunting. That's Slashes on low HP. Lucas, it feels like he will get away with one. Detroit will save the AWP. But if you were planning to save this anyway, why is Hardzao pushed?
Terrorists win.
Okay, well, at least they will be able to carry both of these weapons over. I don't think that it's going to justify an investment here, though. You just save around the SORP and M4. And Selva starts to pry the door open again. It's going to be a very difficult way for them to get back into the game. It feels like they almost need all the rounds left in the first half to just eke a 7-5 win out, but that's a massively tall order, especially with how convincing 2Game have looked so far here on their CT side.
Yeah, you're right.
I reckon they'd take 6 all. Even a 7-5 deficit going into the second half wouldn't be bad considering the state of the game at one point.
Imagine if Selva gets 7. It'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. That would be a disaster for
they're walking into the site with the AWP, and there is stacked players, but the utility is just unbelievable. They just carpet this bomb site in flame. Destiny able to follow up on Pickle with the MAC-10. Bomb can be planted, round can be established. Detroit Lucas, off you go. You gotta go save again.
Yeah, you're bang on the money there. That is incredibly efficient utility usage coming through from Selva. Smokes, flashes, mollies, just peppering the site even after they get control. They continue to force Detroit back there with solid flashes. 5-3. The creep back continues. Not going to be much of a contest here in terms of weapons being saved either. And Selva will get a 3rd on the board.
That's got to give them confidence as well, Selva, because, again, this was working on Mirage, just pretty much like direct hits into bomb sites, taking control. They haven't really exercised their right for mid-control yet. That's always been challenged by 2Game. They've been layering the utility here with the double mollies in towards doors, in towards window. So I expect at some point Selva are going to go A again, but they're going to incorporate the mid-fight. And I think that will be the next adjustment they're going to go with.
Well, this is the round that 2Game have to win to just maintain full control of this map, of this first half. Lose this,
True.
And it's just a level playing field against. Let's see what the setup's going to look like here for the CT side. First time they kind of feel like they're being tested to a degree here on Anubis. They've called for a pause as well. Here we go.
Do you believe in them?
I believe in Selva, yeah, I do. Took them a while to get going, but these past few rounds have looked pretty good from them. They haven't just tripped over and won these 3 rounds. I think they can keep it up. Especially because if we think of the way that 2Game were winning their opening rounds, was a Zariba masterclass with Detroit getting kills consistently. Fantastic flash, but Slash will swing out and actually keep Tomate alive.
What?
What a teammate.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And they're just going to go, but Pickle's actually doing such a good job with Hardzow. Oh, Hardzow just swivels. Remember, Tomate is still alive, sure, but he's on low HP. And between him and Knifin, they're able to push this into a 2v2.
Yeah, but health advantage massively in favor of 2Game at this point. There's still 3 flashes left for Selva to try and work with here. Plenty utility, full belts for both these retaking players on the CT side. As they start to dump their utility forward, they haven't got a kit. That's the key component they could be missing. Nathan will just hold the line for both. Okay, Nathan. That's the value of the AWP in the post plant.
That's mental. So good out of Nathan, but my goodness me. Selva are really now battling back for these rounds. Because 2Game have such a good hold here. Hardzow, Pickle, I keep calling it PKL. It's just so easy to get these multi-kills on the B-bomb site. And yet, Knifen's the one that goes really aggressive with the Tech-9 to create space for low HP Tomate. And he says, don't worry, I put you in this position now, and then I'll close the round later. That's exactly what happens. Look at the money. It's bashed to bits for 2Game.
Yeah, that's the round that kind of changes the complexion and the state of this game.
Yeah.
That round right there, that post plant. And it was really tough for them to even actually get onto the bomb site in the first place because Hardzow was doing such a good job locking it down. There was the incendiary E-box. Selva really had to force their way through the utility, through the players, to even earn a shot in the post plant. GBB, oh my goodness, took him a bit longer than I thought it would have to notice the head of Pickle, but both players will have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement there and get out with their life intact. Selva have control of middle with 4. Where do they go from here?
They don't really know either. They were expecting more people to be in mids, and it's like, okay, well, have they stacked? Is the money not really what we anticipate? Knifen's just going to smoke and now hold deep for a temple swing. Pickle will not give him that satisfaction. They are currently heading towards the speed bomb site with 35 seconds left, and there are 3 players here. Remember, Pickle can also rotate.
Yeah, it's true. This defense is stacked up right now. Mac-10 leads the charge. Good for damage, not a frag though. The players who come in afterwards will mop up. Fantastic multi coming through from Tomate, and that should be the round over.
Decisive, and trades are just so good. We spoke about it on Mirage really briefly. Just said, look, if Selva are able to trade efficiently, because we know that they can do it, because we saw it in that first map, this could be absolutely fine. And now they're doing that in a big way. This was a bloodbath going in favor of 2Game. 2Game were running away with this second map. You even joked and went, Dust 2? And suddenly Selva have now got, what, 5 rounds on the bounce? And potentially going to end this half 7-5, because that's the one that's looking feasible now. They are the ones that are in control, rather than the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. We've kind of flipped the script here with 5 rounds in a row. Even they're pushing into 3 players on the B bomb site with good util usage. I love how the Mac-10 just jumps in. Slash knows at that point that he is just cannon fodder. He knows he's going to die, but he's setting his teammates to come in afterwards. You always need that one player to offset the round. Someone happy to just have another death chalked up to their name, but as a result, get the round chalked up on the scoreboard. Could never be me, Brandon. I'm way too selfish. I'm the guy coming in 2nd or 3rd. Then again, my friends are all scrubs, so you can't fault me for using them.
Yeah, don't hate the player. Oh. Here we go, by the way. We're getting this A split. We're getting the aggression over towards main. Now we're going to get the mid control being established by Selva, and they limit tested it last round, and then they're going to come through camera. Detroit. Oh, no way.
Key shot to this there, puts Zariba on notice. He's got some support coming through from Pickle. Pressure starts to mount on the safe bomb site. Zariba playing around. The smoke becomes completely exposed.
There you go.
And Pickle, the supporting act, went down as well. Selva just wave after wave. And that's brilliant timing as well, Brandon, with the players coming through from camera.
Yeah, and why on earth would you expect that? That's the thing. Why would you expect that? And I literally said it like 2 rounds ago. I was like, they're going to do this adaptation where they go back towards A and they're going to split through camera. And what I love here is how much heavy pressure there is on A main. They're doing exactly the same utility as they have been doing against full gun rounds when they've been going in towards the safe bomb site, but they add the extra element of, firstly, pushing deep to overwhelm Detroit. Getting that kill is destiny. And then you're going one step further by walking through camera. So it works out perfectly. The way that they timed this round, exceptional. Flashbang really good on Lucas. Is Destiny able to grab the kill? Yes, he is. So suddenly, you're losing so many more resources here. Selva have taken the lead, and they've got the capacity to make it 7.
Oh, that kill just adds insult to injury. And the fact that Selva have got the lead here is incredible and ridiculous. I mean, they were down 0-5 at one point. They've won 6 in a row since then. Last round of the half, 2-game have to empty their pockets to afford what they can. And it's going to be a chance for Selva to actually make it 7-5. We were kind of joking how that would be kind of what they need out of the first half, and they're on the brink of making that a reality.
Well, Detroit at least finds Nathan. Will at least make this somewhat possible. They needed that, and they need Zariba to step up. He was so good on this A-bomb site, but has been lacking recently just because the amount of different pressure Selva has started to apply. They've adapted, he hasn't.
Feel like 2-game desperately need the last round of the half here as well, Brandon, to just kind of perk them up a little bit going into the second half. They can't go into their T side having lost 7 in a row. That will be a disaster. Detroit goes searching. His teammates have made their way through A main in the meantime, though, and they're just going to collapse on these players. GBB gets overwhelmed. Easy pickings here for the CT side. Very good proactivity from them. And this should be impossible now for Selva.
All right. Even though Selva were able to recover in that half, you still walk away with 6 on the CT side. So you got to look at both sides of the coin. 2-game did enough in the first stages where even if Selva came back, which they did, you're like, oh, okay, well, look, we've still got 6 guys. It's just okay. They're still in control here. They're still the ones, not with the momentum, but with the overall control of the game right now.
I think the pistol round here is going to be a big factor that kind of determines the shape the second half takes in terms of what you've just said, though. Could continue in that fashion if Selva win this pistol. Otherwise, I think 2-game, they win the pistol here, and it's like, right, back to business, fellas.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see. A lot of utility being brought forward into this one. No kit on anyone from Selva, so they're hoping to end the round pretty convincingly before it even really gets going.
All right, let's see. What's the play here? 3 sets of Julies. 3. Brandon, they've got 8 pistols on 5 players. That's
what?
I mean, 1 set of Julies, sure. 2 sets, okay, you're getting a bit randy. 3, this is downright outrageous.
Oh, they better bloody work. That's the reality of this. If they don't work, then you're worrying. But they are going into all these players with dualies.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, they
Oh,
didn't get any
no.
kills. They got no kills.
4 pistols, 0 frags. might be the USP here to actually get something done. How is Hardzao still alive? Don't you dare tell me he gets another kill. Hardzao is just toying with them at this point. Eventually he'll go down, but there's just no way back into the round from here for Selva.
How did that go so wrong? I mean, I guess it's because one of the dualies dinked the other one, which is not how that's really supposed to go. And Zariba's even hunting. I will take your Kevlar away. I will take your dual Berettas away. Nice dink. And the kill. That's how they're supposed to work. That's how they're supposed to work. Oh my god. You might kill everyone and still lose.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not about the round at large. It's about Tomate fighting to keep himself alive with the Julies and the smoke grenade. He's got Kevlar as well. And it looks like he'll be able to. Oh, there's going to be a fight here. Wide swing frag found. Ace for Tomate in a losing cause.
Crazy.
I mean, that is... There are, like, small implications from all those kills, you know. 2Game would have had a number of players staying alive with Kevlar.
They're buying.
Yeah, that... I guess... Maybe just feeling it off the back of Tomate's impact.
He's dropped an M4 to GBB, who's having a shocker. And he goes, I'll play dualies.
I mean, if that isn't a sign of belief, though, like, that would surely just lift your spirits as a teammate, right? If you have that sort of belief instilled in you. We saw how good GBB was on Mirage.
True. It is true. Where is he?
Good luck.
Somewhere in mid.
Yeah, there he is. You can see the M4 on the player with the X-ray. He is in towards mid at the moment. They could find himself where the action's going down. I'd like to see Selva kind of gamble here, which they are with 4 players in middle. But now that they've cleared mid out, they've got to start to reassess. They've got to try and move themselves into the safe bomb side at a rapid rate. The 2Game are on the scene. The rifles are here. The players are here for the CT side. This could get ugly very quickly.
Oh, Tamai got a headshot with the dualies. He's going around the corner for more. Slashes jump in, and it's the dual Berettas that are getting the
7
kills. This is ridiculous. And now if you're Detroit, you're stuck, and you have to go B. But can you even go B? Because there's one player on this bomb site, and now he's moved over towards B main knife, and they're going to have no idea that he's here. This is quite a common reposition. But Hardzao, hard pressed to clear it, and Knife immediately deletes. Detroit needs this kill, needs to get this trade, and suddenly everyone is swarming, not only from CT, but also from Connector. Detroit has to go in towards B. Knife is still applying the squeeze, still applying this pressure. Is there any way he can make this happen? I doubt it, because he's now just been dinked. Unbelievable.
Well, there's a lot to talk about in that round. First of all, Tomate is just the hero with his Julies, getting 5 kills in the pistol and then 2 frags there in the force buy as well. The M4A1S he drops, gets 2 kills in the mix as well. 1 on GBB, 1 on Nathan or Destiny, whoever it was who comes through in the back there from long. That's just brilliant work. Hardzao, Nathan, as you say, does a really good job to also reposition the back of B main, catch the first player off guard, disrupt the plant. What a round for Selva to win in the grand scheme of things, Brandon.
They make that decision to force buy it as well, right? And that just keeps the pressure on, because you lose this, you're looking at 2Game going 9-6 up, feeling really good about it. Instead, Selva have now got the capacity to take the lead in this if they're able to convert against this force buy. That round right there, that's setting them up to win this game 2-0.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That is the round that you can draw back to and have a look at and say, tap that round. That's where it fell apart. That's where the wheels came off. But 2Game can also kind of negate the impact of that round if they can win this force by here. And they're in a pretty good position as things stand, because there's only 2 players make that. 1 player on the safe bomb site. Slash hasn't been spotted. Can he find a multi? Surely not, right? Surely he's running out of ammo. Gets overwhelmed. He bought a little bit of time, but it's an even numbers game here in the retake.
Yeah, deep nades in camera, deep nade in sight. Oh my god, they're so softened up. But all it would take is a couple of clicks out of the Galil. Knife's just making sure no one's in the corner. They got time to work with. There's a kit on GBB, and now the kills are starting to be collected. And they now know where both of these players are. Detroit's on low HP. It should be the collection. It should be the collection. They got to start getting on that bomb soon. There we go. Okay. This is the weirdest way to end this round. Finally, Destiny locked it in. I did not expect that to be so drawn out.
Yeah, it does get a little bit spooky at one point there, but Selva will come away with the win, at least a plant for 2-game mains, maybe some upgraded pistols. Pickles dropped the hero AK, but it will be the eco for 2-game. Selva have got the lead.
No, what are you doing?
Not a fan of the hero AK here?
No.
I mean, they're going to get what?
They're on second stage loss. Yeah.
So he'll have
AK no armor.
Yeah, Galil armor, more like. But still, I do get where you're coming from. See if maybe that AK on Hardzao can find some sort of a miraculous impact.
Mind you, I was grimacing in the same way when GBB was dropped it by Tomato, so maybe I'm just incredibly pessimistic. I mean, I'm British, so it makes sense.
I mean, that was on a force fight at least, though. That was everybody going all in.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like one guy doing it, and then you're just wrecking your money. That's what I don't like. It makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. Let's see.
Okay, well, they are going to be grouping up and trying to head in towards the, say, bomb site. Tomate has still got a smoke grenade at his disposal, and it's going to be really well timed. Oh, Hardzao tries to peek just before the smoke blooms. Nothing on office. They'll go for the boost instead. Tomate does look somewhat prepared for this, though. Yeah. And there we go. Hardzao ventures up, and he comes out on top.
Fair enough, Hardzao. I mean, it works. You can't recover this rifle. There was one flashbang. GBB has just flanked them. Detroit will grab a kill back. So it is a 3 versus 3. There's a guy in mid in Lucas, but there's still one more player in Destiny over at Water. So that's why this 2-player setup. Yeah, exactly. Time's now such a burden. Lucas will now step in. Knifer needs to grab this kill, and he can't do it. No way. Time now ticking. You can hear Destiny rotate over. PKL plant safe. And now you know where both these players are. It's going to be really difficult. They can just swing together at the same time. Feels like 2-game are going to make this happen. There's no kit unless there's one on the site. And Destiny is just being chipped away even further. Pickle and his hero AK will get the job done. Fair enough. I'm sorry.
I was not familiar with your game. I mean, it is a really disastrous round for Selva to lose, though. That was their moment to go up 9-7 and really start to pull ahead and put some serious pressure on that 2-0. But they've lost against the hero AK Eco after GBB gets that multi on the flank. I mean, Lucas was a massive key in that round to unlock the A bomb site coming through from middle as well, it must be said.
I can't believe Lucas
and now
is
you win
able
this as
to
2
do
game.
that, yeah.
9-8, anti-eco, 10-8, completely different states of the map all of a sudden.
Alright, this map's now turned into a massive mess. And you know what? That's fun. So I don't mind it at all, right? You got Famos MP9, 5.7s, disaster potentially for Selva, but they made it work with less before. Let's see what happens. A reminder, the more this goes on, the more rounds get traded back and forth like this. It's only going to benefit the T side in the long term. Because they'll always have money, and the CTs will run out. And they'll run out a lot sooner.
They're very happy to play this sort of a game. Thing is, now we shift the conversation in the opposite direction. We say, okay, 2-game against the 4-spy. Win this. Earn a really good position. Flash is great to blind up Zariba. Not going to be at risk of losing his life, but it does kind of deny him some information.
You're almost hoping that forces them away from A.
Because
look at this. Everyone's retaking middle now. Nate breaks open the smoke. They don't bite down on it, Selva. They're just waiting.
Oh, Lucas in middle is going to have a couple players on his screen at a moment's notice, and he's able to deal with the first good damage done to Slash. So Nate's desperately trying to force the frag, and he will, but there's so much damage being done by this T side. Detroit with Yorp will get in on the act as well. And they now know where both these remaining CTs are. GBB low finds a frag, but should never be able to get anything done from here. Zariba, he's just stunting on GBB right now. He's going to close the gap. He's going to push forward with the 5-7. I thought he would have gone for the Yorp there for that instant kill potential. Doesn't work out, and 2-game regain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the major sometimes that even if you put the scope next to someone, the bullet's not going to connect. So he wants to go with the old reliable on the 5-7. If he had a little bit more health, that would have worked out in his favor, and then that would have been potentially very spicy. Full eco, 2-game, you assume we're going to go up to double digits here. And control, normality, it's been restored.
And if Selva do go on to look at lose this map, we will go back and have a look at that round and think, yeah, pistols, 1 AK, that was their moment. Couldn't put the game away at that point, and they could pay the ultimate price.
Terrorists win.
And because of all this sort of financial repercussion, they're not going to have an AWP here either. So Knifen won't be allowed that. You're not going to have all the bits of util. Look at the lack of flashbangs in particular on Destiny, Knifen, GBB. It's a stark contrast to what they would have wanted. This is the buy that Selva need to convert. And 2-game, it looks like they're going to look to be a little bit more aggressive here in the opening.
And I love that. I really like the pivot and the change-up in this sort of a round when you know there's so much on the line for Selva. Lucas will combine his nade with the spray through the smoke. That'll collect Destiny. And in the meantime, Pickle starts to take the space afforded to him as a result in A main. It's Tomatoes here who's sliding out of position. This is going to be the worst possible timing. Maybe not. Has he been spotted? It looks like it's
Yes.
Zariba is searching. And there we go. Round over.
That is a ridiculous timing. That's so horrible for Selva. But I really enjoyed watching this style of 2-game because Mirage, it looked really flat. Here it feels like they've got a lot more ideas. They've been a lot more active, and they're just taking the fight to Selva. It's been really good to see, especially Zariba, Detroit. Like they had really quiet games on Mirage, and they step up immediately on their pick.
This is where it starts to get very concerning. I mean, if both these players can stay alive, which they can't, in fact, GBB is going to be the only one, and even then there might be a bit of a contest. This has got 12-8 written all over it before Selva reinvest. I'm thinking Dust 2 is almost inevitable at this point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's done. I cannot see them coming back here. They're at a point where they can buy a little bit, but they're going to be on like 5-7s. Knife will have to save if he wants the AWP. No, this is Dust 2 written all over it, mate. And unfortunately, we're in another tech pause. So it's going to be quite tricky to make this one happen. And I'm not sure. I think Selva have just
They've
crashed
pooped the
out.
bed, Brandon.
Yep, they have.
I'm afraid to say. They had their moment. They had their opportunity. They couldn't seize it. And now they're paying the ultimate price.
They screwed the pooch. Whoa, that's not where that smoke goes.
Yeah, that's probably a missed E-box smoke, I'd imagine. Makes the most sense.
It won't change the round. It's okay. Should have had
They've looked
dualies,
really
mate.
robust on these in these rounds on the T side. Just really happy to play defaults round in and round out. Let Selva have their fun, just systematically and methodically take control. Very good at kind of shifting the focus in the round and then pouncing on the less expected side of the map.
I know he's only got a 5-7 there, but the peek in for slashes there in mid is just so unnecessary. Like, you just got the kill. Why would you then wide swing? Not sure. Where's the bomb? It's on hard sell, and he's making his way towards it. Okay. I was like, this is taking ages, guys. Where have we gone?
Yeah, all's well and ends well. I mean, at this point, Selva just looking for kills. They're going to have to win 4 rounds in a row just to force us into overtime. It's a tall order. DT side, Anubis, especially with the way they've been losing their rounds. It just hasn't been convincing ever since they lost to that eco. And Detroit is looking dialed in as well. From start to finish here on Anubis. Himself and Zariba having a phenomenal game. Everybody chipping in, everybody else contributing when required.
Yeah, it's just looking so good. So impressed with what's been happening here for 2 game. Knifin not even allowed to kill hards now, which means he loses that 8k. I mean, he'll be buying an AWP anyway. But that could have gone to a teammate. That could have gone to GBB. And GBB and Mirage compared to GBB and Anubis has been hot and cold.
Yeah, we just haven't gotten the same level out of most of the individuals here for Selva. I'm afraid Knifin / GBB all on 9 kills. Destiny, negative KD. I mean, if it wasn't for Tomate's ace and the 2 kills in the round afterwards, he'd also be having a pretty tough time of it. And that was in a losing cause, so it's not like he got much impact out of that. This is it, Selva. Got to step up or step out. Dust 2 waiting in the wings, about to take center stage.
And Pickle's going to go toe-to-toe GBB. Just drops the molly in, forces GBB back. He hears the sound cue. That's enough for him. He knows exactly what's going on now. And GBB in this corner, mate, you are 1,000,000% going to get spammed there. Surely.
Yeah, Zariba does dump some utility into A main after the initial presence shown over towards B. Just kind of hoping that maybe that draws some attention away from the B bomb site here. And 2 game have gone A quite often throughout the half, so could be an element of conditioning coming into the equation. It's going to be a big second wave in on this B bomb site at a moment's notice. They still have that util left remaining, and there we go. It will start to make its way into this B bomb site. And Selva have just kind of been locked out all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can't really go for this. I mean, Knife's rotated over, flashbang to go through, but Destiny's fine because of it. Knifin will still grab one, but GBB has also fallen, but Knifin is just destroying them. There was a gap on the temple smoke. Knifin's found 3. There's a chance. There's a small chance for Selva to be able to clutch this and extend play.
Man advantage for them to work with. Hards are desperately trying to root Destiny out of position. Plant's not going to be enough to do it. He will full commit to the plant the second time round. Destiny commits to the swing. It's Hards are left remaining. Dancing around the bomb site. Smart shot from Selva to just work in tandem. They're swinging the same side of the site so that they don't get isolated. Tomate will seal the deal and Selva live to fight for another day.
Can't lie, I was really scared that they were going to line up. I mean, well, what a round out of Knifin. They threw 1 smoke there. 2 game, and it landed, and I think it was designed to get both CT and Temple, but just throw the normal one then, if you're doing that. That felt like either a miss smoke or a really weird smoke that didn't have the outcome that they wanted. Knifin just took full advantage of it. And that was even after the failed flashbang attempt to get GBB / Destiny through the smoke and take a fight. Because that didn't work whatsoever. So Knifin goes, all right, I'll do it myself. And he gets 3.
Yeah, like you say, there's a slight gap in that smoke. That's why he keeps getting the smoke kill in the kill feed. And I'm like, wait, is he just straight up smoke banging these guys out 3 frags? Because that would be ridiculous, but was playing around the edge of the smoke. Anyway, that's 1 of 4 required. That's only 25% of the job done. Still a long way back. Great self-flash from Zariba. This guy owns A main. T-side, CT side, it doesn't matter. Requires no support or resources.
It's so good. Oh, but that's even better. Knifen's able to get the opening kill. Maybe Selva aren't done with Anubis yet. They would need 6 CT rounds. They've already got 3 of them. And this starts off well. However, Zariba's ahead of this A main smoke. And you've got Detroit that was ahead of the mid smoke. They really want to take this space. They really want to prioritize dealing with Zariba. But they just can't. He's insane.
Oh man, another multi-kill coming through from him. Really ruling the roost of A main in both halves here. Knifen's had a great impact in the past few rounds with the Zorp, but he's going to get shut down here. 2v4, looking like game over for 2 game. Dust2 is going to be taking over here in this playoff matchup. Detroit looking to seal the deal. It's going to be Hards out to finish it off, and 2 game have leveled up the series.
Yeah, well played. And it's just Zariba. Zariba 22 kills. And yeah, Detroit's on 22 as well. But the amount of impact Zariba's having on both CT side and even in that round just there. Selva really wanted to deal with him. They couldn't deal with him. He belonged and he owned all of A main there on Anubis. And now you look at this and you're like, okay, well, that was a really good response in from 2 game. What are we going to get on Dust 2? And what Selva are we going to get on Dust 2? I think that map really highlighted the lack of officials they've been playing recently, because there's a lot of silly mistakes in that.
Yeah, we certainly saw it coming to sort of fruition, coming to what we thought might be the case, coming to life there, unfortunately, as the way they fell apart on Anubis. Like you say, Dust 2 up next. There's going to be a break between now and Dust 2. Could serve Selva quite well, just having a little bit of an intermission and a bit of a breather to gather themselves. As for 2 game, I mean, they might be going through from the Swiss for a short break. Okay, wakey time, everybody. The third map here in this first game of the day. Yes, first game of the day. Scheduled start for the second game of the day was checks notes 10 minutes ago. We're starting the third map because of tech delays from both teams. However, we're finally live, Brandy, and we're getting into the action on the decider.
Yeah, we are, and immediately, Destiny's found this first kill. Scaling up long. I forgot we're even on Dust 2. But Selva's going to be taking all this space in towards the bomb side. They're being peppered, and Slash has still managed to find a kill off the back of it, and they want even more. This is ridiculous damage now being inflicted onto Pickle, and he's still making a challenge of it. That is until GBB is able to put him down. 4v2, it should be a Selva round, and it isn't yet. Detroit's hit a shot, so Zariba, no way, no way. 4v2, make it a 1v2, this shouldn't be happening, and he's run out of bloody ammo, he's run out of ammo, there is no way.
Wait, did he pick up a USP?
He picked up a P250.
But it couldn't have had no bullets left in the magazine.
It had no bullets in it.
Oh my goodness, how many shots were fired by that P250? How have they lost the pistol round? 4v2? They knew exactly where both those two game players are retaking from? That's a disaster. Oh, Selva, what have you just done?
I'll do the behind the scenes as well. Someone from 2Game has gone to one of the other players' houses and has set up his PC and played there because he's got no internet. So one of them
like
is playing
5 minutes ago. Yeah.
One of them's playing on a dodgy setup and has just won a 2v4.
Okay, we've seen Selva have a bit of a proficiency or a proclivity, should I say, for falling apart when they lose rounds they should have won. They tend to linger longer than they should. I wonder if that's going to happen here again. It happened on Anubis. They played against a hero AK and 4 pistols. They lost that round, and that's what kind of broke them apart on that map.
No, you're right. You are right.
Can't afford for that to happen here again. Force spine response after losing the pistol, and they have been able to find an opening kill. Looking to split the map down. The middle Slash is disconnected. Mid jump across. Slash is DC'd. And that was the weird one, because it was like, he disconnected instantly. It's not like he was timed out for 5 seconds before he DC'd. Must have just been kicked from the server for whatever reason, a game crash. Oh man, Destiny going to try and get a frag back to regain that man advantage, and he's managed that. Zariba's gone down as well with just 1 kill to his name. So Selva, well, they barely make up 100 health between the 3 of them, but they have got a man in the surplus.
Oh, well, not anymore. And now you're walking into, look, Detroit's low. They might not know about how low both these players are. Detroit's going to be sent in first, and then Lucas is going to have to trade. Time's ticking, no kit, bomb already halfway gone. Tomate gets the first. Lucas has lost track of where both Tomate and Destiny are, and unfortunately for Lucas, it isn't going to help. You do get that DC. Slashes is back, and we're just going to play like nothing happened. Okay.
Okay, well, that's a saving grace that we're not going to have to pause here for Slashes to reconnect. And at least it doesn't cost Selva the round. It felt like that would have been a pretty brutal way for them to actually lose the round. So straight back to win ways off the back of losing a 4v2 pistol. That'll help putting the round behind them, leaving it in their distant memory. I feel like there's been a few times where we could invoke the Trump meme here of they don't know what the F they're doing, because it kind of feels that way between these two teams in some instances in the series.
I think that's fair, but it's just been so awful. So some of these rounds.
There's been some ridiculous moments.
And knowing Luke he's gonna find all these kills at the 5-7. Oh no, he got flashed. So unfortunately for him, not gonna happen. Pickle is still alive. Tomate now waiting. And there's been a push. Keep your eye on Zariba because he is in upper tunnels and he can definitely backstab one of these players. And because of all this info, they've got the right read.
Yeah, Pickle and Detroit going to be in position. Flash is really good to force Detroit back initially, but he'll still slide back for a second peek. He lands an instant headshot. He's now tagged to mate. I mean, I don't see any way Selva could recover, and it might just require Detroit. What a brilliant individual effort from him.
Okay, well, there's another wild and wacky round, all based on the fact that Zariba pushes tunnels, gets the info, Detroit rotates over, and it feels like he's the only one on that bomb site. He's just hitting all of them with the scout. Now we get this weird and wacky, wonderful back and forth between these two teams, and normally when this happens, 2Game always come out on top.
Yeah, that's true. That has been the trend throughout the series so far. I'm trying to pay attention to the cameras here for 2Game and have a look at who's actually had to move their setup. I think it's Zariba. I think Zariba looked like he may have been in a different location from what we've seen out of him in the past couple of maps. So hopefully that's not going to disrupt his game too much, because he was just mega on Anubis. He had a great game there. Huge factor in their success was Zariba. Definitely not Detroit, that's for sure.
It should be their round, although every time I say that, it goes the other way. But Detroit is saying, no, no, no. I'm going to make sure this round is definitely 2 games. Bomb's been planted. They've got kits. Detroit keeps hitting headshots. Detroit might just take over this game. Harjao will also find Nathan. It is all up to Slashes to know exactly where he is, and he can't even deal with Pickle. So 3-1, and now the money's gone.
Detroit is capable of doing that, by the way. He's capable of just taking over these games and having really big individual efforts. Pop off with the AWP. We've seen some good moments throughout the series, but he's really lit up the scoreboard here on Dust 2. I mean, those scout headshots were really clean with the AK at range. Some really good headshots as well. And that's going to be the first team to string consecutive rounds together here on Dust 2. Sending Selva into eco territory. Of course, this is the first game of the day. If you're joining the stream now looking for Odic versus Bounty Hunters, well, I wouldn't fault you, because you would have just cleared out your calendar and thought, you know what I've got going on at 6 p.m. CET? I'm watching Bounty Hunters and Odic. That is going to be my Tuesday evening. However, we've had some delays here, Brandon. That game has just been pushed back slightly. Just slightly, though.
Oh, I love that nade line. Okay, Detroit is going to farm on D2. I've decided in the few rounds we've seen, he's going to get like 30 kills and 2Game are going to win.
Well, the last time Brandon made this prediction, it was Brutmonster dropping 30 to win, and he did exactly that against Partisan 4-0 tenacity. So, and it was on this map.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go against you again. Detroit up to 11 kills here inside 5 rounds, averaging more than 2 kills a round. Good luck keeping up those numbers.
You know what? And I was also very much into the Selva storyline, and the Mirage looked really good. Oh, oh no, not another one. I actually think it's going to be a blowout if they can keep all their players. I think 2Game are going to run away with this one quite convincingly.
The crazy thing about that is that 2Game were the one who are having all the tech issues between the second and the third map, and normally that's just a massive disruption for a team. Having to have a player set up in a new environment, different desk, different chair, no time to warm up from all the tech issues straight into the game. However, that clearly hasn't disrupted them at all. And like I was saying, Detroit can have these massive pop-off games. The problem more with Detroit tends to be his consistency. But you're not looking for consistency when it's just one map you're asking for. It's not like we're talking about a 3-month span. They just need Detroit to have this map right here, right now, as he is so far. I mean, you can't expect him to continue in this form. That would just be completely unrealistic. But if they can just keep up a high level from him throughout this map, then yeah, it could be enough for 2Game.
Oh, okay. Well, GBB, he's the win factor. He is the win factor for this team of Selva.
Yeah.
Harjao
on Anubis
has fallen to GBB, so it's a 3-on-2, but Detroit's alive.
Yeah, GBB had a really tough day in the office in the previous map. There's been a long break between then and now, though. Maybe that'll help him just mentally reset. I'm right there with you. A big win factor for Selva is GBB.
This is weird. They got no info on the B bomb site, and they're going to rotate over towards B anyway. I suppose you've caused so much commotion in towards middle. Destiny will now... Sorry, not towards middle, towards long. Destiny now starts flexing his muscles over here, and he goes, do you know what? It's clear. He doesn't even clear any angles, really. There we go. Now he will. It's fine. Everything's okay. And you got this player being really cringe, but I love it. Just playing really deep outside lowers.
Yeah, I mean, if they even give the retake a gander, they'll be dead on the cross before they even get to tunnels to get into the bomb site. But not even going to feel this one out. Detroit and Zariba will head for the hills, and Selva will get themselves back to winning ways. Good skirmish out towards long. GBB, the difference maker, right? Because there's 2 kills for 2 game, but GBB gets 3. That's what gets the man advantage. That's what pulls all the attention in towards the A bomb site, creates the space over at B. Perfectly read by Selva. And they'll double up their round count.
True that.
Terrorists win.
At least by saving this, not only do you keep the orb, but you prevent, obviously, investing one. You know, Harjao, Lucas has still got plenty of money. Zariba could even drop Pickle. So, like, you're good. You're fine. I think it is Zariba. I think you're right. Oh, bless you.
It does. I can't say for sure. The only way we'd be able to tell is we go back and have a look at the VOD, and then we can see exactly what setup he had for the previous 2 maps. But I'm not sure I care that
enough.
much. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if we really wanted to figure it out, that would be the fail-safe
Someone
way.
do it in Twitch chat. Come on, there's a lot of you here. Someone can go do it. I've got to focus on casting the game because Nike found another opener on long.
After long gained up for Selva, just rolling up their sleeves, brute forcing their way out to get this early control. Plenty time to play with those. They've got options available, but it looks like they're just going to keep it simple and direct.
Flashbang's over. Oh, and Detroit will hit the shot, and Pickle just comes around the corner. At least Detroit is traded. You now know a player's in towards CT, but you can't get rid of PKL. I keep alternating his name, but he's alternating the angles, and he's able to find these kills consequentially. Selva might be able to get the bomb down, but it's a 3v2, and there are kits available, and they're already here.
Oh, Nathan is looking to try and make a move. He knows he can't just remain on the bomb site as a sitting duck, but Zariba will to swing out the smoke. No, it's Hardzao who's come through the smoke. Zariba's the one scaling up the boxes. And 2 game will go up 5-2. Selva, they win a round, they lose the round immediately afterwards, and it's back to square one.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, back to square one is right. What a disaster. I mean, a big moment here from Pickle, who's just able to get 2 kills whilst being the known entity here for the 2 game. The fact that Detroit still takes one to the grave. Look at the difference, by the way. 12-3 on Detroit, 1-6 on Nathan.
Yeah, stark contrast. I mean, Nathan isn't necessarily the same sort of AWPer in terms of the explosive style. He's more of like a supportive post up on an angle, but he'll win out the duel in this round. That's a key kill coming through from Nathan. Straight to the smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
No, this is scary. Zariba. Oh, managed to make Destiny get the team kill. Didn't even notice that. That's funny.
He did. Got the assist. Kind of makes it a bit more of a doable equation here. It looks like they may consider reaggressing into tunnels. Lucas is the one who's pushing forward, and Nathan's missed a shot. That could have been the shot to put the round away.
If you're seeing all this aggression towards B, though, you know that they've overinvested in this bomb site. So moving in towards lower here is a good move, or you can still exec anyway on towards B because you're going to assume that they gamble rotating away. And that has happened only once.
You don't want to play with assumptions when you have a man advantage.
True.
You don't want to take those sorts of gambles, I don't think.
Just go short then.
Yeah, exactly. Group up with numbers and go for the safe option, even if it's predictable.
Hardzao not looking at short is concerning. He will now. Oh no, I don't think he's going to be here in time. He is, but can he get away? Not quite. And GBB will remove. Zariba on low HP will actually get rid of that AWP in Nathan, and now he can scoop it up and potentially use it for himself. 2v1. He's going to give this a look in. He's going to go around towards long on a really fast timing, and they're going to expect him shortly, but
Yeah,
not
there
now.
we go. Yeah, but it is in the back of their minds. That's why they're repositioning smartly, and Zariba's are so incredibly low. That's why he's not going to commit here. He was thinking, okay, let me just feel this one out, come through from long. If I can find one, catch one napping, I stand a chance in the 1v1. But with there being nothing on offer, yeah, he'll just call it a day here. 5-3 rounds going back and forth between these two teams.
Is the AWP going to blow towards him? Oh no, GBB's got to scoot it up. Okay, well that answers my question.
That AWP would have to go cross country over the building and just land in front of him and put. Wouldn't that be amazing? Imagine like a drone delivery, just dropping it off. 5-3. Again, Selva looking to string rounds together here. They haven't been able to do that as of yet throughout this map. All rounds won in isolation.
At least they are remaining a bit competitive here. I haven't seen the cross. Very default otherwise for Selva. For 2 game, it's 3 players out long, and they've been doing this quite a lot. And Hardzao is ridiculously close with this HE. Is he going to break the smoke, wait for a flash of his teammate and go? Or is he just going to... Oh, okay. Throw it in towards lower. I've never seen that before, but that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a cheeky one. No damage done, though. There's a big emphasis on middle here from both these teams. 2 on the opposite side of the doors for the CTs. And basically all 5 of the Ts just clustered up in middle as things stand. Now where do they go from here? Just pressuring short, trying to pull attention on towards that A bomb site, but could pivot into middle at a moment's notice.
Could. Will they? So many of these smokes just consistently being deployed. There's the mid to B. 40 seconds, and it will be this commitment. Hardzao, gets completely nailed by Destiny. Now Zariba's in a tough task. Pickle, he's going to be a little bit of a nuisance here. He's just going to push through the smoke directly. Zariba's doing a really good job, but he is eventually overwhelmed by that presence by GBB. And that means that Pickle cannot get that kill on Knife and 3v3. Surely you give this a go. You know one is low.
Man, what could have been had Hardzao finished off that kill, though, on the low health player? That would have given them the man advantage and made this retake a whole lot more doable. Molly, Incendiary, Smoke. They've got utility at their disposal as they look to try and breach back into this B bomb site. They have got a kit at their disposal as well, but Tomates has torn the head off Lucas, and that's probably going to spell the end of the round.
Don't understand why your player in towards window is peeking when your guy in towards tunnels is a million miles away. And Detroit's throwing flashbang, sure, but then you're relying so much on the window player actually getting the kill, because if he doesn't, you have to save because Pickle is just ridiculously far away. That the timing of that retake felt really off here for 2 game, and my prediction was wrong. They're closing the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unlikely, but it could still come true. I will say I agree with you. I feel like you just have to combine better with the pressure from tunnels and window/door at the same time. Just isolate themselves, make life a whole lot more doable for Selva at that point. And now, 2 game are going to have to eco. Detroit has got that AWP that he carried over, and he's looking to try and find impact early on here. Already in towards tunnels with this sniper. I really like that he's playing on the front foot here in this round. Recognizes that he has to be a hero.
In fact, the kills have come in off the riflers. Pickle's been able to grab one. Flashbang isn't going to affect Detroit. Detroit playing a very dangerous game here. Soon realizes it and gets out. But it's this double setup on B that needs to hold.
And Pickles here with the rifle. Oh, head maybe. Spots Destiny, takes it clean off. Lucas will get one back, though, with the USP. Highly unlikely. He's gotten another Lucas. How on earth have you managed both of those kills? Knifing can't affect the trade. GBB, the next man into the equation, but Detroit is posted on the angle. Selva lost to an eco round on Anubis, and they crumbled after that.
No.
And they're going to lose to an eco here again.
How? How has he got 2 kills? Firstly, How have Selva got into the B bomb site there with no trade? Secondly, how's a USP no armor got 2 kills?
And taken 8 damage, by the way.
That's the joke. That really is the joke. Maybe Slashes can make this happen, but he's got no health. He's now just trying to plant for short. He's fumbling. And Luke will lock it in. Fair play, mate, but what on earth was that?
Yeah, how has he gotten both those kills and taken only 8 damage in the process? That's remarkable there from Lucas. And again, a really brutal round for Selva to lose, not just because they lost to an eco, but think about the grand scheme of things. That was the round to make 5-all, close the gap entirely, maybe get the lead going into next. You win that, no money for the CT side. 7-5 is right there. Boom. Now, it's a completely different world. The butterfly effect. It's going to be 6-4, a 4-spy here from Selva. Should be 7-4, lose that, and 8-4. So, not ideal, but those are hypotheticals. It's numbers out towards long for both these teams again, and this time 2-game will come out on top of the skirmish.
Yeah, playing a lot better. I mean, look at what they're working with, though, Selva. Like, they've got absolutely nothing. So they feel like they're going to commit in towards long. To be fair, when they be going out long, more often than not, GBB has been the one getting these kills. But it hasn't happened this time. And you could walk out of this, funnily enough, with only Lucas being that casualty. 4 alive is brilliant just for the future wealth. Even if there's 1 round left, it still is better for 2 games. Zariba on this angle, Destiny, you feel like won't clear him. He's not able to get the best of him. This could be 8-4. Look at the money. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. That's why losing to the eco is so incredibly costly. Because of the implications and the consequences. Sure, at the end of the day, it's just a round on the board, but it's the effect that it has on the rest of the half. Tech 9s, barely any utility, just a sprinkling, man. Light on the seasoning. Strength in numbers is the name of the game here for Selva. Who tunnels into mid. Smoke has expired though, so to cross they're going to have to expose themselves.
Why's Har... Oh, okay. Harzard's got a Zeus. Alright. Well, let's see.
Go on, mate. Get the Zeus out, stand behind the doors.
It's just... I hate it. I hate it so much. It's a great incendiary. Oh my god, look at the incendiary damage. CT Molly, eat your heart out. That was so much damage. And Zariba's able to clean up easily. 8-4 to 2 game.
I mean, the incendiary does do a huge amount of damage there, but that's just because they stand in it for like 5 seconds. It still kind of feels a bit ridiculous that they can stand in it for that long and still walk out with half health. But what it does do is just tenderize them and make it so that when they do push into middle and start taking fights, it's so much more difficult. Tagged up 8-4, 2 game, in control. 5 rounds, Brandon. That's all they need here in the second half, and they eliminate Selva. Selva haven't played an official for 6 weeks, at least as far as HLTV goes. This could be their first game in ages, and their last for a while.
What a shame. But you're right, it really could be.
Massive pistol around here for Selva. How fruitful have the pistols even been for Selva in the series? Because
50-50, to be honest. It's been quite even.
Did they win both on Anubis? I mean, either? I'll have to go back and check. It was such a long time ago.
I think it was one each on Anubis. I think. I want to say that.
Nope, 2 game, 1 both.
Really? Wow.
And they won the first year and Dust 2 as well.
Oh my god.
Numbers
and
out
now,
towards long.
looks like Selva are going to take this pistol at least. I mean, oh my goodness me, they are destroying them.
Well, they basically had the whole team out towards long. Perfectly placed. Fights offered up. Frags found. It's exactly what Selva needed to start off the second half.
say that all day long.
And now the easiest round of the map so far for Selva. Just against the
Yeah.
blocks, no contest at all. Mopping them up. Going to keep 5 players alive. And reducing the gap to 2 rounds.
Do you like this little Glock skin that Detroit's got?
Yeah, I
Gold
do
tooth.
actually.
I really like it.
I'm a big fan as well.
I bought one when they first came out. They're just brilliant. I don't know. It's just so funny. It reminds me of Cars.
Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison, actually. Cars was such a goodie. I'm not really massive. I'm not really like a massive fan of personification in animation movies. It's obviously like pretty common, but Cars did it so well. Here we go, first gun round of the second half. Couple for Masters MP9, 2 M4s in play. Basically a bonus round here for Selva. What do they got to offer up for us? What did 2Game look like in their first gun round? AK's utility.
For a region that is so good at being aggressive and active as South America, the CT sides have been the best just all series long. Like Anubis, it was pretty CT sided. Dust 2, we've had 8-4 half now, pistol conversion. Almost feels like 2Game need to break that mold if they want to take this series, because even though I've been complaining about Selva and how rough they've been looking, it's weird because even though it's 8-4, the half feels great. It's MR12, so suddenly you could be all even with not a lot to do. You smoked mid to B, you've thrown a couple of bullets their way. Hardzao has just now reclaimed that space, and they're still going to go short anyway. They are not deviating. That's a really big kill. Knifin is pushing, and he's seen the bomb. What'd you do now? Where'd you go?
The thing is, Knifen's gotten a little bit ahead of the game there. You only really want to commit and activate on your big flank once the T's have committed onto either bomb side or to take some sort of control. Otherwise, they're always going to be looking out for the flank. And, well, now 2Game do start to work onto the, say, bomb side. They have been afforded full control, man advantage as well. Selva may just have to pack their bags. I don't know if they can afford to roll the dice here.
No, they're saving. I'll tell you what, I want to give a lot of praise here to Hardzao, because by him actually going out middle and then sliding in towards that smoke, they bit down massively Selva on that mid to B when it was a bit of a fake because they had no info since Knifin died. But Hardzao just keeps them there, and he also gets the valuable info. Oh, by the way, guys, there's 2 in CT. That means that ramp's going to be clear, more than likely. Goose is going to be clear. He also saw the player in towards top window. So it was so easy for 2Game to get these trades. And then they knew exactly what was going to happen as soon as the bomb got planted. All because of that info relayed by one player just walking out mid-doors.
Yeah, I feel like that's just the experience coming through in heaps from Hardzao, because you look at the names on the server, Hardzao's played at the highest level out of everybody here. So I think that's a really good point that you make, and great to see him contributing in that department. Very good read from him, and well, it's one thing reading the situation so well, it's another thing knowing how to play to the read, how to take advantage of what's unfolding ahead of you. Should you zig, should you zag? And you win this gun round here as 2Game, and you take a massive step in the direction of closing out the series.
You do, but the first half was pretty back and forth, so we'll see if Selva can now dish out that same damage. 2Game immediately taking short. That's where they found success in the last round. Is Knifin there with the AWP? I got no idea.
Yeah, your guys' guess is as good as ours.
I imagine he's long holding the car angle, if I had to
Looks
assume.
like it.
Yeah,
that
here's
would make
Destiny.
the most sense for sure. He's definitely not the close guy long. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Bang on the money.
3 points. It's scary that they're not looking at short, especially with all this pressure that Destiny is relieved in middle. They're really banking it's going to be mid to B, and they're bang on the money. This is a really good read out of Selva.
Oh yeah, they're all in on this mid to B. You can see that the bomb's now going back through tunnels. In fact, there's going to be most of the players coming through from tunnels here for this T side.
Oh, it's a B to B.
Oh. Yeah, just going to be one player sort of lurking through middle. Slash is disconnected though. It doesn't look like that should affect the round all that much because he was the long player. He wouldn't have had a say in what goes down on the speed bomb site. Tamae gets the first frag. He gets traded out. There's still 2 more players, but that came from GBB in the back of the bomb site. Will lay down the law. First frag found from him. He doubles down. This is where the disconnect from Slash is costly.
Time. Have they got it?
No.
Oh, he does.
Oh, only just.
That's huge. Oh, look, knife and trades. This would be a 2v1. This would be a 2v1, but it's not. And instead, Knifen's going to play the guessing game. He's going to gamble that Detroit is going to peak, but Detroit doesn't in this 1v1. Knows that Knifen's on the AWP, hasn't got a kit, can't go for it. He's saving 2 game, go up to 10 in a dramatic fashion.
Yeah, that is really, really unfortunate that Slash disconnects there. Because had he stayed in the game, then that's the extra man on the retake. Then they've got the 2v1 essentially because Knifen's able to kill that player in middle as the CT smoke fades. Massive problems for Selva, Brandon, because they had the read there, they had the setup. There were 3 players in towards that B bomb site, but still doesn't prove to be enough.
It's so awful that Slash is now disconnected twice. And one of the rounds it does matter, one of the rounds it doesn't. It's just the nature of online Counter-Strike, but it's such a shame. And we'd be sat here, we'd be saying, oh yeah, look, it's fine. Look, we understand these move setups. But no, that was 2 game. That wasn't Selva. It's so brutal. So brutal. I don't think he's going to be... Oh, we're good. Never mind. I was going to say
well
fixed anytime soon, and he looks directly at the camera, and he was like, haha, sucker. And he just went back live again.
Well, you can't fault us for thinking that it was going to take some time. We've had some lengthy delays in this matchup so far, unfortunately. Certainly put us behind schedule. Could be a couple rounds away from the conclusion of this matchup, though. Selva, who looked so good on Mirage, they won the map there 13-7, in control throughout. Had a moment on Anubis where it looked like they might be able to kind of draw in towards that 2-0. I think it was 8-all when they lost to the Eco. Only won 1 round thereafter.
Oh, okay, Tomato. You made this interesting. 3v3. GBB is the one with the USP this time. Can he repeat Lucas's efforts? No. So now it is Knifen and Tomato. You know about Tomato. You don't know about Knifen. Pickle is just holding. Can he secure the kill? No, he can't. Knifen goes searching. Now you should know about both of these players. But Tomato's already rotated over. He threw a flash. And the spam is good onto Hardzao. How has this fallen apart?
Oh my goodness. Well, this is just ridiculous. Fantastic effort coming through from the CT side. Tamae will finish off the job. Detroit just essentially offers himself up. And, well, I'm just scratching my head wondering why Pickle's gone back in towards top mid and he just hasn't joined up with his teammates to push through long. Because you've got the 3 versus 2. But as soon as you disconnect from your teammates at that point and you decide to venture off on your own mission, now you've turned it into a potential 2v2 or put yourself in a 1v2. You're not really playing with the strength in numbers that you have. There was no need to leave someone top middle.
He had the right idea, to be honest, but it's the wrong execution. Because what he wanted to do, if possible, was hold to see if Tomato was coming out lower. But instead, he wide swings a little bit, and he makes himself vulnerable to short. He could have held that angle a little bit safer, in my opinion. And then the idea and the execution is way better. Hardzao probably Knifen probably finds him, though, considering that, you know, He's walking and progressing up top mid. This is an eco. This is Selva getting back into it, and maybe
This is 8.
they're not done. Yeah, maybe they're not done with Dust 2 just yet. Maybe this
8
goes
on the board
overtime.
now. Yeah, could very well. Could very well. We could be here for the long run. It is a playoff game. Round of 16 matchup here. Winner goes through to the quarters tomorrow. 2 game have been in control throughout Dust 2. But that wanes if they lose this gun round. That is no longer the case. And it feels like Selva are somewhat in the ascendancy.
They got to make it work with a Detroit AWP that's been, do you know what, pretty non-existent in this second half. And he got Harjao on a Mac 10. And Lucas hitting
Not
the
ideal.
deck. The most meaningful thing Lucas has done all game, by the way, was that double USP round.
Oh, he's gotten 4 kills outside of that in 17 rounds. In fact, you could say 18 now because he's counted out of the 19. All right, good util usage. Going to force Knifin all the way back, but he will be able to get back into pit safely. Good pressure, though, from 2 game. However, Selva haven't really bitten down on that pressure. Still have a player hard committed to the B side, one on the ramp of B as well. So they're still quite well set up on the side of the map.
Oh no,
Hang
where
on,
are they
fellas.
going?
Well, Hardzal's now shifted the focus in towards short.
Oh,
And
they're
they've
going
gone
to
for a
contact
2-man
this.
setup. This is nice.
Oh, they
they're
didn't
not.
contact
Okay.
it.
Yeah, they're giving it up.
Oh, I would have loved the contact because the Tomate isn't on this angle. And instead, he is. You've now got the support coming forward. This has to be a 9th round here for Selva, and it will be. And look, how are they supposed to know that these players have rotated off? But I feel like if you're deliberately going, let's put Hardzao with an incredible amount of pressure on towards long, then he goes aggressively in towards short, you should absolutely be contacting that 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, you've given the jig up at that point. You kind of spoiled the fact that you had the fake soul. You haven't really played like you faked on the opposite side of the map there. You're still kind of execing into the B bomb site. That's what gives the information away. And like you say, it's impossible to know that for a fact, but I think it's a pretty fair expectation of a read to come through from a team at this level.
It's not even a read on what your opponents are doing. It is what you are doing in that moment. And if you are going for that, you should be. It's just
Got to read the way the CTs would have adjusted based on what you've done throughout the round. And also, when they're man down, you kind of have to gamble in those sorts of rounds. You got to go for a bit of a risk. And now, a level up scoreline is ripe for the taking.
Don't you lose an
There's
eco
no
right now,
world,
Selva.
right? Nah. We're all good.
I'm scared.
Maybe I haven't learned from my mistakes.
They've let them go up short. Okay, Destiny's there. It's fine. Zariba will get that trade. Zariba's so good on the deagle. Got to be so careful. Rotations are here. There's so many players. Surely this can't go wrong. Knifen's low. It's a 2v3. Bomb can go down. Oh, no.
Have they recovered a gun? Yes, they've got 1 M4. Drop a smoke towards short. That's going to block off 2 players trying to retake, by the way. Immediately, one of them just reassesses and says, I'm going to come through CT. That's going to chunk some time off the clock. Time is what they have afforded to them because they've got 2 kits. There's even a flasher on GBB. Brandon, it's all good. I know it's gotten close, but now I'm maybe getting nervous with how far the bombs actually ticked. They're barely making any moves. They're giving up so much respect to 2 game right now. 1-1D could just seal the deal. GBB making his way up ramp will find the first, and he's managed to double down. He's the one with the kit.
Where's the bomb?
They need to find the bomb. Have they got on it in time? Maybe only just no. 2 game have won another eco.
How? You had everything. You had absolutely everything to win that round.
So scared.
They did. And even in the retake, they're like, oh no, a smoke. I'm going to rotate down to CT. And then Knifen's like, cool,
shift walk.
I'll just hold the angle for 40 seconds and won't defuse the bomb. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous from Selva.
They were just playing to try and punish peaks, but they didn't actually take any initiative in the retake to win the retake on their own terms. And you've got the weapon advantage, you've got the man advantage. There's no reason not to have committed more resources to that retake. Like you say, Nathan's just posting an angle.
I'm gonna go look. Hang on. I'm gonna really just go and assess this. Now I'm gonna work out how many ecos they've actually just won
I
in
think it's 3. I think it's 3
the whole
eco rounds,
series.
not like half investments, not 4 spies. I'm talking full eco rounds. I think 3 have been won by 2 game. Calamitous. Loses round to Selva, kiss the map and series away. High and buy here in CCT Series 1 South America.
I guess 4.
4.
Even
That is
so,
insane.
it's still ridiculous. Oh my god, and Zariba has just deleted them on the B-bomb site. That's it. Let's be realistic here. You cannot go for this. You have no money.
No.
You have none whatsoever. This could be serious point. Serious point, and do you know what? They've won the game. They've won the game because of these ecos.
Well, I mean, the ecos have absolutely been a massive defining factor. But Selva do have 3 guns still alive. So at least it's not going to be a shambolic investment in the next with like upgraded pistols and a scout. They're going to have firepower. That was just too easy for Zariba. How did he get the double kill on the entry there?
The timing, I know they're going to say free here and be potentially okay if Hardjow falls. They are really practically hunting this. It's such a good decision, by the way, for 2 game. But my goodness me, these eco rounds can come at worse moments than these best of threes for Selva. You're right, brilliant trade, missed shot out of Knifin, trying to bait in Destiny. They will swing, and they will get a kill. No way, can Knifin live? Yes, but the rifle support has been diminished.
Brilliant work from Pickle. He's the one who gets the trade on the first player going through the doors, and he gets the second kill on Destiny as well in the dying stages of the round. Oh, that's so costly for Selva. I was saying that I'm still kind of backing them to keep themselves in it, predicated off of 3 guns staying alive. They keep 1 AWP alive, 1 M4 now purchased up, 2 MP9s, and the FAMAS to plug the gaps.
It's not happening. I can tell you that for free. It's just not happening. Unless someone gets a hero moment, 2 game are just going to group. They're going to go together. This is exactly what they should be doing in rounds like this. This is your best opportunity, by the way, to close this series. Make it count. Don't do anything silly at this dire stage. Pressure crazed in towards middle, Molly in towards short. They're now going to go back in towards long.
Yeah, a bit of a later long take. You don't expect the CTs to remain committed with numbers out long this late into the round. It's just Slash who's here, and he's actually done a really good job. I mean, the fact that he gets a kill and inflicts so much damage on Lucas is a pretty good return from that position. Now, he sits and watches from the sidelines as his teammates try and keep the team in this game.
Don't mind that. Double flashbangs to take the short control. They've been able to acquire that. GBB just waits. Oh, he needs this kill. He needs to get a kill, and he doesn't. Luke is finally stepping up. Zariba's been removed on the other side of the map. 45 seconds. The bomb gets chucked over and scooped up just as the smoke is fading.
No.
The bomb is somehow okay. How is Lucas not dead?
Well, can he find more impact? No. Slapped out of the round there by Destiny. Pickle is going to peek out, though. Just tears the head off the mate. Should pay attention to the kill feed. Recognize there's another. But it's going to be Nathan's AWP to try and keep his team in the game. It's all on Detroit. The guy who started this off for his team. He kickstarted the map for 2 game. Has a near impossible 1v2 clutch. And I say near impossible because the smoke's been dropped on the bomb. Has hit the perfect shot here. Going to double scope in. He's missed 2. He might be able to get 2 more off if he's lucky. But there's now a player posted on the angle. Nathan's there with the AWP. He'll keep his teammate alive. And with that, Selva survived.
I know he moved his scope right at the last second on that first shot, but that was bang on. That was bang on if he didn't just micro adjust. Oh my goodness me. Selva keep themselves in it.
You win this, we go OT, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, what a round to hit the tag. What a round to hit the tag on the cross. Wouldn't know for a fact, though. Unconfirmed damage.
The short plays have been the most successful here for 2 game. The B play's been a little bit hit and miss. Short has always been very consistent. Zhao again applying pressure in long. Knife in here with the AWP. Doesn't get mollied back. Will still remain here. Flashbang is good to get him off the angle, and now he finally drops into CT, which means that the short control's now just been given over to 2Game.
Yeah, and also, now you've got the information that the AWP is probably going to be posted on long. So you can try and kind of avoid him with the mid to B here. One player in tunnels, 3 middle, 1 still on short. So options available for this T side.
I think you go back mid to B in a little bit. And the reason why is because Destiny has just dumped all his util. In fact, there's no util anywhere. There's no counter utility here for Selva, so they have to make a read. They believe it's going to be mid to B, and 2Game says, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. We're just going to commit. They're going to go through all of the smokes, and it's shrouded. It completely gives over the room to be able to plant this bomb. A tag through on Lucas. Knifin is trying his damn best to deny the bomb, but he can't do it.
Okay, all 10 players left alive on the server for the retake. The retake to keep Selva alive in the series. They go 1 for 1. Detroit's AWP will get in on the action. Frags found for the T side in the blink of an eye. They'll get all the kills necessary in the post plant to win the series after losing Mirage. 2-game fight back and get themselves into the quarters.
Fair play to them, because not only have they had to come back from one round, they've had to come back from internet issues. One player literally had to drive over to another teammate's house to make this game even a reality. And the fact that they're able to do it, the fact that they're able to win so many ecos and so many high pressure moments, I mean, that shows the rustiness of Selva more than anything. And I mean, a good resurgence here for 2Game, but if you're Selva, you're watching that and you're thinking, damn, like, realistically, how did you lose that series?
It feels so backwards for Selva as well, because what we were concerned for them was ring rust coming into the series,
Yeah.
and then they just dominated the first map 13-7, and then it's almost like it was a delayed effect where that lack of game time recently kind of started to come into the equation, and they fell apart. But Brandon, we are an hour behind schedule at this point. We still have 3 series left to play today, so I think we should just move on with things here, and we're going to take a short little break, guys. It's going to be Odic against Bounty Hunters up next. That is our next matchup, starting in probably about 10-12 minutes, so don't go too far, and we'll break it all down for you guys in a moment's time. Ah, only about an hour late before we get going with the second game of the day, but we're here. Odic against Bounty Hunters is the next matchup, and we are in the playoffs, which means whoever wins this goes through to the quarterfinals. Now, I'd say coming into this, we have a pretty significant favorite, a substantial favorite in Odic, but they haven't been playing much CS lately, so we don't really know what to expect, Brandon.
No, we don't at all. And it's very similar to the Selva game, where it's like, okay, well, are they going to show up here, or is it going to be very much like we experienced previously? We'll take a look at the Odic roster, because there's a lot of good things to say about this team. I think Pank and Clocks in particular have been playing really well. I think the addition of Togs is really good. It's just the AWP sometimes is a bit of a question mark on this team, but I do think the Riflers bring this team up to a very consistent level.
I didn't know that Togs had actually joined Odic rather. Wasn't he like benched on the team before? I think he used to play on Odic, if I'm not mistaken. He was on Sharks a while ago. I'll have to pull up his HLTV profile. Okay, yeah, he was on Odic's books since July 2024. So I wonder if they're looking to change things up, because Matias was supposed to be the one who played today for Odic. Yep. He's been their active player. So I mean, listen, I think Togs has always been really good. And it's almost as criminal that he's been on the bench when you've got a number of active players that we have to watch day in and day out, and Togs isn't one of them from the region. That just feels wrong. So I do hope he's going to be playing and he's going to be active again. Nighty, also a very reliable player. Of course, Woody, the AWP IGL, been around for a long time. I remember watching Woody and Fluxo, and was it season 1, Brandon, when they won the first four South American seasons, I think, with VSM and they had Leo, I think, in that team as well. Maybe I'm jogging your memory. Zevi.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Anyway, that is kind of the composition of this Odic team. Let's have a look at their opponents. Bounty Hunters, some recognizable names there as well.
I want to come back to Togs in a bit, okay? We've got Turtle, Mayan, Zoc, Kaiser, and Freak. And Turtle and Mayan have got a ridiculous amount of experience on this roster. Turtle was in MIBR for a period. Mayan was in 9Z. And it's like, oh, okay, well, how have these guys ended up in Bounty Hunters? Because I'll be honest with you, I thought Bounty Hunters was not a real organization, but it absolutely is for Turtle and Mayan to be here. And I look at this team and I actually think it's got quite a lot of potential. I think Turtle and Mayan are not so much Mayan, but I think Turtle's are a really solid player. I think Freak and Zoc are really good. So I look at this and I actually think, damn, like these guys have got hands. Like this is going to be, in my opinion, that this would be closer than our first best of 3. But I didn't have 2 game taking that one at all. But I look at this and I'm like, right, I actually really do see a world in which Bounty Hunters can win this.
Yeah, there's definitely pieces in this roster, and I think this might be one of the most convincing bounty hunter rosters we've seen. They've had quite a few other players on the books over the past year or so, been a bit of chopping and changing. Of course, we got the couple Bestia players in Zoc and Mayan. Zoc was pretty good in that team, quite an explosive player if I remember correctly, quite keen to be on the front lines in a lot of their gunfights. Turtle also seems very reliable. I don't know who the IGL is. I'm going to go ahead and assume it's Kaiser. He's actually the guy I've seen the least of on this team, so looking forward to seeing...
He's AWP, I know that much.
Oh, okay, he's the AWP, all right. I'm not sure who the IGL is, so maybe we can figure that one out on the fly.
I can figure that one out for you. Now, it's Kaiser. He is AWP and in-game lead-in.
Okay, nice. Liquipedia?
Yep.
Good job. Good old Liquipedia.
Doing my job for me. Let's look at the veto. Let's see where we're going to end up. I imagine Dust 2 for Bounty Hunters because they pick it all the time. There it is. Nuke comes in for Odic because Bounty Hunters have won it twice out of 10 times played. Trainers are decided as a fun one because Bounty Hunters have played it once, and the last time Odic played on Train and won was in April.
That's a long time ago. That is when the map basically, been out for a couple months at that point, but not a whole lot more. Yeah, I guess they just don't really have many recent reps, so going to be the case for Odic. Hopefully, they've been keeping themselves sharp in these past few weeks, though, because they have got a few more tournaments that are going to be cropping up now. So they almost had like an early player break. Maybe they took a couple of weeks off, and now they're getting back into the tail end of the season. They've got CCT here, they've got Thunderpick, and then they've got the Circuito Ferge de Esports 2025. That's going to be an online tournament with land spots available. So I'd imagine that this isn't them like starting up again yesterday or today. I mean, surely they've been working in towards these tournaments coming up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the thing is, where there's so many series and iterations of CCT, I feel like you can use this to like try stuff out quite a lot. So I'd be interested to see them and how far they can go in this. Obviously, they were at PGL Astana as well, and they were like okay, but obviously never really looked amazingly competitive. It's funny because I do expect them to win here, but I do think we're going to need all three, because I can't see Odic taking Dust 2.
Yeah, I can see Odic taking Dust 2. I think that it's not going to be like an AWP-dominated map, because Woody's not normally an AWPer who takes over the map, but I think with such a strong group of riflers, a quartet of strong, solid riflers across the board, they'll be a difficult team to contain on their T-side default, where they're pressuring short, doors, B, tunnels, and long. I think that's where Bounty Hunters might struggle to contain this T-side, but anyway, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Brandon, do you want to talk about TOGs, or should we go into a break and jump into that later?
Let's jump into that later, I think. We'll save it for a rainy
we'll
day.
save it for one of the inevitable tech pauses that we'll get throughout the matchup. So, guys, don't go too far. We're going to keep you on ice for a little bit longer before we jump into Dust 2. Well, we thought it would only be fitting to delay proceedings a little bit more, to build up some extra anticipation, Brandon. That's why we've done it, but we've decided that's enough. Let's start the game. Bounty Hunters, it's their map pick. So they'll find themselves on the T side. Odic choose to start on the CT side of Dust 2. From dust to dust, we go from series to series.
Boo. Come on, then. Let's get it going. I've got Clocks just tucked in here with the dualies. He's surely going to get cleared. This is always cleared. And there it is. Turtle will claim that kill very easily. Nades good damage, and the swing comes back through from Pank. And in fact, Turtle's just been spammed from every which way direction. Woody's view model is horror. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Only took 1 second of us being on his POV and Brandon while his whole point gets derailed. Yeah, I mean, it's become quite popular, Brandon. That's what all the kids are doing these days. Good luck, Mr. Nighty. All by himself on the B bomb side in towards window right now. He's got players just surging in his direction. Can't connect on a shot to save his life.
No. No
and that
way.
continues to be the case.
No way that happens. Oh my god.
That's the worst. That should have been a kill every day of the week.
Completely wrecked. He did 100 damage in the round. He didn't get a kill. No.
Also with case locks, by the way, Brandon just relishing in his sadness. Ooh. But what I will say is, case locks with the Julies behind the boxes, it felt like he was hoping he wouldn't actually have been noticed. Looked like he had like a moment where he was trying to go for some trigger discipline because he didn't shoot instantly as the player came on his screen. And that little bit of hesitation, that hope that maybe he hadn't been noticed is what cost him his life. Just a small detail.
I can't believe he didn't get that kill. Why did he not get that kill from B? Oh, I've lost it. You're right, yeah. It felt like he wanted to guarantee a multi, and then he didn't take his chance when the multi wasn't possible. Oh dear, unlucky, Odic. They're going to force in. Woody's going to be on the scout. I feel like Woody's been around like donkey's years.
Yeah, he's a long-standing member of the Brazilian scene, or by GL. And I think generally a bit of a limiting factor on some of the teams he plays on, because some of his teams have reached pretty decent highs, but I feel like his capability with the AWP, or maybe lack thereof, is sometimes what can kind of hinder a team and limit their ceiling. There's a lot of players running in towards the B-bomb side. Togs is here by himself. A very nice molly to just place him on top of the blocks, the blocks there. He's got some support, but mine has just torn his head right off, and that's round over.
Yeah, I love the decision here from Odic just to save this immediately. Like, there's no point overexerting yourself into a round like this where you look at the utility that they've got in this, it's not happening. But I don't mind the decision to play really long range, get Woody involved on the scout. The SMGs can get close now. It works perfectly. I don't know if they'll be given anything, especially because Bounty Hunter's already exited through middle. But it's a nice idea to a round like this. Bounty Hunters will go 2-0 up. And Odic will at least have as much of a damning buy as they did in this one. So they're still a threat.
Yeah, that's normally the thought process, right? You go for a bit of a gamble on your force buy. If you gamble incorrectly, you just save with the players who stay alive and carry over the forced up set of weaponry into the next round, where you then save your money, but you still have something to work with. The thing I'd really like to see with this Bounty Hunters team is if they're able to tie all of these players together. I feel like you've got a group of really strong individuals across the board who have immense amounts of potential. But just to try and make it work under the same banner is where they're going to have their challenges. Of course, Freak joined this team a month ago. Before that, they were okay. I just don't think that they were like making massive waves. perhaps
molly.
the second half of the year could be
Oh,
theirs.
what a shot from Nate. Turtle removed instantaneously. I agree with your sentiment, right? I really do feel like they have got a good chance to be one of these better than fringe teams. Flashbang's really good on towards B. Not clearing out Togs. It's going to be dangerous or maybe not. He only finds one kill. Woody's in now in the open. That's baited in Nate perfectly. Again, the trades are just so sublime out of the bounty hunters. Odic tried to make something out of that situation, but it's just not happening whatsoever. Pank in the 1v2. Kaiser's really low. There could be a possibility here. He could clutch up, but Kaiser's already holding for tunnels, and he's able just to get the kill immediately.
Damn, instantly gets the frag there onto Pank. I thought that Pank would have been able to kind of come out on top of that first duel and then maybe stand a chance in the 1v1. Doesn't transpire, though. Okay, well recovered from bounty hunters. Trades the name of the game. Very successful trading going into that B bomb site.
Yeah.
Does Zoc have a neck pillow on, or is that just... Looks like they got something around his neck, maybe. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Focusing on what's important, obviously.
And Kaiser just opens up onto Woody. Oh, maybe I should start to get excited about this Bounty Hunters team. We'll see, because a convincing win over Odic would be a really good step in the right direction. Pank is trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Great nade onto Zoc. And Zoc is rocked by all of this damage. Molly nearly flushes him out. It's another nade that just breaks open the smoke. Whilst all this is going on, look at Short. Bounty Hunters have just completely taken over that side of the map.
Yeah, Zoc has pulled so much attention towards Long. He's actually still alive right now. He's going to... Oh, I thought get out with his life intact. Eventually, he'll go down, but he's done his job. He's created that avenue of entry for his teammates to get into the A bomb site uncontested.
And Kaiser is now operating with the AWP on a good angle. Turtle, not quite dealt with, but that has allowed the scaling, but there strikes Kaiser. Nate will at least get the trade, and now Togs is applying a lot of pressure. And Kaiser has to delegate himself between two different angles. It's the AUG for Togs, and it's finally around on the board for Odic.
Hard fought round for them as well. I thought Zoc did such a good job to stay alive as long as he does towards Long, and he almost actually even gets a kill. Almost got away alive, but eventually they're able to deal with him and then make the retake work with some quick kills. Bounty Hunters empty their pockets. They've got an AWP on Kaiser, but then a Galil and a MAC-10 included in the mix as well. This is Odic's opportunity to start to sink their teeth into this game.
Bounty Hunters have been definitely applying a lot of good pressure. Oh my god, Turtle's just double entried Long with a MAC-10. Okay, well that puts a spanner in the works for Odic.
Yeah, that's round over. I think it's safe to say. Should be.
What the... How have you done
that?
I don't know.
At range? Well, Togs has an opportunity to be the hero. Alone, posted on this B bomb site on the angle, scoped in on the AUG. They're going to go contact, so he should be able to get this first frag for free. How many can get after that is the question.
Free. He gets free. Oh no.
Wow.
He frees up the B bomb site for bounty hunters. Unlucky.
Yeah,
now we got a save. I'm gonna do my Togs bit. Togs has one of my favorite career journeys because he was in Daytona Pound, which was like a dog team. Not the team was dog, as in like the team was a dog logo.
Okay, good clarification. Yeah.
Then you've got Red Canids, so he moved over to be like more of like a little fox. Then he went to Bears. Then he went to Sharks, and now he's on Odic.
Oh.
He can continue it. It was fun. It was fun from 2020 to 2024.
Just playing for animal organizations, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn. What an interesting little anecdote there, Brandon. I figured out why Brandon likes it so much, guys. It's B-Dog.
Exactly.
There we go. I thought he was really good on Sharks. Thought he was one of the best riflers on that team, actually. So
He
I
was
was
very
surprised he
good.
hasn't played much Counter-Strike recently. In fact, I'd be interested to see how many matches he's played in the past 6 months, considering he's been on the bench. How active has he actually been?
You know what would be spicy? I'm just going to say it. Don't care anymore. Freak, minus Freak, plus Togs. That'd be a really good roster move for bounty hunters. Freak's good. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sell Freak short, but Togs. I agree. I believe in the Togs hype and the stock we got in him. It's gonna be B, and Togs. We've talked a big game about him, and now he's got to deliver with this MP9. Hasn't got direct support, and instantly cleared. He's only working with that SMG, and Mayan puts him out of his misery. 3 players immediately accelerating towards this B bomb site. Another molly goes deep in towards the window. They can plant, and there's no use to get back into this Odic. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, well, that just straight up shuts them out of the round altogether. Very good execute coming through from Bounty Hunters. Great opening frag from Mayan. Crosshair perfectly placed. And it looks like they do want to try and contest some exits here. Want to see if they can inflict some extra damage, stop this T-side economy from just snowballing out of control. I don't think that they're seriously considering the retake here. More just about trying to inflict maximum damage. This is the half investment from Odic, I suppose. So they're thinking, well, we're going to get an investment in the next. Let's see how many we can take to the grave.
None, currently. Maybe Nate can grab one. Nope, removed immediately.
Oh, hang on. Oh,
Nope,
my goodness.
They're fine.
They
They're
all
just,
survived.
They're just fine. Unlucky.
That's ridiculous. Okay.
They're not getting a full investment in the next round either. Like, Hank's got nothing. Nate's got nothing. Togs hasn't got enough.
Woody can drop an M4. You probably want to try and get that in Togs' hands, considering how much he's had to anchor that B bomb site and play by himself.
Or give him
I
an
feel like
AUG.
he's... Well, yeah, that is his preferred gun, I suppose. It's just expensive these days, Brandon.
Oh, he's been given an MP9. Okay.
Well, he's had to buy one up himself, actually. Nate looks at him and says, get your own.
Oh, that's so horrible.
And that's the difference between him having a gun and a full belt of util and him having a gun and 3 pieces of util. Small difference, but at this level, can make a difference.
Let's see if it matters, because again, they're looking to prioritize this B bomb site, at least with the initial opener. Togs has gone back to his spot on the boost at B. Surely this gets cleared again. It doesn't, and he's able to get the kill on Kaiser. Oh. Nice attempt. Can Woody follow up? Not quite. Maybe a wallbang through the doors. No, he doesn't go for it. Togs has found another one.
Okay. Alrighty then. I guess he didn't need anything other than that MP9. Woody's going to go searching in towards middle. There's an AUG posted on the angle, but he will still come out on top anyway. Great work there from Woody to find his first kill of the map. Nade perfectly timed. Zoc plays catch involuntarily.
I mean, Togs is surely going to get another one, yeah. I mean, he sees him, able to get rid of Zoc, and the low HP is finished off by Nate. Great round out of Togs. 3 on the MP9. Odic will at least bounce back for a little bit. I feel like it's so important for bounty hunters to win Dust 2 because of their record on Nuke compared to Odic's. Really important that bounty hunters are able to get this done. But if Odic come back, then we're looking at a little bit of a spicy scenario. Mayan has opened up.
He's collapsed,
he had
by the way. Yeah, frags Woody, damages Pank, and then passes the AWP back to Kaiser. Great way for bounty hunters to try and answer back after losing that previous round. Just try and keep Odic based on square one. Oh man, Pank is so dead. He doesn't know it, but we do. It's a matter of time. And Freak will remove him from the round 5v3 as a result, and it's going to be a bit of a lean in towards the B bomb site. So now basically just becomes round over.
Or does it? They're moving away. Zoc holding, but doesn't have true info. This is a little bit spicy, and Togs now gets the heads up. By the way, this potentially is going to be a B play, says the defender. And with Nate grabbing this kill on Zoc, that will probably push Bounty Hunters to go back A.
Yeah, and Bounty Hunters, I also like that they don't overcommit in this round either, Brandon. After they've gotten the kills, they didn't do it in the round where Total got the double out towards Long. They still kind of keep their structure, they take their time. Make sure they avoid slipping up on any potential banana peels in the round. Also, just speaking a bit more on Nuke, I feel like any Woody-led team have always been really good on Nuke. It's just been in their wheelhouse, almost always been their primary pick. Regardless of which players he seems to work with, he's got that map figured out. It's his best map as an IGL bit by far. And also, I think that Nuke is not really an AWP-heavy map, and I think that kind of comes into it as well, where maybe Woody's deficiencies with the AWP can't be exploited as much.
Yeah, I think that's a valid thing to say. I think it was also just looking at these Bounty Hunters Nuke stats. They've only played 3 games with Freak and instead of Bruninho. And so it's 1 win, 2 losses. One of those losses coming against Sharks.
Were they competitive?
Yeah, 13-9, 13-8
Okay.
losses. And they won 13-something against Shinden, who are also in the playoffs here.
Okay, so it's not like the biggest punish pick we've ever seen in our lives, yeah.
No, it's definitely a punish, but I don't think it is mega. Turtles trade good, and Kaiser's holding. That's a really important kill to pick up. Bounty Hunters are in flow state right now on D2.
Yeah, they're looking very convincing. And again, the same point that I made in the previous round is that they don't overcommit even when they get these advantages. Still happy to take their time. Wait for Odic to respond. All just rooted in position. Nice flash there.
Ouch. Oh, this is brutal. He's just getting completely demoralized right now. So many nades, flashbangs, smokes, wall bangs. Oh, what can you do? And we've already seen Woody get a little bit angry already in this map, and that's going to frustrate him even more.
Well, that is absolutely round over, 7-2. All Togs can do from is try and save his gun. And again, such a well-constructed round coming through from Bounty Hunters after they get that man advantage. Just post up, wait patiently. Then start to make moves. Not taking anything for granted, not making any assumptions. The way that they still flash off middle before they try and cross the angle. Nade middle, reflash middle, wallbang middle. And Togs is going to die here as well, by the way. Decides to go searching with the org, costs him his life. And Bounty Hunters are just surging ahead here on Dust 2.
That's a no contest. They're looking so good right now. There's a little bit of innovation in this round for Odic with the double sort of lean towards middle where you got one guy through mid doors, one player coming over short, but Kaiser was holding. Kaiser does his job. Everyone else is doing theirs. This is a really solid team effort right now. I love this little decoy fired off, but he's actually looking at lower, so it's not going to matter. Oh, and that molly is just bounced off of nothing, and there's just completely been ruined. That's a shame for Turtle.
No early duels here. I feel like we've almost always had some sort of an early skirmish throughout this map so far. Mostly won by bounty hunters.
Oh, that's a miss smoke.
Every miss smoke is an opportunity, Brandon.
Oh my gosh. That was nearly a miss spray. Was
Worked
that an
out though, frag
opportunity?
found.
Maybe for Pang.
Oh, Woody's gonna die here. No, he's able to get himself settled just in time. I thought that with him jumping up on the box, he would have been far more vulnerable than that, but he still comes away with the kill. That's him out of the round though immediately afterwards. And Turtle, looking for case locks, will be able to take him down as well. And then fantastic awareness as he sweeps back to short and shatters Nate's head.
Oh, that was ridiculous. All right, Turtle. Time to save if you're Togs. This could be 8-2. This is going to be potentially even more now for bounty hunters. That is a round of individual brilliance coming out of Turtle. He's still got it. Has Tog still got it? Is he able to hold on to this A4?
Not going to be tested.
Nice. That's good.
But I guess they had no idea that he was there. 8-2, Brandon. Bounty Hunters in complete control. I mean, I got to give it to you because you mentioned you had a high level of expectation for Bounty Hunters coming into Dust 2, and they fully delivered. In complete control. And with a chance to actually put this map away in the first half. If they win these last 2 rounds available. And really, it only takes one.
I didn't think it'd look this good. I'll be honest. I didn't think it'd be this dominant. But hey, I'm all for it. Like this team's definitely piqued my interest. I like the fact that Mayan's playing well. I know everyone's playing well here for Bounty Hunters, but Mayan having a good game makes me excited because this kid has got so much potential.
Oh, been saying that for ages. Feel like he's just kind of slipped off into obscurity for a long time. So it's just good to see that he's delivering here and now. Sock gets caught off. Never expecting Natey to be that far forward. And that now puts a timer on Bounty Hunters. It forces that one player deep into long to remain committed to watching the flank. Good util though.
This is really weird. Oh, but potentially a good catch out of Turtle. No, and now the MP9 will come through the smoke, but Kaiser's holding again. And now he looks back in towards long. Timing is actually going to favor him because Nate has now revealed that he is here. You've immediately got 3 players coming in for his short. Mayan starts to post. You're right, they got to go.
Well, go to save their guns is probably the only option available to them now. Mayan's going to be here as that smoke starts to fade. Woody misses a shot, but not going to cost him or his teammate their life. At least they'll be able to get out of dodge, but that's just a grey lining. It's not even a silver lining. Bounty Hunters have done it again. 9-2. Just look at the individuals. Pank 3 for 6, Case Locks 2 for 7, Woody 2 for 5. You're getting such a limited return from 3 players, man. 7 kills between them.
Yeah. The thing you got to remember about Mayan as well is that this guy has been playing on teams since 2017, which
I know,
is like,
ridiculous.
oh, okay, yeah, he's been playing for a little bit. No, I don't think you guys understand. He was playing on teams since he was 14 years old.
This guy was on MIBR, man. He was playing with Fallen, Keserato, Yuri. He was looked at as like one of the best up-and-coming players from the region around 2018, 2019. Never really materialized. But right here, right now on Dust 2, looking pretty damn good. Double AWP setup in play. Nate's picked up the second and he's been able to draw first blood.
I don't know if Togs is going to fall for this. They haven't really ever lurk smoked. So a nade will break open, and yeah, that's a great find. And Nate even follows through onto May, and Freak will find 1. That's a good trade, but it's a 2v4, and Woody's right behind them. They're holding for Woody right now, and now they know he's in towards lower. This gets weird. It should be fine.
I mean, do you consider the savior? Mayan doesn't have much money. Freak's
It's last
quite low,
round,
so
so
is
they
Zod.
can't.
Oh, it's last. I thought there was one after. Right. Thanks, Brandon. All's well and ends well. Mission impossible now for Freak. 3 kills throughout the half. Has to get a 1 versus 4 here to try and secure double digits for his team. Bait been taken by case locks. So Togs set up perfectly here to finish off the job. It's a matter of time, and there we go. Frag found. 3 rounds found throughout the half for Odic. All of them coming in isolation.
Yeah, not good enough. Hey, maybe their T side's better than the CT side. We'll have to wait and see. But Bounty Hunters, they've basically set themselves up to win this map pretty decisively. We'll have to see how it pans out. Good news is that I've got the stats for you. They are statistically worse on T side, are Odic, and Bounty Hunters are worse on CT, but they're still good on CT.
Yeah, I mean, they got to win 4 rounds out of 12.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
33% should be just dandy. Win the pistol, job is basically done. That's the equation.
Pistol plus 9 equals win. That sounds like the maths checks out.
Yeah, that equation balances as far as I'm concerned. Going to be Togs out towards long. Does he have a P250? No. Glock and armor. P250's on Pank right now. You get dropped the P250 by your teammates, Brandon?
Sometimes if I ask for it nicely and I go, ooh.
Oh my God. Why have you done that? What? You're already so far gone, you're not helping.
I don't know.
Okay, whatever, let's carry on. Act like that didn't happen. It's going to be
Okay.
Odic trying to take control of middle. Smoke off CT, and it's a B split. Mostly a mid push.
Oh, and Freak has been dinged. Can he grab one? Can he get one?
No.
Maybe getting rid of Woody. Mayan's still alive. Mayan is fighting for his life and is actually able to get 2 kills. That's awesome. Out of the USP at that range. Toe also follows through. Woody's the only one getting kills right now for Odic. And the good news is that he's still alive. Turtle now starts to close the gap. Pank's been dinked. Woody just goes around the other side. And Turtle's got in the smoke. Oh, I don't think Woody's got any idea. Pank's now been overwhelmed. And Woody, he's traded places with Turtle. Low HP, but would need the ace to close. And Turtle isn't able to do it. But Zoc will follow through. Bounty Hunters win the round despite Woody's threat.
And I mean, there's just some really big moments in that round as well. You think about Mayan getting a 2nd kill before he inevitably goes down. That was monumental coming through from him. Then you have Turtle and his teammate with the Julies trying to burst back through that CT smoke. It was Kaiser. And Turtle gets that kill on the Xbox play on the guy in middle. That then allows them to focus all their resources on the B bomb side. Then Turtle drops a really smart smoke. He banks it off both doors to drop it in the site and give himself a way to get into the bomb site. And he smartly phases through the smoke on the right side. That's the unexpected play. That's what catches that T player off guard. And then Woody's left in the 1v2 after he's already gotten a triple.
Broken down perfectly. And now you got to force it if you're Odic. You got the bomb down. You're down 10-3. Feels like you're forcing for the rest of the game. No AK in sight. It's just pure Galils. It's limited utility. And Kaiser's got an XM. Oh, he's so based. That's my AWPer. Although, saying that, there was a certain AWPer that did that at the major playoffs. I don't think that really helped. Simple.
I mean, as if you had to say the name there, Brandon. Here we go. Take out towards long. It's going to be K-Slox trying to do his best Turtle impression. But we always know the Turtle wins the race.
It's Tortoise.
Oh,
sorry.
All right. Oh. Pass the round, Brandon.
Oh, go on. Oh. Well, that's why.
Needed that,
because the thing is, you said Turtle. I corrected you, and then Odic course correct themselves. A nice little reaction immediately, just straight
yeah,
up
the two are
short.
connected. No, you're right. Fair enough.
They are. They are. Oh, that's a beefy nade. That one connected. Mayan's now dropping the smoke, flashing forward. There is a timer on this because Nate is trying to backstab, but he's only got a pistol. Oh, but that is ridiculous out of Woody. And that seals the fate of this round. Odic will go up to 4 rounds. They will keep 3 alive. But my goodness me. What a shot out of Woody.
Yeah, as clean as it gets, really. Freak should be able to keep the Galil in play. Yeah, he's going to get out of dodge. And that will indeed be 10-4. Like you say, Odic fighting for their lives right now, keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. Did well to kind of negate the impact from Kaiser's auto shotty there. If they had lost 2 players, not just the one, probably makes the round insurmountably more difficult. But it works out. Surely this is the moment where they win consecutive rounds, right? This is going to be where it happens for the first time on the map.
Yeah, surely. I've seen too many ecos today in one best of 3. It can't go that way again. Fortunately, this isn't an eco, this is a force buy. Can Freak make this Galil have outrageous impact?
Yeah, he's going to have to get freaky with it. Galil Scout MP9 upgraded pistols, not a great concoction. Could still be lethal though. Trends and patterns are made to be broken.
It's so individual right now, Bounty Hunters. Turtle walks over to be with Mayan on short. Oh, and I don't think it's going to really help out that much. They've done enough to drop a smoke, push them out. What's the go here? If you're Odic, do you walk back in towards short? I imagine so, because they've not dropped the mid to B.
Well, I thought the immediate response would have been to go mid to B after they saw 2 players on short, and it looks like it will be a fake out of the mid to B. They've thrown the lurk smoke through tunnels. They've smoked off CT, but they haven't committed through middle. Mayan's just figured that out. They can remain with 3 players in towards A, or at least 2 on A and 1 long.
Maybe Mayan can get rid of Togs. Oh my god, he does. That timing is ridiculous. And also there's been a dink. Kaiser will follow through on Pank. This is a complete collapse. And now these players in towards short need to fight their way back. At least they've done that on towards Freak. But look at the HP, 26 and 27.
Oh man, 50 health between the 2 of them. 2v3, must-win round for Odic. Does the trend continue for another round here? Odic yet to win consecutive rounds. It has to be here, or the map will be soon to be over. And it's going to be K-Slox and Nate who both get overwhelmed on the retake. 11-4. Bounty Hunters have done it again.
Yeah, see, it's interesting because I respect Odic not going for mid to B, because I feel like you've seen 2 players really close up short. Their natural reaction is just to jump off, and I think you even heard one falling off. So it's like, okay, we can't go mid to B, but we'll delay it, pretend we're going to go mid to B, and then go back up short. But a really good reaction out of Bounty Hunters is Turtle flashing. Someone, I think it was Mayan, at that point, through the smoke. So immediately you get all the information, and Kaiser's there to help out as well. What a disaster for Odic, but what a really good moment because of how responsive and how proactive it was from Bounty Hunters. Like, they deserve it.
They don't just peek behind the curtain. Bounty Hunters draw the entire curtain back there. Yeah, it's a good analogy for you, Brandon. On brand, topical.
Yep.
Do you have like one of those wish lists on your Twitter where people can buy things from Amazon?
Oh, might up a throne. Yeah.
Yeah. Get some curtains being bought from you, maybe, or bought for you. I don't know. Maybe someone's into that. Either way, what I was saying is that Bounty Hunters, they get so much info by drawing the curtain back. They know exactly what's going on. They then push through middle. They get fantastic frags. Just disrupt the round. They need 2 more, and if you win this one, well, job's as good as done.
I feel like if you're Odic, you're just out of ideas at this point. I love this setup from Bounty Hunters because they're playing so passive that they know they don't really need to do anything major. They just need to wait and react accordingly. Zoka and Freak in good combinations with each other, flashbanging towards mid. Then the Incendiary can come forward. At the same time, Odic are looking to go in towards short. But again, look, Zoc's here, and you've got 2 nades. Oh, it's lovely. Hey, and catch this one, guys. Oh, my gosh.
And they do. An involuntary gamer catch is what I like to call that one.
Oh.
How about another?
Look at all the damage that's been done. That has not been done by gunfire. That has been done by utility.
QDJ Khalid. And now
Another
Zoc can
one.
look to try and mop these guys up, right? He can look to try and take advantage of all the util damage that's been inflicted. It's going to be one of the higher health players looking to try and close the gap. It's Woody who's on point right now. Togs is the one who will drop. Natey follows suit. Oh, and it's just a complete mop-up coming through from Bounty Hunters as they get themselves up to map point. This hasn't even been a contest, like you said,
No.
a non-contest, a non-starter.
Let's get the Nuke, guys. Let's see what you can do on Nuke. But as mentioned, look, this is a Nuke that Bounty Hunters have only got 3 games on with their new player in Freak, and they're all looking really like up to the contest right now. The only one looking very notable for Odic has been Togs. Woody's been okay. Nate's been there in a few rounds, but apart from that, that's it. They want to go short again. They're going to go short immediately. Kaiser says, guys, they're already on the site.
Guess what? Gonna meet them. Oh, okay, never mind. They're able to avoid the mines of the HE this time round, and Odic will
Finally.
be able to successfully part their way up onto the A bomb site without much of a contest. So they're gonna get the bomb down here and have a shot in the 5v5 post plant. Very late lurk coming through from Togs as well, being held by Freak. At least he's got the info. Might not have gotten the kill, but the info is still valuable.
Yeah, it is. Now Zoc is finding space up long alongside Kaiser. And again, you still know about this player, and there he goes. Full blind. Kaiser's able to remove him. It's only a matter of time before all these kills get collected. 13-4. And we knew that Odic was not very good on Dust 2, but 13-4 is a statement piece from the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, that is a very strong statement, as you say. With all, I've highlighted a few times, but I'll highlight it again. Every single round Odic won was in isolation. They weren't able to win consecutive rounds. They never built up any momentum, never really got anything going throughout the entirety of that map. And they just get punished. I mean, it's a masterclass from Bounty Hunters. It's not like they tripped over and fell that map. That was really convincing.
Yeah, that looks really good. And Nuke is going to be obviously a tough one for Bounty Hunters, but Odic, they give you starting T-side, and you've got to get things going early, otherwise the momentum will completely run away with them. We'll have to see how it all pans out in that second map of Nuke just after this break. And
We're
in
back,
it.
baby.
We are second map, Bounty Hunters versus Odic. Bounty Hunters blew Odic out of the water on Dust 2. And Nuke, they're not very good at Nuke, but they start CT side.
Yeah, certainly will be a bonus for them coming into this matchup. I mean, they just look so good across the board on Dust 2. And I'm hoping we still get a level of form from them, and they don't just completely crumble here on Nuke. Let's see, can Odic level it up? That's the challenge. Freak and Mayan. Oh, okay. Well, they've got ramp under lock and key right now, and no one will get past.
Yeah, this is, to be honest, what I was kind of worried about. The momentum would just keep going, and it is Mayan just fighting for his life. But you imagine Freak will trade. If it isn't him, then it's Turtle. They could not get out of ramp whatsoever. 4 stay alive. 3 casualties for Mayan. And suddenly, Odic are on the back foot again.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they found themselves throughout the entirety of Dust 2. And that's where they're going to start off here on Nuke as well. Surely they're going to win on Nuke. I mean, the one thing that we have to say is that this is Togs' first official matchup in, like, over 4 months, by the way. So I wonder if they're trying to integrate him back into the roster here, perhaps. But do you remember him being like a B anchor on Sharks? Because I don't think he used to be a B anchor, Brandon. I could be mistaken, but I think he used to be more like an active player, involved a lot more than that in Sharks, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember. I'm going to be honest. I cannot remember. Maybe I can figure it out if you bear with me.
Yeah,
give me this round. I'll
yeah,
figure
if you
it
can
out.
do a bit of a deep dive, because I remember Togs being like a pack-based player, someone who was maybe like in a rotator role, like a catwalk player on CT side Mirage, and I just hate seeing those sorts of players just having to redesign themselves to work with the team that they've joined. Reinvent themselves is a better word to use. Either way, is going to be the eco coming through now from Odic, looking to see if they can maybe inflict some damage. I mean, winning the round from here should absolutely be out of the question. They're just going to hope that maybe they can bleed some util as the round goes on, and then eventually group up and try and get themselves into a bomb site. Turtle on top of the roof here, going to be met by K-Slocks, no problem with collecting that kill. And it's going to be a pretty easy mop-up. Good frag from Woody, who actually doubles down. That's there's something to celebrate in the round. There's some good economic damage inflicted by Woody. He shouldn't be able to get anything more done here. Just doesn't really have the time, doesn't have the armor. He's going to go for the gamble plant. No, he actually fakes it out, but he can't get the gun out in time. 2 kills, something for Odic to work with here in the round as we go into our first gun round. How's it going on the hunt there, Brandon? Made any progress?
He was anchor. Yeah,
was he small side? Or do we not? Is that...
I don't know.
Okay, no, all right, fair enough. Fair.
I think he... Yeah, he used to play small site anchor, then lurked on T-side.
Okay, well, then I got it wrong, and then that's good to hear, because it means that he's still in his preferred role here. Still in his position where he found success previously, which is what you want. Anyway, the point that I was making is that he hasn't had any recent game time, right? He's been out of the server for 4 months. So that's definitely an important consideration in this matchup.
Odic in general have been out of the server for a very long time, haven't they?
Yeah, not Bounty Hunters though, right? They played in the Swiss stage, qualified 3-1, so they've got some game time under their belt. And they've got an opening kill in the gun round as well.
And that's just really good info. And yes, there's a player outside, but you expect that. If you're Bounty Hunters, Molly, lands past Turtle, and they will kill him. Really important trade. Now, Nate's position can be a lot more involved. Freak, we'll spot him out. And we'll just say to his team, right, here's the secret rotate. Mayan, come over. We need to fight and kill him now. They're wasting so much time doing this.
Yeah, they are going to eventually get that kill on Sonati, and now they shift their focus back in towards the bomb site. But like you say, a lot of time has been chunked off the clock in the process. They've got a couple kits to work with, but they've got to start to get onto the bomb site here. K-Slocks times his peak to perfection. He's doubled down, and it's going to be an easy mop-up on the bomb site there. You can just feel the pressure from the clock mounting on the shoulders of the CT side.
And that synchronized fist bump, yes, moment from Woody and K-Slocks. Like, that was really cool.
Needed that.
Definitely needed that, to be honest, considering how this game's been and this game's been going for Odic. Important moment to stabilize things here on this T side, because the money, it's in complete disarray now for bounty hunters.
Okay, well, let's see if they can find some sort of a way to win the force by. Lose this, they will be chasing the game.
Very slow. Good movements, I think, out of bounty hunters, to be honest, as they're letting the fights come to them. They've got a triple ramp set up, but it feels like for now, Odic might even just move it towards Squeaky, get Nate working outside. Here comes all that util, and that has to be the go signal now.
Yeah. Round gains some traction. K-Stock's going to be on entry duty. We'll deal with Mayan, and that's actually the only real threat in the round here. Full side control afforded to them as a result. Now, I don't even think bounty hunters will attempt the retake here. Not in any position to make the magic happen. Slow and methodical wins the race here if you're Odic.
Like a turtle. And he's got to kill one towards Pank. So it's all connected.
Turtles are actually quite fast in water, Brandon.
Yeah, they are. I was harking back to your tortoise.
No. Don't you deflect from what's going on here.
Oh, right. Okay, sure. I love being gaslit on my co-caster.
Live on broadcast,
yeah.
Not like you can go back to the VOD and you got the facts right there. The truth is what I say it is.
A little bit spicy if one of these players one more gets removed here.
Oh, well, one more was removed.
Yeah, wrong team.
Yeah. Unlucky Kaiser. Flew too close to the sun there. That's the first time Odic have won consecutive rounds this match. Good job. Get that out the way early.
That's a wild stat. Oh, what a spam. Zoc has also felt the brunt of it outside. Turtle will drop down the vent, but Togs might just take a lurk time in.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially a save round for bounty hunters. I mean, they kept 3 players alive with their 4-step weapons from the previous. There was a little bit of bite here, I guess, but nothing too convincing that they would stand a chance of winning the round, excuse me. Gotten a kill. In fact, an AK as a result. You take that.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong? Did you think it was a T?
Maybe.
It catches me all the time. It's been a long day, guys. I mean, this is the second game of the day. Second map, second game. First game was just really lengthy because of the tech issues that we had. Still 2 matches to follow here today, guys. It's going to be Bestia against Shinden later on, and then to round out the day, Sharks against LP is what I'm going to go with, Brandon.
Naked and Afraid.
Yeah, that would be a good option as well, but no one would have any clue what you're talking about. The old, like, reality show is what they're going to think of.
That's our team name.
In English.
Yeah. I mean, it also is their team name in Portuguese.
Yeah,
it's just it's just.
I guess so. It just I have no idea. That's what it means when I see it on my screen in Portuguese, but that's really true, actually. Here we go. First gun round. Open play for Kaiser. Already fights being forced through squeaky door. Damage done both ways.
Oh, nearly. Turtle wants to try and help. Togs has been very good at the squeaky door spam, so Togs is potentially going to upset Turtle with that a little bit later. A smoke on top hut's a bit of a weird one. And this break on the outside smoke didn't actually break it. It's starting to be a little bit messy now for Bounty Hunters. A reminder, Bounty Hunters have won this twice in the last 3 months.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we just had both teams winning their maps pretty dominantly. Like, it's not unfathomable for Odic to give Bounty Hunters the Bounty Hunters treatment with what we got on the first map. Pank is already in vent. They're just going to try and connect the dots by making their way down ramp and then join up on that B bomb site.
Is anyone holding ramp? No, you got this rotation down, right?
Yeah, but Freak is just watching from very deep on the bomb site, so that's going to give up a lot of space to this T side. You got Zoc here too. And Yuzu will start to get disposed of.
And Kaiser's holding like the hell rotate. Okay. Panks now ran away. That's given a lot of audio over to Freak, but he gets traded out by Togs. You shouldn't expect Zoc, but they will clear him anyway, and that is a horrible, horrible situation to find yourself in. Pank will be traded by Mayan, but it's a 2v3.
Oh man, I mean the setup on the B bomb site barely gets anything done for Bounty Hunters. Mayan has the door opened into the side of him in the middle of taking a gunfight, and well, eventually he'll go down to Togs, and Odic have done it. They've won the gun round as they start to pull ahead here now on Nuke.
Kaiser, hold on to his AWP. No. Oh my god, that's instantaneous. I think you might be right. I think you might be going to that third map after all.
Yeah, it's starting to certainly shape up that way, especially with how dominant these gun rounds have been. I mean, sure, Bounty Hunters win the pistol and convert, but that doesn't mean a huge amount in the grand scheme of things here. Going to have to be another little bit of a light investment coming through from the CT side, and a chance for Odic to add a 5th to their tally. Always very happy to take their time on these rounds, and that's an important factor on the T side of Nuke as well that I feel like is often missed, is that you don't really get much room afforded to you from spawn on a map like you do, you know, Mirage, Anubis, if there's not much of a contest. Nuke, you have to be happy to just take your time and not really be always active around the map. Just kind of be patient, right? Let the round marinate a little bit.
Nice shot. I think that's all it's going to be, though. Just a nice shot, and then moving forward into a save for that AK. Maybe the pistols can get involved. You're right, this has been a slow, deliberate effort out of Odic, but for Bounty Hunters, this has just been really slow. Then they over-rotate. They're incredibly lost. They're so lost.
And that's where you can see the shortcomings of the team, who maybe don't really have as much direction or experience on their side as a team and just on the map in general. Where that's how Odic are exploiting them. It's just by playing the slow, grindy style, forcing the rotations, forcing Bounty Hunters into some uncomfortable territory. That's a good setup, though. That's nice. They get all the kills. Economic damage is something to celebrate in the eco. That only means something if they can start to win some gun rounds, though.
Can they get the AWP out? Yeah, they can. So that's good at least. Tactical timeout to speak about what to do with it. Kaiser's not got a good spawn to go aggressive. So what I mean by that is he can't really go back red. He can't go in towards ramp and take the radio peak. I wouldn't mind. What's the most crazy thing he could do? He could go, not very spicy, but he could go main to hold squeaky. And they could not smoke immediately. And he could get that pick because Togs has been pre-firing there a lot. Or he could go crazy and go heaven to silo to hut and peak hut aggro.
That's an option, I guess.
He hasn't got any of those spawns really. The best one he's got is the main spawn.
I like the ramp play where the AWP doubles up with the rifler and then he just searches forward, clearing out the angles with the AWP. You know, you take a shot or you get a kill, you fall back. Then you have the rifler on your back as well to support you if you miss. Let's see what's it going to be here out of Kaiser's AWP. Just posted up outside for the time being. This is the round Bounty Hunters have to win to put a stop to the rot that's starting to set in here. Good util usage from Odic. Nullifies Kaiser's impact.
Oh,
Here's a player who's actually made their way through Secreture is going to peek outside.
Yeah, they're really trying to set up this AWP, and he just spams. Zok just spams without seeing anything. That's a bit wild to me that he does that. But hey, look, it doesn't cost him anything. Nate's now 1 HP. Kaiser, the timing, he's seen him, and Nate hasn't seen the AWP. So you now have a player locked in, but it also means your AWP is locked in a weird way.
Yeah. That's the problem, because Nate is low. He's got no reason to peek out here. So Kaiser, as a result, not really having much impact in the round.
Oh, but Turtle is. Turtle gets 2. Finally, Kaiser's able to be unshackled, and Turtle just keeps going. Turtle's found 3 kills in this round. He's 9-2 despite losing the map. 5-2 right now. Woody needs to try and clutch up. It's going to be really difficult, and Turtle just denies instantaneously. Bounty Hunters will get that 3rd round. The money hasn't broken yet for Odic, but it's close to being.
That's a brilliant round coming through from Turtle there on the A-bomb side to find the multi to just shut the round down in its tracks. You see, here's the thing. I feel like in the previous map, we never got any massive individual moments out of any of the Odic players to try and ignite the map and kickstart their campaign. It was always just, you know, win a round, like kind of trip over and win a round as a team, but no one having a great game. No one to kind of pull the team across the line. And maybe a round like that from Turtle can do exactly that for Bounty Hunters. And also, you can see the implications of all the kills that Bounty Hunters got in the eco round preceding that. There's 2 Tech 9s in play now for Odic. Man, this has 5 all written all over it if Bounty Hunters play their cards right. Question is, how do Odic play their cards? They're trying to peer in towards ramp. It's Freak who's on the angle. He's good for 1. You don't really mind that if you're Odic, though. Trading 1 for 1, you lose one of your Tech 9 carriers. Remove a rifle from the equation. Force an adjustment on the setup. Some discretion this time from Zok, and he's able to dodge the bullets. Nate's crosshair slightly off. Goes down as a result. Man advantage now for the CT side, and they should have a pretty good idea that Odic have to come ramp. This is where they were able to get a kill. This is where they know that for a fact there's been space afforded to them. Kaiser has committed. He's pushed forward, flashed up, rattles off 1, and then falls back.
At least he's able to get out. The main thing is he's able to get out, and he's now got this support. Oh, but it's just about closing the gaps now.
Oh, man.
Ooh, through control window he goes, and they've got no idea. What? Why has Tog's done that? Woody's now up A, but it's being held for. It doesn't matter. May has been able to be dropped, and suddenly Turtle's losing his life. This is really awkward.
Oh, how's Woody got past both of those players? I can't even get my words out. Woody, is he going to trip over the round here? No, he's gotten himself another. Just Kaiser left remaining, and he's missed that key shot. Commits with the Desert Eagle, and he's going to find the kill in time. Woody does 88 damage, but Kaiser survives with 12. And Bounty Hunters win the round, and man, Kaiser's rubbing it in.
What? That is probably the weirdest way to end that round, because you've got Mayan holding heaven, you've then got Turtle that misses a lot of bullets over towards Squeaky. He's then being held by the heaven player, and Turtle's allowed to go round the corner whilst the bomb's being planted, kill the heaven player, and then miss the reload. It's bizarre.
Truly all over
bizarre,
the place.
bizarre. And Kaiser misses an AWP shot and has to part a D-Eagle, and it's just fine. Like, it was just completely fine.
That shot should have cost him. I mean, he took 88 damage. I thought it was round over. Woody must have lost control of the spray at the last moment there. Spray betrays. And Odic have now kind of been coerced into reinvesting off the back of that near round win. And it's going to be pacey towards outside. Turtle, how does he go about his round here? A couple players across already, and he's going to look to respond.
Well, he's dropped. You've also got the drop in from ramp. He needs to live. He's completely isolated, and is he being chased? Yeah, he is. So Woody gets this kill. 2 players have already rotated. What's the response here? This is a 5-on-3.
Outside.
This feels really good for Odic, though, because you don't have to commit into B.
Oh, I mean, there should be no way for them to lose a round from here. I mean, look at how isolated these remaining CT players are. This should be unlosable. All you have to do is group up. Yeah, Mayan's getting info. Kaiser trying to as well. No! Are you kidding me? Does that happen? He hasn't ended up with either. A way back into the round, perhaps? Spot there on the bomb
nade.
site.
Yeah, Mayer's just got rid of Odic, and Kaiser just runs in. Kaiser just runs in. That player on the bomb site does nothing. And now you immediately know both these players are towards ramp. You immediately retreat. You go towards the vent. 30 seconds left, but Mayan is going to run forward in towards main. That's been heard as well by Pank, and now Kaiser slides in heaven. Should be a position where it's still unlosable. Pank goes wide and is able to get that kill on Mayan. Now Kaiser will definitely save. It's done. You can't do that.
Yeah,
No,
get out of
no.
there. All right, well, I mean, Odic, they try so hard, Brandon, but they aren't able to lose the round. They really gave it their best go.
Wow. Yeah.
Obviously, I mean that in jest, but it really was so close to just falling apart there for Odic in the 5v3. I mean, once Togs goes down, and you know there's 2 players in trophy room, like, they still almost seemed a little bit hesitant at that point. Because there was time for those ramp players to still or the trophy room players to rotate down ramp and get on the B side before Odic pounced.
I can't believe the guy at backside on B doesn't get a kill. That's actually the whole reason why they lose that round, to be honest. That's wild.
Yeah, and he was the player who had like the element of surprise on his side.
Mm-hmm.
That would have guaranteed the round, I think.
Should have, but didn't. Bounty Hunter's now hoping to equalize instead, and it's a fast A play. It's the fastest we've ever seen Odic go, and it works perfectly. Nades are exceptional. Freak's behind in Squeaky, and he's got 2 kills. Finally traded. Kaiser, you cannot go through this Heaven Smoke, or maybe you can. That's an insane Deagle headshot. Drops down. Zoc has now been traded. Nate, where on earth has Kaiser gotten off to? He's picked up an AK at backside. This guy's the most aggressive AWPer.
I was not familiar with Kaiser's game. Color me a fan. This guy's a stud. He's a stud. That's the only way to put it. He smokes the molly, charges through. You could see he was like, wait, I can't go through here. Here's the gunshots on the site. Sees his teammates fighting. He can't leave them high and dry. It's the captain, for God's sake. He pulls out the Deeg. Charges through the smoke like it's a movie. Instant 1 Deeg drops on the site. Doesn't know Nate. He's on the opposite side of the react, but then obviously loses his teammate, gets the info, goes for the AK, and just wide swings the guy like it's nobody's business.
And now look at this. It's just Tech 9 to the single Galil. Bounty Hunter's got a really good opportunity to make this 6 each. And given where this was, I think you take it all day long. Kaiser holding ramp. Needs to find more, and he does. Pank's been able to get a Glock kill, but Kaiser just keeps on going. Freak can hold his spray. It's completely fine.
Oh, I was a bit nervy there for a brief moment once Kaiser misses that shot. That nade only had to do 2 damage, doesn't do any. And somehow, Pank is a straight up wide swung Freak, but will leap into the loving arms of Turtle, who seals the deal. 6-all. 6-all. This is still alive. This is still doable. I mean, it was looking like there was 1 point in the first half here where Odic were going to run away with it, but Bounty Hunters have wrestled it back.
That they have. They can still potentially put this in a position where they can take them at 2-0. It's going to be really difficult for them, I think, but it is entirely possible.
It is possible. Bounty Hunters, if they can win the second half pistol round, that will put them in a really strong position to go on and get the job done 2-0. Already seen one Swiss stage team prevail today. 2 game coming out on top of Selva. And Bounty Hunters follow suit.
Let's see, shall we? Immediate mollies, being aggressive, and Freak actually has traded out Woody. Woody's been a nightmare to deal with, and down the vent they go. And Turtle's actually dealt with Nate, but that's the bomb. This now gets really freaky. Oh, okay. Maybe it doesn't have to get freaky.
Oh my god. What on earth is happening? I mean, Bounty Hunters is playing completely fearless Counter-Strike right now. I mean, imagine Turtle had died in lobby, but that is just an imagination. That is not where we are right now. It's Pank. He had 2 health in the previous round. This time he has 1 for the clutch, and it's not going to happen. Brandon, Bounty Hunters are ahead.
It got freaky in the best possible way for Bounty Hunters, because he gets a multi-kill. right?
Yeah,
It just
big time.
takes so much space, gets that dink on towards a ramp player. That was mental. Is probably the best way to describe that. A force back in for Odic. If they're not able to win this force fight, they're going to be down 9-6 on their map pick.
Yeah, that's concerning. Bounty Hunters 4 rounds away from winning 2-0 at that point.
Wow.
If they can realize that reality, and Zoc takes a big step in that direction. I was talking about how in the pregame, he's a guy who just loves to be unleashed and just charge at his enemies. It's exactly what he's done here to open up the round. Total follows it up with a kill through the smoke, and we have a 5v3.
This is the way to win the game if you're Bounty Hunters. Playing the exact same brand of Counter-Strike you did on Dust 2, but on Nuke, which is hard, but the same principles are going to be there. Going with aggression, going with acceleration, because Bounty Hunters love the chaos, and again, good fundamentals. Just make sure you're tradable. That's all you need to do on this T side as soon as you get the opening pick, because you can't lose. If you're in the player advantage and you're always tradable, there is no way for you to lose those rounds unless the multi-kills are exceptional.
Yeah, and at that point, you just tip your hat and say, okay, GG, go next. But you've got to give yourself the best shot by just playing to the advantage you have available. And also, I like how they just kind of pause and wait. And it's the same theme we saw on the T side from Bounty Hunters. Even when they get in these advantageous positions, they know, okay, hang on, CTs are down 5v3. They're going to have to try something to get back into the round. That's exactly what the textbook says. If you go down numbers on the CT side, you got to take space, you got to go for a gamble stack, you got to try get info. And so they just wait for that follow-up response. Get that kill, 5v2, easy as.
5 alive as well, which is just
Against
amazing.
the force. Yeah.
And May has even got a UMP. Like, it's just brilliant. So Woody's going to keep Kevlar MP9. He'll be the only one with really anything into this for Bounty Hunters. And again, a frustrated look for him. He's very emotive player, Woody.
Yeah, that's true. He always has been. And I appreciate that in the captain. You just got to make sure that the energy remains... Doesn't always have to be positive, but it can't go like... You can't let it transmute into some sort of like a negative toxicity, right? That's always important.
Yeah.
That line is fine. He's dead in this round. That is not a question. Turtle has not just doubled down, he's tripled down on entry duty.
17-5, by the way.
17-5. I mean, he had a really good game on Dust 2 as well.
Whoever's buying the Zeus needs to stop, by the way. Waste of money.
It really is. It's just unjustifiable, especially when you're behind. Okay, here at least, I guess, you know, you've won the pistol, you've converted, you're having a laugh. When you're
I
think
Mayan picked it up off someone off the floor. I don't think he started with it.
Okay, that is just, yeah. Indefensible.
So I like that we're continuing this conversation because Zola and Nexus having this chat before I went live yesterday, and Zola was basically saying, "Oh, what do you think about the Zeus?" And Nexus was like, "Oh, it's fun. I like it." And then Zola went on this mad rant about how he just hates it, and I was like,
"So he's in our club, basically." Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
We just got to keep the Zeus. It's not even propaganda. We're not spreading propaganda. We're spreading facts. We're spreading gospel about the Zeus and how bad it is, Brandon. It is our godforsaken mission to ensure that Zeuses are eradicated from the game. Bring back the riot shield. Get rid of the Zeus. That's what I'm saying. Thoughts on feelings on that one?
Lukewarm.
Okay, I'm surprised there's even a temperature. 9-6. I mean, listen, we're going off on a bit of a tangent, but Bounty Hunters have an opportunity here. If they win this gun round, they're in a box office seat to finish off the job at that point.
Yeah, you're right. And they're looking to go a little bit faster again, but it's actually Kaiser that burns alive first, despite Togs also standing in flames. His spray in Squeaky has always been pretty good for significant damage. Hasn't happened in this round so far. What's the move here now you've lost a player, Bounty Hunters? Because at the moment they're just being really static. They're not really too sure what to do. And it's free on A.
There's no reason for Odic to make any moves. So it's not like Bounty Hunters are going to get anything offered up to them from here. They're going to have to make a move to get into the round again. And the key move maker is dead. Kaiser, he's been one of the chief destroyers for Bounty Hunters on the map so far. Himself and Turtle. Going to be a squeaky play, but Odic are so well set up to deal with what's coming their way right now. Oh man, Togs was forced to drop down, but that just inadvertently gets him the kill.
Oh, what a shot from Freak, though. You're not going to be ready for Woody. That's the issue, and you already know that there's a player in towards main. You still know about Woody? Wait, there's no way he can do this, can he? Freak getting close. Knows about the player in towards heaven. Let's try and really isolate this fight, but Woody will hit the headshot. No 1v5 shenanigans / 1vx situations in which he gets an ace. Woody denies, and Odic will win. But that was just the bonus. Now Bounty Hunters have got everything, and Kaiser's got the AWP.
Yeah, and even after this round, they get $1,900. That might be enough to justify an investment again. So Odic are going to have to do this on hard mode. Gun round after gun round after gun round is what this requires. But they've been able to chalk the first up. They did take some losses in the process, though. So they're certainly not out of the woods by any stretch.
Oh, that nades. Oh, lands for only a little bit of damage, but the spray is phenomenal. Zoc doesn't know what hit him. That's a rough one, mate.
Oh, just looking to try and... I thought they were trying to cross discreetly, but Turtle then just stands out in the open. What a big frag onto Nati. Gonna be another contest in secret, though. Kaiser, your teammate's ahead of you. Wait, why is he just scoped in and walking down like that? Turtle's already fighting with the player in vents. Kaiser hasn't clocked what's going on there.
That was a bit weird. The good news is that the player in Garage is going to hear these reloads. And it is Woody. He's got this crossfire.
Oh, can Freak see the gun barrel?
Oh, no, he can't. Oh, that's ridiculous out of Woody. And Case-Lock should be able to get rid of Kaiser. Kaiser just jumps down in towards B, but Woody has done more than enough, you feel, to give Odic a one-round chance
hang on
at this. Kaiser's can plant, but you're saying hang on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's just going to take a while before they even get back into the bomb site. So Kaiser's able to get off of the site. He's in towards Decon with the AWP. There are kits and there is a smoke, and he's gotten the kill at range. Hang on.
Hanging on.
Yeah, for dear life at this point, if you're Odic, Mayan undetected in towards double door at this point, but Pan comes through from the vents. It's all on the Argentine's shoulders here in the clutch. He's on the angle right now. Bomb's not planted for him. That's a huge problem. Oh, and you can see the diffuser's being stuck as well. Mayan's able to get the frag on the first, but no time to contest that diffuse.
Yeah, that's so rough. Yeah, okay, I've let go. Oh, no. That's so horrible because he sees the wires. And then the smoke goes on him.
Stomach just sinks down at that point.
Rough timing there because Mayan was holding vent for just a second, and then suddenly he leaves it, and that's the moment that Pank drops down. And he's able to get rid of Kaiser. NT, with the bomb plant, they're still going to force here, Bounty Hunters. They got just enough money to do so. A really important round for Odic to bounce back, though. They can't keep making mistakes.
This is the last round here where Bounty Hunters still have an opportunity to kind of put Odic away if they can win it. It's almost in a weird way like it's been like a series point, like an unofficial series point for Bounty Hunters for these past 3 rounds, including this one.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good
Another
great
first
start.
one by Nati.
Oh, brilliant.
And he's got support there as well. Fantastic lockdown of the same bomb site. Bounty Hunters barely sets a foot in the bomb site.
Alright, see you on train. I rate the idea for Bounty Hunters to go a little bit faster, but the trades are just so good. Trades were ridiculously good out of Odic. No money at all for bounty hunters. This has got 3 maps written all over it.
Well, I mean, they've had 3 gun rounds now, Brandon. 3 gun rounds in a row where if they're able to win one of them, then Odic would have had their economy broken. Weren't able to win any of them, and the only time they came close was in an unlikely post plant. Now it's down to pistols. Odic should be able to get up to double digits. The train... Well, does it enter or leave the station? Whichever one you want.
Oh, it's left for bounty hunters. I think they're just about to miss it. Unless they get this eco. Freaks got rid of Woody. That's the guy that you want to be removing, but uh-oh. It's fine. Look, Freak's only on 1 HP. You can get a plant here. That'd feel really good, wouldn't it?
Freak is in a good position for a player who's on 1 health as well. Oh, the acceleration from Ramp is really good from Natey. The confidence is great to see. Because the fact that he's just put the pedal to the metal means that bounty hunters haven't had any time to set themselves up in the post plant. He's caught them, he's disrupted them, and he's gutted them.
Good news, at least, is that you got the bomb down. So it's still a good run. Togs just exhales a deep breath. Like, wow. How do we keep getting ourselves in these positions where it looks close? Turtle, by the way, was, what, 17-5? And now he's 18-9. So it's had very little impact in these last couple of rounds. Zoc can buy an AWP for Kaiser, but it would mean no utility. Last time out being called now for this T side as Odic take the lead and look to force train.
The question of the hour. The question of the round, more like. This is, yeah, Bounty Hunter's last opportunity. Lost 3 gun rounds in a row. Lose this one, and you can just basically kiss the map away at that point. You could imagine they knew they were on the precipice. They knew they were on the verge, and they're going to just take a little break here, Brandon.
No.
Pank and Case Locks have decided they're not ready just yet.
Why? No, don't do this now. We've hyped it up. We're ready to go back in. 10-9. And it's done. Like, guys. Oh, man.
I mean, listen, this is my first day I'm doing for Season 3 in South America, and it's a warm welcome back to the region. It's exactly how I remember it to be. 7-hour days when they should be 6 hours at max, at most. Breaks ad infinitum. Do you speak Latin, Brandon?
I studied it when I was a young boy.
Okay, wasn't expecting that. I was just throwing a curveball out there.
I did. How fun.
I'm sure that really benefited you later on in life. Especially when it came to, like, scientific plant names.
I know what Carpe Diem means.
I just thought that was French, honestly. I really did.
No.
I mean, it could have been to the untrained eye, you know. Anywho,
It's
to the
Latin.
game we go. Oh, I know that now.
It means seize the day.
Yeah. I knew the gist of it. I didn't know the direct translation, but I deducted that over many years of seeing it. All right, here we go. Bounty hunters live and die with this round.
I don't know why they keep splitting up. Like, if you're gonna go outside altogether and just trade.
Oh.
This is how you're winning rounds, and now again you're completely separate. Turtle overwhelmed with no impact.
Yeah, you're right. It feels like they've just been getting picked apart in these rounds on the T side so far, and then they always end up like 5v3, 4v2, and have to try and pull a rabbit out the hat.
Oh, maybe this could be the rabbit. Woody, who's got the AWP, For the first time in a while, I mean, look at this rotation. Though.
Oh, yeah, this is sick.
There's no
This
way.
is gnarly. Nah, this is a crazy crossfire. Even if you just go 1 for 1, you're never going to expect the other.
Oh, yeah. Oh, easy.
That's free.
There needs to be a trade here out of Kaiser. Needs to get it immediately. You know what? Maybe he can. And Zox found one as well. How was this round completely turned back on its head? You know that Woody was the last player alive. You know he was in towards hell. Scopes in with the AWP. And the nade lands is flush on him. That allows Zox to get over. Kaiser has dropped the bomb, but Zox here. Everything is okay for Bounty Hunters. And they pull that round, quite frankly, out their arse.
Yeah, very well done from them to level it back up at 10 apiece there. Incredible work from Kaiser to get both those kills. I mean, how does he not just go down to the player coming through from Decon? Because he would have had all his focus on getting the trade onto case locks on the bomb site. Not only does he kill that first player coming through Decon, he then also doubles down. Brilliant work. Round not over there, though. Woody has a pretty good attempt at the clutch there, must be said, in the 1v2. The way he's able to kind of like close the gap and get an angle on Kaiser in the corner. And then thankfully the trade comes through straight afterwards. If Woody got back to ramp, who knows what happens from there with the limited time left remaining. But it's 10 apiece. No money left for whoever loses this round on. Game on.
That smoke is weird and not very good. And they just make the most of it anyway. This is bizarre. Now we're smoking towards main. Nate's like, huh, what's going on? They must have walked garage, mustn't they? They must have walked garage, and Zox says, yeah, we did. And he gets the kill. And they're already in ramp, by the way.
Bubbles. They are. And in hell, still a player in garage
you're
as
just
well.
Be chasing shadows, yeah.
Where's that player garage, though? Turtle sweeping back into Mini, so he's not actually going to get the timing on Togs. This could be costly, because Togs is going to be coming up from behind up the ramp here.
Oh, no,
up the
he's
ladder.
not.
Oh, man. I mean, this could certainly go either way. Bomb plant going to be secured in the process, though. Heaven player dinged, but not dead. Round over. Maybe not.
No, round over. You gotta save. You got no money. You got no money whatsoever.
Oh,
You can't ninja defuse it either. You haven't got a kit. So, wow. Bounty Hunters are having some really nice intricate rounds here. There was the individual brilliance to get them the round before. This one was really nice. Just small scaling, but again, you're hunting in packs. Pack might be able to get rid of one gun and is able to upgrade his MP9 into an AK. That's quite nice.
Yeah. I feel like a round like that also takes confidence for Bounty Hunters to just try and push straight through outside, through the smokes, wrap around garage so early on in the round. I actually like that a lot from them. Good display and good awareness on the sweep back through the smoke from the CT. Zoc just holding that position, getting the kill. That's the kill that offsets the round, sets everything into motion. And it's an investment from Odic. They've gone all in around these two guns they carried over. It means 3 additional MP9s. Oh, this is a huge moment.
Wow. Now, the question is, will you be expecting this if you're Bounty Hunters? Will you be ready for the fact that this could be a full investment? You know that there's safe weapons. Are you ready for everyone to have something? That's the main question.
They're taking their time here. And cut the tension with a knife in this round. Who's going to be him? In these sorts of rounds where the game's on the line, everybody goes into a shell. No one wants to make a mistake that gives up the round. That then inadvertently gives up space for plays to be made, though.
Looks like Woody might be the guy. Taking a really advanced line in towards Secret, and he started down on B. So maybe he could at least get the info. It feels like we are trying to head towards ramp if you're Bounty Hunters. They've been smoked off again. So Zoc versus Woody. If Zoc goes towards Secret, this is such a big moment. Remember, 40 seconds left. Bounty Hunters are going to exec on towards this A-bomb site. Utility is everything.
Going to be very late into the round here as well. Have they got their composure about them? Have they got their entry fraggers on duty? How sharp is that spear? Looking to cut its way into the site. Zoc has been tagged. He's now relying on his teammates. Turtle's good for one. Zoc's lost track of that CT. In the meantime, kills coming through from the MP9s. They go back and forth. Not much time. Turtle's feeling the pressure of the clock. He wants to commit to the bomb plant, and he will.
Yeah, but that's allowed the space for the other guys to get in, right? That's allowed Nate to go around the corner. That's allowed Pank to come back up from heaven. And Kaiser is caught in transition. And now it's Nate's turn to shoot Kaiser's head and spam the body. 11-11. Odic make a wish. And that is to extend play in towards Train. But Bounty Hunters have got money. But it feels like it's do or die.
Oh, it absolutely is. What a round there. Was on the edge. Could have teetered either way at one point. Odic able to weather the storm on the A-bomb site, though. What a hotly contested map between these two teams. Credit to Bounty Hunters for pushing Odic this far on Nuke as well.
That is true. Let's see if Odic can get this over the line. This might be a little bit faster in towards ramp here. Keep your eyes on ramp.
Yeah, they were so respectful of the utility in the previous round. This time they're going to be going straight through that smoke, and they're actually able to get across the line without losing anyone in the process. Good amount of damage done by Pank, but I think they're going to ride this wave all the way into the B-bomb side.
Important kill. Turtle down, but Zocker has traded out Tog, so they're just going to plant. And Freak knows that Nate is here, and especially with that spam, the door gets open in their face, and the trades are so good. Here out of Bounty Hunters, Woody thrown into a 1 versus 3. Maybe he can drop the bomb. That would be everything. Bomb secured. And there is this late rotate down ramp, but with players not peeking, suddenly that starts to enter Woody's mind, surely.
I mean, it has to, because Kaiser got a kill outside earlier on. Oh, but Woody's just out in the open right now. It's Zoc, excuse me. He was the one who got the kill outside. And, oh, I thought Woody may have just lost it in time to have a chance in the duel, but it doesn't work out for him. Bounty Hunters have gotten themselves up to map and series points. And look at the diabolical amounts of money Odic have.
That's so rough. We praised Togs a lot in Dust 2. But when you're out of competition for so long and you don't really know what you're doing in terms of staying or going with this team, and then having to immediately come and face Nuke, especially after you get blown out on map 1, it's been a tough way.
Exactly, yeah. Like, you're by far the coldest out of everyone in the server. I mean, your team hasn't played for 6 weeks, but you haven't played for 4 months against the Bounty Hunters who hadn't smurfed their way through the group stage, but they were 3-1 up. And now they're going to have their best opportunity and their only opportunity to finish off the job. Turtle Herd on the drop down there by Natey, who will reposition. MP9s, M4, 5-7.
Oops.
That's what they have at their disposal. Turtle going to drop down. Natey ticking to the flames. The info surely there. Turtle gets the kill, but it's labored.
That's a good trade. That's a really good trade out of the MP9, but Bounty Hunters got what they wanted, and that was the space. Yeah, look at this. Everyone uncontested. Freak is now holding for this lobby crunch, which is the most natural reaction. He doesn't see it. So I guess a little bit weird. Woody's already down on towards ramp. In fact, so many players are here at ramp. Woody will get one, but Mayan holds strong for this double kill. It's a 3 versus 2. Freak is out of the fight, but it doesn't matter because Mayan has completely destroyed them. Bounty Hunters steal it right at the last hour, and they will 2-0 Odic and knock them out the tournament.
Oh, how's Mayan gone and done that, man? Just standing out in the open, man-moding? That's like a Justin Gagey, Max Holloway moment, pointing at the ground in the middle of the map and say, meet me here, we're going to stand and bang, baby. And he bangs them out of the server, gets all 4 kills. And that's a huge way for Bounty Hunters to seal the deal. I just can't believe that they were up, what, 9-6? And then lost those 3 consecutive gun rounds and then go down 10-9 and then win the map and series from there? It's not how it's supposed to go.
No, it isn't at all, but fair play to them. This Bounty Hunters team looks really exciting. For Odic, look, that's your first official in 6 weeks. You're playing with a stand-in /sub / who knows what Togs is up to over there with Odic. But they can all be in agreement that they are now out of the tournament. Bounty Hunters will progress forward to the quarter-finals. We've got 2 more best of 3s to whet your appetite. Bestia take on Shinden, and then Sharks go on to play LP. We're throwing this one to a break. When we come back, it's not going to be us. It's going to be JRT. It's going to be Get the Bag Mark. They'll take you through the rest of the best of 3s. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, welcome back to CCT South America, guys. I am JRT, joined by Mark here. Mark, how you doing on your return trip from Austin?
Man, I'm doing so well. Back here, so happy to be. I mean, casting some Counter-Strike. I got to, watch so much this weekend, JRT. It was unbelievable to be at the major. Quite a celebration of our game, but it's good to be back here in one of my favorite regions.
Awesome. And I mean, we'll check out the schedule as to what already happened. I think there were some delays in the previous match, right? And some issues, perhaps technical issues arising amongst the players. But at the end of it, we did have two matches that were taken care of. It was 2-1 for 2 games, so Selva are gone. And then 2-0 for Bounty Hunters, despite Odic making a good run for it on map number 2.
That's wild, right? I mean, we're coming in immediately ripping into these, the second day of our round of 16 matchups here, John. And I mean, for, a team that we're talking about, Odic just at the major, this is a not the desired outcome that they wanted today. But for Bounty Hunters that have been grinding through the Swiss, and I know at a 3-1 pace, we're, pretty happy to get into this playoff and are going to be so happy about that result. They're going to be going up against Red Candidates next, but that is where we trickle off into our side of the bracket, John. I think they saved us some good ones here today. I'm ready to see Bestia ripping back into a tournament after obviously a really unfortunate situation, not being able to attend the Austin Major. So they're back into their first competition since into a playoff, and it's versus familiar foe.
Yeah, I think Bestia is going to be a little hungry right now to find a win and maybe even try to take it all here, right? Because they want to prove that they were the ones belonging at the major. Let's talk more about them here as we have, I would say, a pretty solid roster overall, Mark. If you look at the names that they've picked up here, Luchov obviously stands out as the number 1, sitting at the top of the team at 1.24 rating, but also Timo, Thomasine, even Casson. They've been a pretty strong squad as a whole.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with how this team has gone about, right? I mean, we're, immediately going to make this connection, obviously, to where, Nas is picking up on the other side for Shinden, where, that replacement came in February after they lost a 3-map grand final in Frost and Fire out against, I believe it was that... Oh my goodness, it is just absolutely slipping my mind. It was Legacy, excuse me. Yes, how could I forget Legacy after just whipping back from Austin myself. But that got them in, and for a discussion that we're going to be talking about later with another op IGL that is just now in IGL. They obviously bring in Kaysen after that, and he's been pretty interesting. I was liking what he was doing over on Pain before, but was just on Insanity, was a little bit inactive after that, and is good to go over here. But I'm excited to take a look over on Shinden, because I mean, where we pick back up with this, I mean, with Kaysen we're just talking about, I think IVZ had an absolutely great game. I was talking about that game versus Crew earlier in the Swiss, and that was lovely to watch him.
No question. And I mean, looking more into this roster here for Shinden, I would say, player to highlight, probably looking at Abiz. His impact has been great as of late, 1.09 rating, firepower 72. And I mean, overall, I don't know if there's anyone higher than him. I don't think there is firepower rise. It's kind of low. And I mean, a lot of this is due to the fact that they have kind of had an up and down run as of late, although they did well in the Swiss stage, right? Defeating LP, losing the Bounty Hunters, but then getting a win against Elevate, which I think is the most impressive one, I would say, because I thought Elevate were going to make it through the Swiss stage. They did not, and it's because of Shinden.
Yeah, I mean, where me and Vincent were, last talking right before we came here, it was Flamengo versus Elevate. That was a crazy one where it was Elevate actually, taking the win.
They were leading,
after,
right?
Yeah, they were like leading, and then CK's out, disconnected, and it was Flamengo that took that victory, and it was just a crazy situation out there. But I mean, it did get a little bit hairy for them all the way out in the cut. But for the Shinden opportunity to go here, I mean, against the Bestia, against the team where, I mean, who's very, very hungry to get back into this. I wonder if because there is that familiarity there where there has been, I mean, I won't act like this is, not so much of a closer affair. I think Bestia a lot of the time has won this head-to-head in the past when it has happened a long time ago. It has happened in a long distance before this JRT. But I mean, with this familiarity here, I wonder if there is a bit of a trap game setting in our round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long. I don't know if there's even going to be stats on those head-to-heads, and obviously some roster changes have come through, but I still am with you. Bestia should absolutely have the edge here. It should be a statement game for them to say, look, we are one of the top teams in South America. We're going to prove it here in these playoffs, so I think it's going to be really interesting to see if they have a chip on their shoulder because of everything that happened around the major. Let's check out the veto now and see what maps we will be ending up on, and I'm kind of curious here. See how it's going to go. Mirage being picked by Shinden absolutely makes sense. I mean, one thing for these two teams is that the veto actually, both of them banned trains. So Shinden had a free ban. They chose Anubis, which takes Bestia's best map out of the pool and goes to Mirage immediately, although Mirage is also exceptionally strong for Bestia. So I don't know if this is necessarily a disadvantage. Then Bestia pick into Inferno, which is pretty even on both sides. But again, we can't always just look at the records for the squads on the map. We also have to factor in how good Bestia are. So I think that overall, with an Ancient Decider here, I still feel there's, even with the ban of Anubis, a Bestia lean, Mark. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm really a fan of, especially where that final official was in that series versus Legacy, that 13-8. I remember watching that and being so excited, about the Argentinian team making the major. It was really a great result that they were able to put up. So where that is, I mean, really great for Shinden. I think that, it's a direct challenge in that way. If Shinden are to show their best on this map, then, it better be better than what they had versus Elevate. It was I believe, 13-4 loss that they had out here. But, I mean, that bad days that you can certainly have. They have a lot better score lines up in their resumes for sure. And I mean, one of the better, it had a 13-5 in the Swiss versus Bounty Hunters, who we all were watching along just a couple of minutes ago, doing pretty dang good.
All right, let's check out the head-to-head, see which players are going to be highlighted. I imagine it's going to be a Biz and Luchov that are going to be going up against each other, and it is, yes. No surprise here. But you see the disparity, right, in terms of the rating, how good Luchov has been over the last 3 months, 1.24 versus a Biz, 1.07. Overall, you're looking at a bit of a disparity between the two teams in terms of skill. So that's already a factor going into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, where, that, comes to, I think, a Bestia team that is looking to, put their foot on that gas today, and like the conversation of, always being able to, especially in these tier 2 tournaments where you literally just saw Bounty Hunters go up against Odic there and upset them immediately in the round of 16. This is a line that we need to see them just continue to put up at a very high bar that we know that they can. If we can get Luchov off to a very great round of 16 here, then I think it's going to be pretty exciting for where this playoff could potentially go.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. But before we can find out where it's going to potentially go, guys, we do have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 1 on Mirage. All right, we're here, guys. Don't worry. We didn't leave you. We're getting ready to go here with Shinden up against Bestia, map number 1. And as we framed it previously, it feels like Bestia should have the edge over Shinden in this entire series. But Mirage is really one of those maps that you can get those upsets on, Mark.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And for, obviously, Bestia trying to reach immediately into the bag here for that challenge, it might be Shinden to, be below that cut, be in a place where they can potentially get that uppercut and actually knock out this first map. But it is, Shinden that starts on the T side. So ball in their court and potentially blowing it down. They've already found Timo right at the beginning of this. Noxie's going to check back into middle, get a great headshot onto Nacho, and he's going to reach back. Got 2 on the bomb site, JRT, and they are brawling. Now onto Thomason to try and get this down in the 1v2. We know this young gun can be flashy. That's why he's got 2 of them in the hands right now, facing up against both of these players, and now taking the direct fight, overpowered, and it's Shinden that reach in and grab this first round.
Wow, nice job by IVZ on the 3K, really cycling around that site. Not an easy take for Shinden, having lost a couple of players before they got to the bomb site, but I mean, the shots were sharp, and they're able to take control. Don't even need the bomb plant in the end. They just go and take the fights, and that does it. Very, very well done. As it will be round number 2, and a 4 spy coming through for Bestia. You're going to have the 2 scouts, the 2 Deagles, and the MP9 on their side. One of those scouts, of course, can be watching mid here, but Shinden are not going anywhere near that direction. They want to just take it towards the A site, it seems, as IVZ is the last player on the flank, and he's not going to go lurking with the bomb unless he drops it for someone else. So this is just a straight-up A take. I think they're probably going to go pretty early on in the round. They do. BK won the opener onto Luchov, and now there's only 1 player left isolated towards CT. Shinden will almost certainly have another bomb plant. Or I should say a bomb plant.
Oh my
God. Another round.
They're going. In case he's going to shut that down. Too hot to trot out of that smoke for CT. But with this force all the way back, it was, immediately acknowledged with the damage currently done. Bestia considers trying to get this Kevlar out. They absolutely decide to do that. Naz getting overly aggressive, trying to fit through this hold is going to be now reaching down, tags up. Got to get this AK out of here. That will remain steady, JRT. So Shinden, they move up to 2 in a row, but how much damage can they bring down? Actually moving this back up to Cat is probably the next best maneuver. This damage is significant just to get that Galil out of the hands. So with the MP9 and the Scout laying around, go ahead and kind of just rub salt in the wound. I'm not sure if these guns are really going to make all too large of a difference. And you may just see them firm up a little bit more, but Nacho does just get him. The bell does not save him.
Wow, that was close at the end. But look, Shinden did lose 3 players. I thought the hunt might have been a little too aggressive on their side, but they're still able to buy up pretty cleanly, so that's not too big of an issue. 3 AKs, the MAC-10, and the Glue. And we also can't forget that Bestia is not going to have a buy up into this round, aside from some upgraded pistols, maybe, a little bit of armor, and the Scout that was brought out from that previous round. Anyway, Bestia, 4 players stacked up towards A. In fact, all 5 are here now to try and greet Shinden should they come in this direction. If they don't, I don't know how much they're going to be fighting forward. We'll see. There's still some pieces that are worth saving, but that might not even be in the cards because Shinden appear to be lining up for A here. Markin, whoa, what a shot from Noxie.
Still got it. On that scope, the headshot onto Naz, who drops to 0-3. Let's see if he is in vain. The Scout
oh my God.
is going to continue to farm. 3 out of Noxie, bringing it all the way down. And Biz is going to have to come in like a comet and just wreck this bomb site. But the USP may check him. He has gotten 3. Not to be the ace clutch out here, getting busy versus these ecoing players. The mixed bag, and Kaysen just trying to avoid. Kaysen remaining with that pistol. The Opera usually, the scope in the hands of his IGL right now, as he so formerly donned. What a round so far, JRT, but now we sit patiently.
Wow, that's beautiful from Noxie, though, working around the ticket, getting a 3K with the Scout, the first one in particular from long range before they close the gap. Then he gets the close range shots as well. So pretty from Noxie. Dropped the bomb at their feet, and now Abiz is just waiting here. He's got that 3K. He needs to get 2 more, and I mean, either the 2 frags or try to get that bomb planted, but it just seems like he has to take a fight if he wants to get near that bomb. And only 15 seconds left. He won't be taking a step further forward because Noxy has nailed him to the wall. 4K for Noxy.
Love to absolutely see that. Noxy, you knew he was hungry. Unfortunate scenes, was not able to get that scout out in Austin. It is late due back up on the server, and he's eating him up already. Got that scope in Noxy's hands, can afford the op already onto Kaysen and Bestia. They're going to take this first big step in this gun round.
We should be talking about a 3-0 for Shinden, given the buy-up that Bestia brought into that previous round, but instead, Bestia steal one away, and Shinden decide to go for a force buy immediately off of it. 2 Galils and 3 pistols available to them. Bestia has a little bit of a cushion now, at least amongst 2 players, money-wise. We'll see if that will make a difference. Notch going to be charging through and into the Molotov. He ends up dying to the bullets there. Luchov and Thomasin doing a great job holding on to this B site. Thomasin finds another, and even Cassin's rung true with the op shot. It is all Bestia in this round as they shut down the advance from Shinden.
Yeah, they wipe that board clean. That's going to be really great for them to absolutely set up the vibe that they are going to be bringing on this Mirage. It's going to be dangerous, and it's going to be bold. They got these Glocks back out for Shinden now, and that's exactly where you're sent back to the drawing board. It'll be one more to, you know, chip the lead back to Bestia. There's no magical scout right now here for Shinden.
I mean, Noxy, speaking of the scout, he still got it.
Hell yeah.
Still wants to go and see what he can get done with that. I don't really blame him, given what happened a couple of rounds ago. And Cassin, he is the usual one with that scope in his hands. It's been pretty solid throughout these last 3 months. Anyway, Thomasin's going to get that smoke thrown in towards apartments. That should fend off the advance, and it does.
Listen on the top. Get this first, striking to a B's, and Teamo can even get his batch right down. Everybody can get a piece of the pie if they want. Thomasin takes that next step. Nothing for Noxy here, but the other scope has got 2 into the barrel straight up. And worth acknowledging, there is another round, no casualties out for Bestia.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat more expected in the anti-eco situation there for Bestia, but either way, they have looked fairly clean since getting on the board in that surprising way. Now Shinden will be bringing the AKs back out. Rifles across the board, a Galil in the mix. Not much util. I mean, I say not much, just not as much as you usually want to have on your T-side Mirage. Because you have to dispose of... you have to utilize so much of it towards mid to gain that control. Cassin, I believe he knows the players here over at the boxes, and that incendiary is going to force a smoke out of Naz. Nade followed up. Naz eats it down to half health here.
Naz is like having such a troubled start to the game, and it's literally not even his fault. I play the game of bad or unlucky. I think he's just gotten the worst of it in these first 5 rounds there. That's not the way he would like to have used his smoke just then. Has to put it down, immediately picked on that, and then naded to the depths. But Shinden, they're trying to just bowl this around, and actually for how they use their utility, they may just be using the most of it. They get up with this control towards Cat, and now they get 2 on tap. 2 kills practically at the same time. And now this is going to be changing the lean. Right here, it's just going to be the body language that's going to be the movement for Shinden, and it is damn bold. It's confident into the bomb site. Teamo would have to go do larger scenes than he did up on Catwalk right before. You may not be able to escape with this AWP, but you're certainly going to try. All 4 members going to be dawning right at Kaysen now. Good luck.
We'll see if Kaysen can hold them off. There's another connection onto a Biz. I'm honestly a little surprised they're going so aggressively here. Their money never really stabilized, and eventually they must call this off, and looks like they are. Oh, that looked like it was going to be on. Kaysen now going to the sidearm after missing that shot. Got the 5-7 out. Wins the fight against IBZ. 2 players left now for Shinden. Yeah, they absolutely can. I mean, 3 players lost.
trying to keep track of this, John. It's not enough for me. It's not enough for me. We just saw how poor the utility was, and it's not going to get too much better for 3 of these Shinden players, but that's a really good round altogether. If you're going to bring that together all the way for it, I think you're going to, maybe dawn into what I put a Mac 10 up into the business if you can. You're affording that all the way on the end line for BK1, so he'll be green to get that AK, and now Shinden, they're going to be practically full force right now.
Yeah, it was a really nice entry from Naz, and then he gets 2 more afterwards, did all the work pretty much by himself to gain that site. So I really appreciate that, given that he was struggling in the first 5 rounds. That being said, the fact that they chased so aggressively in a 5v1 when their money hasn't stabilized yet seemed a bit odd. And those are the types of things that can cost you, especially when you continue hunting. You don't even get the op down, you lose 3 bodies. And Bestia are going to be coming right back into it because they still had enough money to buy up into this next round. And even then, even after that, their economy is still pretty stable because of the fashion that they won those 3 rounds in.
Tom is in, taking some liberties, and he should have heard a little bit of a couple of steps of flash into underpass. He just calms that over. Timo being where exactly positioned he is, about to be active, where the smoke is on time fading. B's going to be taking his liberties at that same moment. May have just slipped this net. Oh my God, John, it does not work out this way. That is beautiful. And now just spotting onto the AWP player. This is disgusting timing for Shinden.
I think he just maybe expected Kaysen to be watching. I'm not sure what happened there and how there was such a gap out of Palace, but there you go. Bomb planted here. Feels like it should still go the way of Bestia regardless. And yeah, they bring it down to a 3v1. Abyss still alive somehow. He keeps looking back and forth, hoping to find one, but he can't. Timo finishes him off, and Timo with the 4K. Well done on his side. But it's just, the fact is, it didn't feel like Shinden should have been able to get onto that bomb site with the way the round was trending. And they just leave a massive gap on the defensive side, which credit to Shinden for capitalizing on that and getting a bomb plant, but still, Bestia need to tighten things up.
It's a bit of a leaky CT side, one step at a time, but it's been very, very active in middle. Bestia haven't exactly been able to put their finger fully on it, but for how Kaysen has gotten going, just had that mid start in the last round. It's Noxy that takes the spawn and kind of, puts his nose into this mid smoke and can't really find much out here because there's not much pushing back in this instance. It's Shinden that show you a bit of a different face and actually have a heavier look to the extremities after this round. Luchov can find this out though. He gets the 1 player out of top middle, and now they're going to be on this A bomb site. Kaysen already getting active, and he's traded out.
Oh my God. They're getting picked apart. This is just a demolition derby in favor of Bestia. Makes you wonder how that 1 round even came through, and I guess it's just pretty much Naz who got those 2 frags like we were talking about. And if he's not getting them, I suppose no one is. Nacho gone to Timo's on. I mean, in the gun rounds, of course. As Bestia is up 5-3. And, another player that we talked about before, needing to step up here for this Shinden squad is probably Abyss. I mean, he does have 5 frags on the board, but if they want to find success, he's a key piece that needs to activate.
Most certainly. I think where this comes down, I mean, he's a pretty young player, been, with this even when they were La Ruganeta. That was, quite a name out here that I do dearly miss. But, staying with this pack was always a reason to be a part of their successes. So now they're going to be challenging into one of the most deadly hands today. And now it's going to be right opened up. It's Luchov that's going to swallow this all up. He's got 3 out of it. They dominating a site hold that you get down. A 4K for Luchov this time. And it is just, whose turn is it now for Bestia to put up a multi-kill right on this A defense? They are looking so clean where we were looking to see them clean up.
I mean, look, that's honestly kind of the contrast I was going to make between the 2 squads. Looking at Shinden, you got Abyss, maybe Nacho, who are the fraggers, and outside of that, it doesn't really materialize too much. You could perhaps look at Naz, who does get a lot of opening, or does take a lot of opening duels, not necessarily successful, but you saw when he is successful, it's quite effective. But on the other side, Bestia are incredible. They've got a solid cast of players, right? 4 of them, I would say, out of the 5. Even all 5 can come out and perform admirably. Noxy, you saw him with that scout. As you were saying, every player has had their time to shine so far in this map. And Luchov, Chemo, Thomas, and Kaysen, any of them can come through and do damage. So it's going to be tough for Shinden.
That is a uncomfortable look. Nacho will have it brought back his way. All these timings were just shaken out of control 4 rounds ago for Shinden, but put down for Bestia. That's where we're absolutely looking to see in this first half at some point. Now it's Naz finally ripping back. This is a guy that really had a really tough role at the beginning of this game, is now getting involved here, and unfortunately gonna have to do much more because Luchov, that's a very big kill onto the lurking BK1. So now it's gonna be the full front hit right now, and Kaysen just trying to leak in, and just a hair off of that, and Nacho gets to put the hammer down as well. This is a B site that's gonna be locked up in cold terms. Now Timo is gonna have to try and save this. Should have a kill onto Naz, who is clean, but he's nasty for that headshot. Beautiful work from Naz.
Yeah, 2 rounds where Shinden won. It's been Naz at key points in the rounds, taking care of business. So that's good news for them that if he can continue to activate in that fashion. But what I've also noticed is that when Shinden are taking a slower approach, when they're making Bestia think a little bit more, that's when they're gaining the advantages. That's when they're finding the gaps and making Bestia second guess themselves. You can also look towards the previous 2 that happened where Bestia is getting such clean rounds that their economy's building up and ballooning. It's because Shinden try to go fast. They try to make these quick plays, and every time they do that, Bestia wins sheerly off the duel. So you're going to have to outsmart Bestia if you want to get the rounds on the board if you're Shinden.
A ruder look down to 13. The Opper brought into the conversation immediately. IBZ going to get his hands on the big green right now. And where do Shinden decide to take this tempo along? It's a very aggressive look out for Bestia. Thomasin can't get his hands quite on Naz, but that's a really great find. It's just Luchov that's going to clean up the board. He's got 11 kills already here in round 11, and that's it, all gone from middle. Kaysen is going to be looking up and towards apartments, now trying to expect a second player. He's going to be disappointed. Abyss is all the way in T-spawn. I don't think much more disappointed than Abyss is right now. It's an unfortunate situation he finds himself in, but Shinden need an answer.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, right? I mean, Shinden, a couple of rounds, they go slow. And if it continues, like, it can continue to work, right, if there's no reaction from the other side. But we're not in a vacuum here. It's not like, oh, Shinden's going to keep doing the same thing and Bestia won't react. Bestia did react. They adapted. They're like, okay, they keep waiting. Let's take the fight to them. And as soon as they take the fight to them towards top mid, Shinden collapse. You know, they can't really deal with the firepower that's coming their way. Great work from Luchov, who typically is that star rifler that Bestia has. 2K for him, already up to 11 leading the server. And everyone else really activates around him. It was a very nice coordinated effort towards mid to gain that control. As Abyss, as you mentioned, alone, wondering what happened probably, and he'll just save the AK, as it will be 7-4 for Bestia.
Yeah, there were a couple different looks, unfortunately, that Abyss will consider, where middle they were kind of went out to dry, slapped back in apartments by that AWP. Where did the life go out of this T side? It was a little bit of a even delay to get into the server today. I know we were potentially hearing some, trouble on the Bestia side, but you shake off whatever it is. It's not a South American tournament. We don't have a couple of tech issues. I was, listening to Hayes and B-Dog right before this. I might be a broken record repeating that joke, but we're back into it, and it's a really great look. We're back on track, and Bestia seem to be on track for an 8-4.
Oh yeah, I mean they're doing quite well. In the rounds that they're winning, it's ridiculous how dominant they look, right? That could be said as well for Shinden. In those 2 rounds they won too, right? It just feels like it's either been a blowout or nothing else. Just a blowout round, blowout rounds round after round, depending on which team is winning it. So, there's Thomasin. Yeah, that's a fantastic headshot found onto a Biz. BK1 gets the trip, but Thomason's everywhere, and so is Kaysen. But Naz comes in from the flank. He has been so integral in their round victories. This time, though, his 2K is not going to be enough, Mark. Bestia do indeed get the 8-4.
Yeah, they keep the parts of Shinden quiet that were necessary. Got to wonder how that half goes as Naz is able to like avoid 05, 06 start. Was, you know, as you pointed out, very adamant of a point to their T side right there to actually get that ball rolling. But, you know, if we're to kind of, you know, knock on that door, then it's going to be to multiple of these players of Shinden. You're going to need to see a big turnaround here in that pistol where I think that energy was certainly, you know, existing right going into the first half. But Noxie, Luchov, and the boys seem to be satisfied with their performance. I could just tell right now. The calm face.
All right. We go into the second half. Bestia switching over to their T side. Looking purely at the numbers here for Bestia. On Mirage, they're 4-0, right? Undefeated over the last 3 months. Haven't allowed an opponent to get into double digits. Their CT round win percentage, 83.9%. And I don't think that's changed too much based on the result of that first half. T round win percentage, a little lower, 59.1%, but still fairly solid. So I don't think too much is going to change here. It's going to be up to Shinden to try to mix things up and throw the change-up pitch, but I don't know if they've got it in them. Maybe on this pistol round, though. They take the first half pistol, Mark.
Picking up this pistol would be a curveball of some kind. I do agree. Naz going to eventually stand on the mound for it. That's a good look, and can continue right out. It will be Luchov to see into it. Thomason says, how do you do? This is a site who's been blown wide open. Going to be moving this forward with confidence, and at this point, I kind of scratched that. I mean, with the two players here, you have to stand the ground and not bite off too much. Got to see if Bestia are going to be chewing these two players right into jungle. And yeah, the hell they are. It's an instant gush onto the AWP player. And then Kasem is just going to lock them down. It's a 2 versus 4 here. And Bestia rip into the second half with Fury.
This is crazy, right? Because they had that opener, did Shinden. It looked good for them again in those opening moments. But Bestia just cracked through towards the A site. Don't really have much trouble in the process. Long-range Glock headshot. Nacho's gone, and Luchop takes care of BK1 after he only gets one as well. Bestia get the pistol round, up 9-4. A chance to cruise to the finish line.
Quite close on that green to put it in for 10. It's going to be a great look for them. John, I got to ask you, as you know, hearing a lot of chatter this weekend in Austin, I hear golf is coming back to esports. Do you dabble?
Wait, what? What's coming back to esports?
Golf is coming back to esports, specifically Counter-Strike. Do you golf?
I do not golf.
We may have to change that. We may have to change that.
Yeah, maybe we will. I'm gonna talk about this more because I'm not even sure what it's all about. So
that's actually I will scratch that. Those aren't the quite particularly the courses I heard being checked out in Austin. Austin also so happens to be the disc golf capital of the world. Believe it or not.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Get the bag. JP, my brother, is quite a disc golfer. That didn't come over to my side of the, I guess, house. But you know who is? I believe Dust.
Okay.
Quite a disc golfer himself. And I'm sure you may have seen, we're going to be bringing it back to, you know, where the ball's on the green. Automatic in his professional golfing days now on TikTok.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Automatic. You got to do something, I guess, in your retirement. And that's what he's chosen. Trying to move on from CS into golf. Whether it be a joke or not, I don't know. I think we'll find out. Either way, 10-4 for Bestia. They take care of business on the anti-eco. Now it will be the buy-up, perhaps the last one Last proper one for Shinden, unless they win this. Bestia, despite them being the ones that are winning here, Mark, they're calling the timeout.
Got to make sure we are all good to go, John, on this T side. Oh, no. Maybe that was why. We're going to need a little bit more than a tech pause, regular pause for that. And hit the big T for it. And I keep yapping about golf?
If you want. I mean, I don't know how many people that play Counter-Strike. I don't know if there's like a big crossover.
I wonder if there's a big Brazil, South American golf scene. I say Brazil here, but too, almost fully Argentinian teams.
I don't know. I mean, I have golfed in my life before, usually at a driving range. I don't really go to I've gone to a course one time, and it was miserable. But I do enjoy the driving range, yeah. No, I mean, I'm bad, so it was miserable because I'm not good.
No, what you were just speaking about, once you're in your retirement, when we're done from fully casting, John, we'll hop on the green. I'm sure we'll have a wondrous time. Back on the green is Noxie, too. He just decided to rejoin us. Welcome back.
I'll be honest, I hope I'm never done casting, Mark.
100%. We're doing this till we're 90, John.
We're
going to be like Al Michaels.
As casters. What's that?
We're going to be like Al Michaels.
Exactly. No, I mean, like, you can keep going. As long as you can talk and you can form a coherent sentence, you're good to go. Oh, man. But no.
Just now, Blast signs Launders and Scrawny for 45 years.
Wow.
Ball and chain, boys.
Hey, look, whatever. If someone get it to me, I'd take it. Not gonna lie.
I think I would listen to Scrawny and Launders for 45 years. That would be quite a time.
Indeed.
South America is listening to us, John.
They are.
And they're quite happy because we are back into the game.
As they should be. 14 rounds expired. Bestia with a very strong lead. And if they win this round convincingly, I don't think Shinden's going to have much of a hope or a prayer of getting back into this map. Maybe the series, but certainly not here. Look at the utility that Bestia are tossing forward as well. They take full control of the A side without requiring a single frag. Bomb planted. IVZ's looking to get in on the action. Finally does. The nades are sailing through still, and there are the headshots. At least one of them from Kaysen from the Galil.
I was about to suggest that it was time for IVZ coming out of CT to have a Noxie-esque effort all the way back. He was pulling with so many huge kills. That's going to be a gimme out from CT. Thompson will just get ready to go, and it's a triple spewing out of the burst. You get that down. Noxie just going to hop right over the gate and just smack you down. What a turn out of CT from Thomason. He just burns up Shinden.
Wow, unbelievable stuff from Thomason, honestly, in that situation. You'd think maybe Shinden have a chance. The trades are coming through. It's looking probable, or at least possible. And Thomason's like, nah, get out of here. Take that away from here. We don't need any of your business in this bomb site. And wow, so well done. 11th round secured from Bestia, and the biggest problem for Shinden out of that round is they don't get a single rifle carry through because they were committed to that retake all the way. So now it'll just be the pistols spot up with an SMG in the mix, but this should, the way things have been going anyway, be another round victory for Bestia as they haven't been troubled by the anti-eco situations.
Not sure this smoke is going to keep them away from completing their itinerary on time. I think they're going to be reaching into this bag before they can see what's in front of them all the way through. Blow open the smoke. Have a time about it. DK1 sprints out of sandwich. Nas hitting a headshot. That fades away. Not bulletproof for the triple. It's going to get cleared out, and one at a time. It will be Shinden putting their lives on the line through these smokes. And as that will, come to even sound, it's not going to work out too well for him.
All right. Let's see if Shinden can do a little damage, maybe, here to Bestia. Although it's kind of hard because they've already got an economic footing, again, because of how convincing a lot of these rounds have been here already in the second half. Thomason spams a little bit towards CT, then falls away and says, I'm not going to give you a close-range fight with those SMGs and pistols. And in fact, all of Bestia fading off. They can watch the bomb from ramp. IVC gets a nice headshot from the 5-7 and a follow-up on the Thomasine. They won't get the defusal, and he won't find any more damage after that as he's flanked out, but still. Little bit of chip damage being done there on the side of Shinden. Again, though, unfortunately for them, Market, it doesn't matter. Bestia have enough money to rebuy.
This is going to be a result that's going to be really a daunting one if it continues to, go the way it's going for this Shinden roster. We were just talking about, even teasing up to this Mirage, how it's really, really strong for them. But even versus Elevate pretty recently, they kind of had a daunting affair. Look, I look to, really give credit to Bestia here, who come in extremely hungry. As we know, that's the storyline into this. Bestia would love to take this entire event, John, I'm sure. So if we're getting this all the way down to begin, this is going to be exactly the vibe they want to start. And Nacho, just like Varga, he wants to try and turn this around, but this time he gets put in the chair.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, though. I mean, Bestia are a team that has the capability of taking the entire event. And I think right now they're trying to prove that they are a dominant force to be reckoned with. And what better way to do that than to wipe the floor with Shinden? Obviously, Shinden doesn't want that to happen at all. And they're going to put up a fight at the very least here in this round. 4v3. No, 4v2. A Biz. Excuse me, 3v3. I take that back. I got a little crossed up there. And it will be even numbers. Bestia trying to work their way in towards the B site now. BK1 going to be overlooked, and BK1 gets the shot on Thomasine. There we go. There's the man advantage for Shinden back in their hands.
Molotov that's going to be going all the way back into bench. Clearing out these nooks and crannies. Asen going to go back with plenty of time to work with this. I mean, sure, lace him up, sprint to top middle, and see if you can get this contact back. But I think you're about to see the diagnosis in the next couple of seconds as to, how far this is to be taken. Noxie finds nothing. And I think this round is just about to be that. They should just be big chilling. Maybe for these next 20 seconds. I just don't see them having the time to reach around and plant.
I don't understand the logic behind Bestia's maneuvering in this round. Like, I mean, yes, I know you're from the 3v3 to a 2v3, but you've got so much money that you're probably fine to take more of a chance here. I guess you could play conservatively, and you lose the op anyway. And it does at least deny them from picking up the op. They'll be able to rebuy the op. Noxie can drop that over for Kaysen. But I just would have liked to see maybe a better approach, and they did have both players in the same spot to try and just snowball into that B site and end it right there. But full credit to Shinden. Nice hold at the very least with the guns out once more, and they keep hope alive at least for one more round. Ooh. Timing shot almost there for Kaysen, Mark.
That would have been a great thing to cash in on right at this bid. Round 18 is where they look to finish at that rim specifically. See if they can get this to 13 the way they want to. It's a bit slower this time around. I mean, it's unfortunately been Noxie that's unfortunately kind of fallen off at the top of the scoreboard for it. But, I mean, next to guys like Luchov and Thomason, who was the most dangerous rifle for, that consideration. So that gets my praises at the beginning of this game. But, he just let the rest of his squad get involved. Ooh. And I think we're all going to be loving that flavor. Quite a great look. That's going to be a lot of damage onto this. But for Bestia to still be just trotting along 5v5, John, this is going to be a really important 10 seconds.
All right. Bestia readjusting themselves back in towards the A site. They've got 3 players to dispose of here. There's the first. Luchov finds one. Naz gets one back, but he's the only one left in this A site after Bestia have dealt with 2 of his teammates, and then he turns the wrong way at the wrong moment. Thomasine, the headshot onto him. Luchov onto IVZ. This one is likely over unless BK1 gets the 1v4. He absolutely won't. Luchov, a 4K, 18 frags on the map, and Bestia, a dominant 13-6 win.
That is a great look at the beginning of this series, trying to, test the temperature of the Bestia team that, unfortunately could not make it to the Austin Major. Here's their next tournament, with the VRS that we have to go. I mean, this is where they're going to be, back into CCT in the round of 16s. Just seeing, Odic team that, I think I misspoke. We're not at the Major, but we're just at PGL Astana, right before this. And, for them to rock up into the CCT and be out of the round of 16s against a bounty hunters that were damn dangerous in the Swiss stage. Don't get me wrong, you don't want to be seeing faltering to that. So hot our Bestia here, John. I'm really excited about how they're looking at these beginning of round 16s here. But for Shinden, that's a scary, scary sign.
Yeah, not good, for sure. They really didn't challenge Bestia that much at all when it came down to the aim duels. You had a round here and there, flickers of hope perhaps, but they're going to need a lot more than that heading on to Inferno if they want to find success. Before we get there, though, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll, of course, have the second map of the series for you. Inferno! Here we go. Shinden up against Bestia. Bestia really nonplussed about their victory in that first one. Very, very easily found that. And let's see if it's more of a challenge here as we move on to this map. And Shinden are going to start on the CT side. This is Bestia's pick, though.
Yeah, and that has a certain ring to it after a dominating first map, 13-5 out there. And I mean, even the best was just left in the paint, right? The multi-frags out from Bestia. Everybody was playing really well. They seem, I mean, you know, more than happy to be back into the server in this CCT playoff. And right now to be reaching on the beginning of this T side into a B site that is going to be particularly without the gamble. It's just Naz with open arms.
Yeah, sorry, I said 13-6. I meant 13-5. for that,
All good.
For that
All
previous
good.
One.
We can tack on that one round. I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
Shinden won't mind, that's for sure. It's their, well, they will mind about something here. That's that they only have one player on this B site, and everyone else towards A. That one player almost deleted immediately. Naz lucky to be alive. Well, but he won't be lucky any longer as he falls to Thomasine, who decided to push through that smoke. Shinden, all 4 players charging up banana. No util available to them. Just a couple of dualies and 3 USPs.
It's going to be an absolute clash here. I'm thinking right as we get this done. No way am I seeing this. Oh my God. Yeah, baby. We're back from the major. We're into the tier 2 and we're saving on a pistol round.
I've seen it a lot lately, actually, with the armor being considered valuable. And
I nobody
mean,
even got a scratch there.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if you're considering going for the forest buy in the follow-up round. Having the armor as well gives you a much better chance at success. So, yeah, and you see they force up. So I don't necessarily mind it. John. What's that?
They're just that intimidating. Don't even want to force it. Well, they are quite scary.
It was still 4 players alive though on a pistol, which can be successful. Hey, you can look at it both ways, but it looks like they're gonna keep the armor, which was good. Now they have all players on body armor, 2 of them with full armor, and 3 pistols, a FAMAS, and an MP9. So it gives you a much better chance of success in the following round. Although I don't know if much is going to change here for Shinden, with Bestia being the team on the other side.
Oh my gosh, okay. Look, at least you still got that Kevlar on from the pistol, John. You're absolutely right. That is a huge nade right into a beast who's going to be pulling it down, and he feels called out after that. He gets 2 right off of that FAMAS, and a damn good start. Back here by Shinden, who we're trying to bounce back. This should be going the way of the MAC-10. Ooh. The HP gets good, but there's been a significant lick to the ground here. And IVZ, that's a huge kill that he's going to have on tap, where it was just starting to spill back the way of Bestia. This is not going to be a great timing, but look at how that smoke fades. Handed to him on a silver platter. And now Noxie, he's going to need to go for gold right now. He's got 2 right in here in lane, overwhelmed for it. JRT, the save, and the gamble pays off.
There you go. See? It makes sense sometimes to save on pistols, folks. It can be logical. And Shinden are able to get the round victory, and 3 players walk out of it to boot. I think they got a Galil and AK out of that round, and they did. So honestly, overall, not too shabby, but Bestia say, okay, well, we're going to force up 2. Won't be as potent on their side. 1 player even missing armor, that's Timo. But 4 Tech 9s and a P250 indicates that we're likely going to see a quick push in one direction or another. Usually you see it go down banana, but because of the amount of util that Shinden have and the little util Bestia have, I don't think they want to venture in that direction. And instead, they will be going into bracket. Flashbanged in, nade gets tossed, and the nade actually misses pretty much everyone. Only gets 2 damage maximum. That said, the rifles are there 2 here, and IVZ will get a couple. A Biz, a couple for himself as well, and ends off with a 3K.
That's really great work. I mean, when you see them moving like that on the floor, I certainly think it is worth a great notion of a bit of success out here for Shinden, and one where I think it's a really great waxing on the way down to that first map, and one that you're definitely going to be, you know, kind of thrown out to, acknowledging the pause that we get in here. Nobody's DC'd yet, so hopefully it's not too large of an issue to get over. But for Shinden to be looking this confident, this bold, walking in, I think they would be striking any of us up, JRT.
Absolutely. No, it's a fantastic start for them. Although we did see a decent start for them on the previous map as well, and then Bestia just struck back immediately and took care of business. So I don't know if this is meaning that much, especially considering we're not into the real gun rounds yet. But we'll see. We'll see if Shinden can carry this forward as we wait for this time at the end. We're still waiting for information as to what the cause might be, folks. Once we have that, we will channel that information to you. But as it stands, we wait.
The prolonged tech should be all good for it. Okay, I don't know if Abiz just has the blinds pulled, but it's like 6 p.m. in, I was gonna say Brazil. What time zone is Argentina in?
I'm not actually sure. Probably the same one, I'd imagine.
Argentinian Standard Time. It is 2 hours ahead. It is 2 hours ahead. So it is 6 p.m.
2 hours ahead of you.
Yes, 2 hours. 1 hour ahead of you, Mr.
1 hour
East
ahead
Coast.
of me.
Dude, it's pretty hot over there, I hear.
It is. Today it is 36 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in freedom units. One sec.
What the freak is a kilometer, dude? Saw a lot of those signs in Dallas. That's one of the favorites, man. One of the favorites. And I definitely do get in on dude, I gotta say, we were just joking around. I can't remember if this was on broadcast or not, but we were talking about attending events in the major. And obviously, I think the meme for, some of us North American fans is that, like Boston was 7 years ago, now we're back, and now we gotta wait another 7 years. But I don't know, man. I was listening to Talking Counter the other day with the conversation of going to where maybe some of the regions that have like suckier teams, it's good to go there because like the crowds will then just pick a side and stick with them. But obviously that was different when FaZe Clan went on the shelf, and then when they obviously were swindled away, it was the Mongols that got the North American crowd, which is no surprise, John. Oh, how do you do,
Yeah.
BK1?
Hey, BK1.
Look at that. Look at that timing. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I don't mean to lose my train of thought. When the Mongols were literally knocked out of Dallas, there were still "Let's Go Mongols" chants. So that was definitely the popular pick.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of liked it that the crowd was really getting into it, right? Regardless of which teams are playing,
come
just
back
picking.
sooner, John.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we should be getting some more majors here in North America, and I'm excited at the possibility of it. I'm also excited at the fact that we're back into the action here.
Yes.
Everyone's locked and loaded. Shinden up 2-1 and probably 3-1 here, as it's a full eco for Bestia. They've only invested into, I think. Is it a pistol upgrade? I don't know. There's a flashbang there, and it doesn't matter at all.
Okay, when the truth in banana. I don't think we're going to be detecting any sort of falsehood there. Back in from up top. Shinden has got a really great hold at the beginning of this game. Now, guns are going to be moving into the neighborhood, so I think we should respect how exactly that's going to be going around. I'm excited to see how Bestia look to rip into their own map selection. I gotta ask you, JRT.
Yes.
You didn't get that exciting Mongols win, right? But maybe the one that is the most desirable. I think prophecy complete for Vitality. Are you satisfied with that?
I think so. Yeah, I would say I'm satisfied with the result. It would have been fantastic to see the Mongols get it, especially with the amount of attention they attracted on home soil. Right?
Yeah,
they had that
Olympics
huge crowd.
Those photos were just. I mean, dude, that was sensational stuff to see.
Yeah. But I think the Vitality, can we call it an era, maybe, is here. And if they win one more and they continue, or even if they continue into that in the next season, right, and are still in top form and still kind of dominating tournaments, I think we really have to respect what they've achieved. I think we already have to respect what they achieved. It's hard not to call an era with the amount of first place finishes they've had in big tournaments.
The major, the Grand Slam.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, sure, the quote-unquote win streak is over, but as far as I'm concerned, they still have a BO3 win streak that is going on. Anyway, let's get back to the action here. Abyss going to get one, IBZ the second, and nothing doing at all for Bestia in this round.
Wow.
They get wiped off the server.
That is great work. And I mean, to be honest with you, they're sort of looking like Shinden at that T side of Mirage, where they're sort of walking into the dark. They're not confident in reaching for it. On the same page, Bestia are, but all over the page. You know, this is a whack start for them, where this is supposed to be the vibe of them rocking up and improving on that 13-5. It is going to be just a slight issue here at the beginning of this to go, but they may have a quick response for us just reaching in. I see some Tech 9s. They're not exactly diving off the board. And to just finish the Vitality conversation, friend of the show, Trav, had a really nice tweet, I think right after the grand finals. It was awesome meeting him. He came out to North America, but he said, can we say the E word now? And I certainly think
I saw that too. I think we can, and I'm agreeing with Trav to bring it up because it's an era. You can't deny it. It's memorable. They've done incredible stuff. I think they're starting to change the meta. It's just unbelievable, in my opinion. Nas going to get an opener here. A couple of frags go his way, but the bomb site is lost. Bestia are able to get through. Maybe a bomb plant now. Perhaps not. Nas got his knife out, and Tom is seen pops through the smoke and says, thank you very much. I'll take that freebie. They try to play anti-flash. They do lose one. Noxy falls as well after finding a trade, and it ends up being a Shinden round. But at the very least, in an eco round, Bestia have managed to get a bomb plant.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty effective for them if they're just trying to get the match lit, which, I mean, you got to try to strike, right? I mean, Luchov 0-5, Kaysen is also really struggling here, right? I can point out how this is, exactly shaping up, but this is, this should be nowhere into Shinden getting all these rounds. This is everything that they got on Mirage, and, the vibe is that we're going to get just more than that sum, right? This is, jaded back and forth between the tech pauses, JRT. Hopefully, dude, you hate to see any type of vibe killer like this, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's unfortunate that we've gotten so many tech pauses, of course, and that doesn't help for Shinden, who have got that momentum going their way. I think it always in these types of cases, when you have a lot of tech pauses, it's the team that's leading that is not benefited, and the one that's behind that gets that little boost to themselves, like, okay, the momentum's gone, we can try to get back into this. Not always the case, but that's just my feeling on it. But I guess we can continue talking about Vitality, what they've done here for Counter-Strike, what they've achieved. It's just been incredible. That roster I don't want to say they came out of nowhere, but it just impressed me with what they were able to achieve over the last 6 months.
Yeah, I really am, I mean, for all the wonderful storylines that we have here. I mean, we're so blessed to be a part of this game, John, where, I mean, we can, especially look here, even in CCT, we have so many strains to pull on. Look, I mean, where we were even headed into that playoff, I think, for Vitality being, set out a bit of a red carpet, immediately where that was, I can't remember who they were ripping into immediately. Oh, goodness me. It was Mouse versus Spirit that came down there. But obviously it was, pretty clean run that they exactly did reach for. Was that, Mouse, quarterfinal, semifinal. That was, so fun to watch. But, I mean, JRT, where I was headed into the weekend and, the second game of the first day was the Brazilian Bull. I mean, I was so excited to watch where we are going to get Pain versus Furia. And, we'll get more into it in a little bit because, I mean, that was one of the most exciting results of the whole weekend. It was great to see both those Brazilian teams on the stage. We're back here, and I'm kind of scratching my head, too. Naz did that back, but Luchov with quite a stab. How is this man alive?
I don't know how Nas gets that frag. Anyway, speaking of Luchov, he doesn't care he's low HP. He's just swinging around corners, trying to take fights and keep keep Shinden on that B site. It's effective. IBZ a critical frag onto Kaysen and the follow-up too. They can't take care of him. Now a 4v2. If they get that frag, if the offer gets dropped, then you have the case for Bestia to potentially take this round. But he is just dancing around bomb site A, getting frag after frag, and Luchov is the last one standing. We talked about him before, below half health, and I don't think there's much more he can do in this round.
I was unfamiliar with your game, Shinden. I happen to be a fan of the Argentinian scene. I am unfamiliar with your game exactly. To look like this after getting thrashed on map 1, JRT, they are not intimidating Pope back in this series right now. IVZ is a little bit worried for him, just trickling over that corner, but he clears out bedroom. Luchov still waiting around. Luchov can easily get this headshot all the way back down. It's an
How is he
unlucky
alive?
look. Imagine getting legged in the shoulder, John.
He should be dead. There we go. I mean,
Took
that
two.
is-
Took two.
I'm
Double tap.
surprised that takes 2. That's those stairs absorbed a lot of damage. But that's it for the round. 6-1 in favor of Shinden. They've already ensured that the maximum amount that Bestia can get, well, is a tie. They will need 5 in a row to achieve that, and it just doesn't feel like that can materialize. Well, they will have a buy-up in this round. You'd imagine they want to go into it, being the scoreline being what it is. Probably going to see some Mac 10s and Galils, and maybe an AK or 2. But they're talking things over, making a decision. Still no investment in sight. I mean, absolutely not going to go for the full eco. This is going to be a half buy or
What
the
is
full
happening
on
in the
buy.
Bestia camp right now?
I don't know. Are they out of tech timeouts? Is that why they're calling tacticals and they have a tech issue? Is that possible?
Mr. Observer, can we get a let's go over there? I want to see the face cams. I want to see what the vibe is. Look at IBZ, man. He's big chilling. He's like, he's even smiling. What's the reason for the second pause? Are we running them down that much? I gotta wonder if it's gonna be the tech, or excuse me, the half back in here. It takes like, even, I feel like on a map like Inferno, it's never really like kind of a faltering. It's really like the feeling of Nuke, where on these like, you know, even half buys that, dude, hell yeah. Noxy on a hero AK? Okay. Now that's the beginning of the first map, trying to speak back in JRT. But like I was saying, right, it's pretty like muscle memory to either get a Halls pop, a really quick brackets play, or that old B rush, right? To kind of just put you in a comfortable spot to feel out how this is going to go. You could always try and catch your opponent off guard in that retrospect.
Alrighty. Let's see if that hero AK delivers for Kaysen. Or excuse me, for Noxy. I don't know why I had Case in my mind for that, but whatever.
My captain,
He's
my
on
captain.
0-6. Yeah. Abiz. Peering around this corner from Pit. He could end this one before it starts, as those 3 players are trying to charge in from the apartments. He's got the support from the bomb site. Good flash run and great nade as well. They need frags though, and they're not going to get that until Thomason connects onto Abiz. It might be too late, maybe not, if they can find a way to frag Nacho. And they do. Unfortunately for Kaysen, he's alone in a 1v2. It's still going to be difficult for him. Does upgrade to an AK and had the body armor coming into this round. Still possible. Flashbang available for Shinden. They don't even use it. They just go for contact and it works. IBZ. The last frag. 13 frags for him on the board and 7-1 in favor of Shinden.
I'm rubbing my eyes. I'm trying to make sure I'm seeing that this is Bestia's pick on the Vita correctly, because yeah, this map is going one way, Bestia are going the other. This is beautiful work out from a Shinden unit where, look, man, I was about to call out directly on that clutch. You needed that. It was a 1v3 that had the opportunity being presented, and that's like one of your easiest and best opportune times to potentially get that onto a round, JRT. That's how poor this Inferno's going.
Well, they've got the buy-up coming through, but again, you know, the early results aren't great. Oh no! Kassid drops his teammate through the smoke. Luchov is
Mistakes were
gone.
made.
Oh my goodness. That is just bad to worse here for Bestia.
Turns out you could go further down. Hopefully that's not the current theme continuing on here, but the other Argentines, they got your number right now, and on dial is Thomason. Wants to see if he can actually reach the tone within that smoke. They just put up just a moto check. Rather, it's going to be a B wrap if you're going to get that, trying to get at least something. Wow, what is this spam from Abiz? Man is seeing through heat ray vision right now. Gets him down. It is so
What?
online to Themo.
Oh my god. Just spamming at the perfect moments. Bestia, 35 seconds left. I think they just want to go because they have that full loss bonus that they'll collect. Cassin gets one frag over on a Biz, traded by IVZ, and Nacho has got things in full control. Kaysen trying to get the op out of here, you'd imagine, but he continues to move forward and now wants to die, and he does. He gets his wish granted. BK1 delivering that to him. Shinden will win another one, 8-1 in their favor, and it just fell apart before it even really started. I don't understand. He had full visibility on his teammate turning the other way, and I guess he'd already locked in on the idea that he was going to go for the wall bang, and it was too late. His brain wouldn't let him stop. It's yeah.
Is Double Agent K actually Double Agent K? What do we
I don't know.
This is quite a scene. The canvas right now wiped clean for Bestia. They are going to need some new paint. Dot it on when you can. This is exactly what you want if you are a Shinden fan. This is... I couldn't predict this. I couldn't predict this, JRT. Over my head.
No,
All
absolutely
good.
not.
Before this with Odic either. Off guard. This is a lot like the Pick'em stage. Unpredictable.
Oh my god, I got absolutely brutalized on Pick'ems
I
this
have
time
a phase
around.
silver. I have a phase silver JRT.
Yeah, I'm a silver as well.
Looks better than the gold and the diamond. And the bronze. For that matter.
Sure, we got the best coin secretly.
Yes.
Oh boy. But yeah, no, surprise is coming through in the major, and perhaps here. Look, it's not over yet. Bestia could very much still get back into this one, but they need something. I mean, they've had absolutely no real approach that's worked for them. Maybe you could argue in the eco round, they got the space towards the A site, but didn't even turn out their way at all because the 2v1 was played perfectly by Shinden. Why is he blinded? Okay, that's something. He gets stinked, but he manages to fade away. Abyss supporting for one. Trade by Noxy. This is the chance right here for Bestia to get that second on the board. They have to get it, but they don't. Nacho's right there for the 3K spray down. Luchov, last one standing, but he is not long for this round as he will get a second, but not a third. IVZ gets the headshot. Shinden up 9-1.
I mean, this is an endless roster. Here he swoops in like the hero that Shinden well deserves. Right through that smoke. Cape and all flowing. He gets 3 out of it just on down. This is a very ugly pull out here for Bestia. And I mean, splash some water in the face. Your honeymoon period after, unfortunately, the community's feeling bad for you. Unfortunately, missed the major. It was all happening. We were cheering along for him, JRT. This is the storyline back. A 13-5 that we were going, yes, this is the form that Bestia need to potentially even win this event. What happened?
Yep. No, this is not the convincing 2-0 that they needed to find here to make themselves feel like a legitimate threat. Anything but. They do get the opening frag here, and there's damage onto Naz. Again, it's not over yet. It's just the fact that Shinden have gotten 9 rounds in such a fashion puts the doubt in your mind as to if Bestia can even compete here in this series right now. BK1 with 3 back! Right when Bestia look like they're going to get into it, BK1 shuts them down a 4th as well. He is on for the ace, and Tom has seen the lurk in the round, scratching his head, probably calming and saying, hey guys, what the hell?
What just happened for BK1 right there? That's like Nacho sprinting through the smoke, taking up one more notch. He gets a 4K off of it. JRT, I don't know what is coming through right now. Shinden looks like they're playing on creative mode. Simply versus Bestia right now. It is Nacho to lock in that final round. This is disgusting work. Disaster class coming out of that smoke. Bestia, unfortunately, in session.
I think it's been 2 bomb plants for Bestia, right? At most. they have not gone to the bomb sites. It's just been a shutdown before they can set foot onto it. And Shinden are putting on a masterclass of Inferno. 12th round of play. I don't even know if I want to say that though, Mark, because I haven't really felt like we've seen much from Bestia. Sure, certainly Shinden are doing a great job shutting them down, but Bestia, the approaches look very simple. There's nothing really complicated being turned in here. No real fakes. And finally, they do crack through with a couple of frags. IVZ and Naz are gone, but I wouldn't count Shinden out of this round, even because they've got 2 players still waiting on the B site. Nacho gets 1, BK1 another. Here they go again, 3v3, and Timo finally connects on a critical frag. They're going to try and flash Nacho out. He goes out, headshot 1. Can he get the second? He does! Pulls out the pistol for the last, and Nacho does fall! 2 HP remains for Thomason. Shinden, it feels like they can't be stopped. Let's see if Thomason has the answer. He's still got a lot of time left on the clock, but the bomb, Mark, it's not in his possession.
Forced back to just get a breather. I can't even believe what I am seeing. Shinden have no business doing this. Yet they are running the room, simply leading this meeting. And at a 10-1 score, hopefully Thomason is able just get a passing stroke of luck. Bomb still all the way down. Biz may be particularly concerned that hardware may have actually been equipped. You're just going to go a bit of a smoke down. He should be jaded back on the way. Such a health advantage. But Thomason, he has so much experience. He's been put in tons of pressurous moments, JRT, and he has not faltered.
1v1, Thomason, 2 HP, a gust of wind, and he will fall to the ground. Abyss has more than that in his M4. Spams away, there it is, only 1 bullet, and Abyss secures an 11-1 lead for Shinden. If you had told me this is the way the half was going to go before this map started, I would have called you crazy, Mark, but this is what we've got.
Oh, man. Okay, yeah, Odic maybe not the only team that is going to be thrown off of schedule in these playoffs, JRT. This is where we get the best of it in Counter-Strike here in South America. And right now, you know what I'm watching? You know what I'm watching right here? I feel like I'm watching Furia versus Pain. It was Furia that, like, completely wiped him. It wasn't quite in a 13-5 retrospect, in a clean victory on that map number 1. Headed on to, it was Furious map pick of Anubis at the time in that series versus Pain, staring down the gun of your, major, in this point, your, potential path back to the major. Obviously a little ways away from that, being all the way in Budapest in about 5 months time. But, right here you are exactly lying down how Snow and Co were able to walk on the path the way up, JRT. I told you I wanted to mention something on the broadcast that absolutely cracked me up. I believe Snow went on One Pixel stream after the game and explained that his upset was a lot like the, master versus the student scene and how that plays out in Kung Fu Panda. I think Snow may be the GOAT. I may move him up to the top of my charts of South American players that I love just for that simple interview.
Oh my god, yeah.
Great
nice
movie.
interview there from Snow. Yeah, I mean, look, they achieved a lot. I'm really impressed with them. The only thing I want to see more out of from the major, not in respect to any particular team, but in the format, is more BO3s. I just want more BO3s, Mark. We didn't get enough. The BO1s don't do it. They don't satisfy the urge to see that competitive Counter-Strike amongst all the best teams.
Valve wants to see chaos. I think Thomason would like to see a bit of a burn around this corner, but he's just being avoided. This is going to be a great look. Kaysen going to be absolutely ran by. Shinden are sprinting to the finish line. Wondering why he never peeked that corner. Something went wrong. He DC'd, but we're so far into this JRT. It's not going to matter quite to the round physically because it's already happening. That's so far into it where you can't really do anything about it. It's an unfortunate look for Bestia. But, dude, at 12-1,
Yeah, 12-1. I don't know. I'm wondering how much this mattered throughout that first half here for Bestia, because as mentioned, I think they tried to call some timeouts to figure out the technical issues, but, still unable to, and Thomason disconnecting as a result. And I think I heard some typing meaning that either they're going to call for an extended timeout or Thomason's going to be right back. He's right back. We're good. We're good to go. 12-1 for Shinden. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth, to be honest. Nothing against Shinden. It's just, if they were winning 12-10, I wouldn't be surprised by that. But 12-1? I don't know.
I did not have this in any of my expectations for how this series could potentially kind of flip even the way. I thought this Inferno was, rather even more out of the conversation than that Mirage. And literally because of, where we are seeing these results by Shinden having really, I think shaky wins, if, that on Inferno, over in overtime, it looks like, versus LP in the Swiss stage, a 13-10 versus, Uara. Those are significantly weaker teams than Bestia. I don't think I have to spell that out for any viewers right now. This is quite a damning result.
Absolutely. All right, Shinden, are they going to shut it down here, or do we have some more rounds to be played? One thing that's amazing about Counter-Strike is even when you're down 12-1, you can still come back into it. It's still possible to push it all the way back to overtime. It's going to be a long road for Bestia. But it'll start with one little step. Noxie's going to get the headshot on towards the Biz. Luchov, a follow-up. Okay, some damage being done here by Bestia, but they just don't have the firepower for the extended engagements, and you see that here. Despite the low HP for Shinden, only 21 combined. They stay alive, but eventually Casson says, that's enough. At least can we get a second round on the board? The answer is yes with his 2K.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts on those forcing bodies right back down. I mean, those razors came to blade on the B site, especially where you get that boost up into CT. Those MP9s were not going to be leaving you to negotiate for much longer. Shinden, they look into exactly where Bestia exactly went when things got to be a bit more complicated. Just get this exactly the way you can maneuver down. I mean, one good swing on this thing, and you're going to be right back onto Ancient, which is going to be just it's going to be an absolute crazy show where we've headed off at this one. I would like to see if, it's going to be Bestia finding a bit of their identity back on this Inferno before this thing ends, John.
I think it would be good for them, right? Even if they end up losing 12-4 or still losing this map, right? Just getting a couple of rounds or a little bit of momentum going on to that third map always helps your confidence, and we'll see if that ends up being the case at all, because it could still end right here. Shinden moving in, Mark.
Loud about it, bold about it. Thompson, he has had enough of this treatment so far, so he does the most he can. Checked by that Galil, the one Galil that is here. And then you recycle that. It's an M4 that you get breaking down into red health. But how much is the concern out here? This could go south. These next couple of steps go the way you want them to. And that's how it starts. Right now, you get that. These are really great efforts back from the site where things could have gone in a very different direction, JRT. But Bestia, if they are to get exactly into a place where they can finally have a deep breath on this Inferno and just make sure that they are acknowledging this full pursuit, I think this should be a very nice look if they're even going to get out of this second map with a win or not.
Yeah, no, but that looks scary in itself, right? It felt like Shinden might be able to pull that one out of their hat as they got control of the site, and they had the idea as to where the players were, because they already knew a player was Pit, and probably to support him would be coming over from Moto, and that was exactly the case. They get the Pit player, but they can't deal with the onslaught from Moto. So good job by Shinden to get the bomb plant, but it's still not enough for them to justify a force buy, and absolutely not. I mean, you're up 12-3. You don't need to pound on that panic button. They are going to charge through with the Tech 9s. They do get one, but Timo and Thomasine keep things in control for the most part, and absolutely now everything should be fine, and it is.
Oh, well. To get that run down, Teemo can get a good 3K here. Bit of a big different look for it. Teemo can wrap up a quad kill for it. A couple of those pistols will fit together well. And Bestia, they can be relieved getting a bit of energy back on this. Look, I think this is a pretty important line for them. I think that there are some teams that can literally get, 13-1, maybe move on and, get that wash out, right? Teams I'm talking about like that are Vitality, right? These are interesting scenes that we have here in CCT where one team gets 13-5. It's all of the energy derived from the series. You think it's going in a certain direction, but it's not. We just have a similar circumstance on map 3. If Shinden closes out, could Bestia just be right back within that conversation as easily? Answer that question to go in a minute, JRT. How are we going to get this crazy this early? Brought back. This could be the final step.
Naz, yeah, gets the opener. As mentioned, Noxy down to 37 HP. They continue to try to fight here, but they're running out of utility on the Bestia side, so they have to fall off of it, yielding banana control towards Shinden. Naz has a look towards CT, throws the smoke. And, they're going to continue putting the pressure on towards this B side. They've attracted all the attention here as well. They don't have to go to B. They've still got time to rotate back to the A site. Noxy realizes that, so now he goes to Arch. But they've managed to split up the forces. And this is exactly what Shinden wanted, as they're going to regroup and hit this A site.
Good nade that could finish the job, potentially onto a couple other foe. Kind of Shinden looking a little bit lackadaisical into this bomb site. This is going to be a really good nade for him. That's just going to be checking out one of their sharpest in the tool shed right now. But Abyss picks up a huge kill right here. But that smoke is literally going to be sending them in the other direction. Thomason, this close. This could be concerning. He's going to get that first kill, and he manages to just drain them all. Thomason, when put into the pressure, rises to the top. And this is where Bestia look to just never give up.
That is not a good decision from Shinden at all, to go back to the B site with 22 seconds left, and you're already committed towards lane and bracket. They try for it, but Thomason waiting on the other side. They walk into his open arms, and he delivers a 3K. 5 rounds for Bestia. They are not going down quietly here on Inferno. Tech 9s across the board for Shinden. Nades sail through. Typically, Shinden are actually worse on their CT side than their T side on this map. Coming into this, 46.8% win percentage on CT side. They absolutely blew that stat out of the water. Now they just need 1 on their T side, and it could be here with BK1 finding the immediate trade onto Luchov. I think they probably want to try and go for that M4, but they know there are CTs on the other side, so they need to be careful about their approach. Some util available for them. There's the flashbang. And Thomasine will help Noxy drop another body.
Get away with it as well. I don't think anybody going to be having a word back in Banana. The 2 of those bodies back to the apartments. And with the bomb there, I think this is going to be a committed full look. It's a rather fortunate positioning for Kaysen right here. But Thomas in close as it is. It's not going to be all too great for them. Teemo can't finish on the triple like Thomason did. That is why he's right around the corner with that A4 to put his 2 cents into the pot. Bestia keep steaming along, and for Shinden here, this is concerning. We need this final round to be put in the hole.
Yeah, this is where you want to put it away. If you're Shinden, sure, you're still going to have 5 more opportunities to get that last round, but it's going to be the doubt is going to start being seeped into their minds, right? That there's the possibility that Bestia can come back into this and push to overtime. The op is out for Kaysen. He is posted up towards B. And he gets the opener onto BK1. That's through the smoke. Not sure if the smoke was blown away or not, as we didn't have visibility, but still, that is a big opener for Bestia to find.
Shinden can hardly open the shop now without something going wrong. Issues starting to pile up here, and the concerns, well, that's already been up for the conversation for a couple of these rounds now. Really great timing to have this resmoke, rather something to push them away all the way down from brackets. The Molotov will only keep them away for half of that moment, but one good tap onto it. Now you're going to get the full look to go. It's these two right in, and Tom is in just as a deja vu to round 18. Is going to be right on time with these rotations. Going to have to be just particularly good. Tom is in, goes,
wow.
he's fed to the wolves. This pack may be coming to an end now here in A, with Timo now in the light. In the limelight is Nacho, and he is not too bright for it. Abiz and Naz get two more at the end, and they have got that final hurdle on this Inferno, but Bestia are bullying their way back, and they're going to have a word for you on map 3.
Yeah, that's honestly fairly impressive from Shinden, let's say. I thought Bestia had it there, at least that round with that opening frag, but what great work from Nacho. He was integral in a lot of moments, but the whole squad stepped up. BK1 had some impressive moments too. It's just that first half, that T side left so much to be desired, Mark, from Bestia. Even Shinden looked more impressive in the few rounds that we saw on their T side than Bestia did. Even there were some mistakes, but overall, you know, they managed to crack through on the eco towards the bomb site. They had some good post plant setup. It felt like this one was going to go Shinden's way, one way or another, and it does. So now we have map number 3, right? We're going to Ancient. What's going to happen here? I honestly can't even predict it.
Yeah, I really don't have the I don't have the inclination for it, but I do have, like, I think if that's like at a 10, at an 11 like scoreline, I think Bestia literally win out that map, right?
Yeah.
Even if you know, do bolster that 12th a little bit later, they had a really good chance of, I think, having that energy to be caught back on. I mean, at least it came at some point on that Inferno. I think that it's really concerning that they caught a funk or something happened between maps that, you know, just threw them out of it. And so it's a third map that they're going to have to, you know, take that back to the office for it. But this Ancient had all the question marks walking in for it. And I think for Shinden, it may be in that camp even larger so.
It's very possible we're going to get the upset victory for Shinden here, guys. Going on to Ancient. We'll have to wait and see if that comes through, because first, we've got this break. All right, well, we're here. Third map of the series. Shinden with a dominant victory on Inferno Mark 1 that we didn't see coming. I don't think many people saw coming at all outside of this server. Now we're here on Ancient to see if Bestia can regroup and find the win, or if Shinden will get the upset.
I am just at a kind of a loss for, where this has gone, but I honestly, some of that thought was pushed aside with, the fake CCT classic comeback, right? That Bestia we're leading into, like getting warmed up for, and I think those are, lines that we can actually pull on in a serious notion, right? I think that little, good look into the rest of that game on Inferno is, telling as to Bestia being able to, I guess, recover where, I don't know what funk they caught in the 10-15 minutes between maps 1 and 2, but it was certainly a bugbear, and, they rub it off their shoulders right here to go at the end, and so now you're ready to go for it in this third map, and it's a very questionable, ancient, interesting turf between both of these two squads, which don't happen to be, fully throttled on this. This is kind of no man's land right now.
Yeah, as is usually the case for map number 3, right? We'll see how it goes down. If you look at the numbers purely, it is Shinden with the better results here on the map, with a 13-2 result against Low Bar Army, and that was in March, though. They played it in March, and then they played it against Elevate 2 days ago. 13-8 win there. The last time Bestia have been on Ancient was in April. It was a loss to Fluxo, 3-13. Did have a win against Velox and W7M before that, but that Fluxo loss is probably still in their minds as the last time they were on this map.
Definitely got to keep that close to the imagination, but even if you are thinking of those, right, you could be like, all right, it's all good. It's an Ancient versus Shinden this time. But, don't take anything in that lightly after where we were just at. It's that next step, final destination of this series. Can Nacho be as confident, as bold within this? It's an A-Rap. It's not something you see all too often. Leaning in from CT. Bomb going to go down. There's not going to be that contact until after this is done. So it's going to be 5v5 brawl to get this started. And it's a 3 versus 1 gunfight into the backhaul by IVZ. And there's just no way you're getting out dead or alive. It is all the way gone for it in a 4v4. Naz gets this hold back. It's the kit that we have to watch on BK1, John. Shinden now on that retrospect. They're going to be putting him right on it and just holding it down, cleaned up off of it, and now a B's in a 4v1, but have to hit some slick shots and then get on to a quick maneuver up a bomb defuse, but it's just not happening today. It will be Bestia that try to not let him get away, but he's sharp.
That's a wicked shot from around the corner. I don't think you could even see more than the sliver of the head, and he still gets the headshot. Well done for Abiz, but that's just frags. Bestia will be taking that round 1-0. Is the lead, and well, they're going to hope for a lot more of that. Obviously, with Shinden getting off on the right foot on Inferno, and they never really took their foot off the gas pedal. Bestia want this follow-up against what will be a force buy for Shinden, who can afford that A1S. I'm not sure if it was Nacho who bought that, but probably Abiz, I'd imagine, dropping that for Nacho, because he's the one with those 3 frags, right?
I think it should shake out like that. Gotta make sure you're, considering everyone's pockets in that realm, so that's why that exactly goes the way it does. Bestia tiptoeing in this A main split over here with, potentially their only real retrospect over on B. It's all the way down in this retrospect from A main, being forced up to take it. Sure, this utility is going to get a certain amount of respect and even likely just lock up for it, but Noxy getting a kill like that is only going to help this post plant start off on the right foot.
Thomasine waits, gets the frag. Nacho can't do anything. They continue to filter the smoke, and that's just not going to do it. Noxy gets in on the action as well. So does Luchov, and it will be 2-0 for Bestia as they find that final frag onto Naz. Now, having been a force buy there for Shinden, it will be the anti-eco now for Bestia to likely settle into a 3-0 lead.
I want to see Noxie be as confident, as aggressive as he was just at that Mirage. I mean, it was a shiny, very sunny day all the way coming down. We knew that all the way in everybody's retrospect, but Abise's was. We were commenting on all the latched down lines earlier. No sunlight coming through, but I gotta say, it's probably particularly pointing in a certain way right now. I think with that vibe all the way here, it's going to be presented, and this is where this 3-0 is going to be. Then those flashes up, and man, Payson and fucking up those TKs today. That's his second. Unlucky. Gotta watch where you point that thing.
Yeah, you do. In the end, though, won't make much of a difference. It will be Bestia taking that third.
This guy has the Eye of Sauron in his PC. Okay, good. It changed. Changed colors.
Jesus.
Timo, also a gamer that first a game in the dark. Now, I'm no doctor. I'm no scientist. My dad's a scientist. That didn't come to this generation, though. I do know it's unhealthy to game in a fully dark room with the monitor beaming at you. There's like a frozen like ESL setup video that they did like years ago that he's like,
right.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have your brightness at 100.
Yeah, it's not even necessary, especially when you're that close. Like the first thing I did was turn down the brightness of my monitors when I bought them. Like I was just like, nope, that's too bright. I don't need that. And doesn't really sacrifice picture quality either, because they're already so very bright.
Protect your eyes.
Anyway,
people. You need them.
Yes, absolutely.
Got to be able to see the action coming in. That's wild.
Yeah.
Painted all the way down. Those normally don't go as easily as that, JRT. But where you're at a 3-0 start, looking to move up to that next base, man. What is being shot out of this Galil right now?
I don't know, but whatever it is, Luchov is not happy with it. Doesn't want it anymore. He's like, yeah, you did your job. Let's get this M4 in our hands and move on. Naz and BK1 last two standing. Obviously, Luchov very satisfied with what he's been able to achieve here on Ancient already compared to Inferno. He may have more frags than he got in Inferno in the first 4 rounds here. I'm going to have to double check that.
It's his second death, just try and hunt down a couple of these targets in the end. It will be Naz that is removed from the area, but these last couple of kills causing mass hysteria. That's beautiful. BK1 gets 2 of those, but a hint of that bit of the backhand from Shinden will be all good for Bestia. They've got 4-0 on the scoreboard, and Shinden right where they want them.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it is confirmed Luchov had only 6 frags on Inferno. He's got 2 more than that. And again, in only 4 rounds of play here on Ancient. He was playing the invisible act there on the previous map. But he's taken off the invisibility cloak. He's ready to play once more. Monitors on at the right brightness, not to hurt his eyes. And he's got the lights on too. Thomason going to get the spray down onto PK1 and IBZ. And this, well, was looking pretty straightforward. Now a frag onto the B side might deter them a bit, but yeah, just snowball in, guys. It's just the pistols you're up against. And, well, there you go.
Later.
A nade connects.
Ricochet's back. Just had the NBA Finals go to a Game 7 here in North America. No, that one was not breaking off of the rim in any retrospect. But Shinden's kind of went off the backboard. This was a force-up in a retrospect of a half-buy, right? Getting to 2K per player right here. Not really anything coming out of those 5-7s, man. They put it all out on Inferno. Remember spamming into those top B smokes?
It's really quite crazy how a team can look so different map to map. And Bestia, I mean, I want to say they didn't look comfortable on their opponent's map pick, but it wasn't their opponent's map pick. Inferno was theirs. So kind of strange to see them struggle as mightily as they did, only to come to Ancient and look absolutely infallible again.
Yet to find the faults in this T side. just yet. But there was one player that I was just loving watching on that Inferno. Had a really great series versus Crew, and I was speaking about the previous Argentinian Bowl. That was, one of my last games that I casted before I left for the major. IBZ had a really nice game out there versus Crew, and there on that Inferno showed some of the absolute best that he has got. I want to see that hand continue to get that motion all the way down and trying to just go right through. You have just been shredded, Luchoff, and then Naz shreds a second. That was Noxy right up to the blade. So Timo and Kaysen now, it's all on them, JRT. And now just leaking into the B site. That is not going to go the way you want it to.
Yeah, BK1 had a beat on him the whole way through, honestly. He felt like that was going to come through as a play, and it did. So nothing at all that can be done. Kaysen, last one standing. 1v4, lots of time on the clock, and he does have the bomb. Let's see if he can isolate the 1v1s. No, is the answer, because Nacho comes in on the flank and delivers him a shot to the back. Shinden get their first round on the board in a convincing fashion. And we saw rounds like that happen on map number 1 of Mirage, right? Where Bestia, they were dominating, everything was looking good. Shinden get a dominant round of their own, and then Bestia right back to it. Let's see if that's the trend we're back into, or if Shinden can really find a path back in on this map.
This is all in. If they have something to give in Series 1 in South America, got to come now. It's got to give now. If he is going to be giving it through the lane of an A1S. It is closed right out, but hey, it's wide open. They're going to be right through a main, donning it down.
Oh my God.
Wide open lanes for the op to tee off, JRT.
I have to criticize that timing. The smoke's going down for CT. You just have to wait a little bit longer, right? And you go ahead of it. And you cost maybe your team the entire round because the flank is coming in now. Bomb plant's going to be exceptionally difficult. IBZ connects onto Noxy. And indeed, we're not going to get that Shinden that fell flat on Mirage. They will strike back immediately, get 2 rounds of their own. And the economy over on the Bestia side here, Mark, still has enough in the tank to get another buy-up, but should they lose here, then we start to ask the questions.
Yeah, this is starting to get into encouraging rhythm. I think for a Shinden team that was not looking to just exactly get washed out of this third, as we were talking about. This, was following the track back up, right? Bestia are also a team that can bounce back from a bit of a beatdown and show exactly what they have. So with this into the energy, I feel like Shinden are fully in this game. I want to see for the rest of the Ancient if they can keep it up and see if they can cause one of the largest upsets here in the round of 16. Jason absolutely just rips the head off of BK1. Nasty Naz, he has nothing. And so now the B site has been rinsed. Nacho, he has a nada as well. Everybody forced to fight.
Look, the quick play yielding rewards there for Bestia. IVZ gets 1, but he's saving. They're out of here. No way, no how do they have a path back in unless it's being given to them by Bestia. Timo wandering out towards mid. A freebie for Shinden, who looked like they were posturing for the save mark.
Needed to. Absolutely needed to. Each one of these is going to matter more than the next. Hopefully the Bees will be feasting, rather kind of leaning away from the famine. He does make it cut by Thomason. Thomason may have seen him sprinting along the path, but not through mid, maybe through CT. There's so many strains to potentially hold. One missed shot. I think that's a fair warning to both sides. Bestia, they just wiped that one off the whiteboard that you were able to throw up. Shinden cross it for 2. Now you're back to 6.
All right. One across the bow for Bestia. As they get up to 6, like you mentioned, Mark. And, well, Shinden do save the AWP and the rifle, the AK. So that means they got a buy-up coming right back to it. I mean, they would have had a buy-up anyways, but it'll be a stronger buy-up, at the very least, with the AK in the mix. 140 on the clock, and Bestia want to go fast again. This time it's a trade immediately. A follow-up as well from Timo, but he gets wiped out by Naz. That said, Bestia just don't stop, and the trades continue to flood through. We've got a 2v2. Bestia will gain the space in towards a Thomasine. He's going to turn the wrong way. No, he sees the barrel of the op and gets a freebie for himself. Immediately grabs the op off the ground. I don't know if he expects BK1 to be towards B. Absolutely not. He's dead to rights. 1v1. What a chaotic round.
BK1 with all of the efforts, the pressure on his shoulder right now. If the IGL for Shinden is to put up one of the most upsetting rounds, the way of Bestia, well, it would have to come at a different time. Case in point to that 1v1. It is Bestia that trot along for 7.
Timeout called by Shinden. We saw Bestia burn through all their timeouts in the first half of Inferno, either because they were having some issues that were unrelated to tactical reasons, maybe some technical issues were going on. And again, I'm not sure if they run out of technical timeouts, but it's possible. Either way, whether it be for tactical or technical reasons, they were struggling on Inferno and they couldn't find the answers. Now Shinden are the ones who are calling the timeout, albeit not as early. Only got a few rounds left here in the second half of action. But full loss bonus coming through, a chance to buy up here, perhaps. More than that, IVZ can get the AWP in his hands. So we'll see, Mark, if Shinden have some sort of answer, because Bestia have really ratcheted up the pace in these past couple of rounds, gone fast into the B site, into mid, and they seem to thrive in this chaos.
Thriving in the chaos. That could be the motto of South American Counter-Strike, but I mean, between these two Argentinian squads, they're making it all so personal. Tom is in. He's going to be ripping a B's out of the business just to start. Looks like the A site is going to be called upon again.
Yeah, in the early round, it's a quick A push can get you tons of control of the bomb site, but if you take your time like this, then that gives the CTs a chance to realize what's going on and reinforce every angle, which is what they're going to do here. And an airburst molly, that's a weird bounce. Not going to help Bestia on their approach here. Thomasine. And he gets something. A flashbang going to get tossed from the push out, but they're waiting right around that corner, and 3, just like that for Shinden. Payson gets one back.
Whoa!
Looking for a follow-up.
Just
Can
got
he get
that
it?
all the way down, did he not? This is
No.
maybe a point at which he can scrape this back. That was just out of the corner. We're testing into a couple of these great flicks. I wanted to actually hit it down this time. Would take quite a highlight reel now, JRT.
Yeah, no, this isn't going to happen. 36 seconds left. Bomb dropped. Kaysen just on a mission to grab this up. Or I shouldn't say grab it, just keep it in his hands, right? And save it into this next round. Shinden have enough to get a third on the board, stopping the advance for Bestia. And like I was saying before, Mark, if they go fast there, if they stick to their guns and continue with the fast-paced play, they get the A site, throw the smokes, throw the control utility, and Shinden's going to be on the outside looking in because no one was there. But they wait and wait and wait a little bit longer, trying to throw the change-up pitch, which you can't necessarily blame them for. But because they do, they lose the round.
Couldn't change that pitch before, so they put a new man on the mound, JRT. They're back up on it. Shinden got a really good look in that stopping. I mean, just filtered to the tripwire there of it was Thomasin that you see how he's lining up to exactly carry on some of that pathing. It was just so perfectly read by Shinden where you were in retrospect, and they had to hit the shots too and did. I mean, really great. Both of the check marks faltered there. Gonna have to be even faster on the response, and you're just gonna have to be as bold. Flash up by BK1, and this is gonna be a great setup for them. Beautiful. It is perfectly washed out. Rinsed is the Bestia play, and it is all the way washed out. And through the IGL's court, he bounces them out.
Yeah, I mean, just Bestia weren't ready for that at all. I mean, they're walking out there. I think they had knives out in one player who just tries to get his gun in play, but the flashbang was so very good. I think it was Naz that threw it on the Shinden side that there was nothing Bestia could even see as they fell one after the other like dominoes. So, we head into the final round of play of the half. Shinden trying to make it as close as possible without it being a tied scoreline. We want that 7-5, and Bestia don't have much to bring into this round. Bits and pieces, pistols, and Naz already collects a scalp. Luchov finds the trade onto Nacho. That was leaning in towards B site. I think Nacho was trying to get towards lane. Wiped out. Look where Abyss is, though. I don't think that there's any awareness that Abyss is towards mid.
No, and especially for having that respectfully, I think they're expecting a player to be House or Donut, not so far in this where you can make a bold play to call for the push from Cave. It's Naz and BK1 that don't take any prisoners. There's two more players that are waiting around here, but waiting for their sentence. The cuffs are about to come on from this side, and it is bold. This damn beautiful for Shinden. This is the same vibe. This is the same energy that Bestia were bringing back, and a really good force out of the rest of this Inferno. But guess what? That came in the second half. This just came in the first. Shinden with their best ball yet to be played.
Oh boy. All right. All right, Shinden. I see your game. I mean, the gun rounds were pretty strong for them once they got going there on the latter part of this half, and they can carry the momentum into the second half as well with a pistol round victory, which they've been able to achieve quite a few times here throughout this series, especially on map number 2. Bestia, on the other hand, they let that big lead slip away with 7-2 at one point, 3 in a row for Shinden. I mean, they did try to go for the fast play, but at the wrong moments in the latter part of the half, and the wrong bomb sites. I mean, it was a beautiful setup from Shinden. They gambled B. Everyone was there. Bestia just had no chance. They tried again, and, well, same result. And we go into the second half, and what looked like it could have been a washout by Bestia in the map turns into a very interesting finish to this one.
This is South American 1 in CCT. Excited about the new season of opportunities brought right now.
Yep.
2-game finished the job, and a shaky one that could have been an upset there. Red Candidates over Game Hunters, that was expected. Bounty Hunters pull off a great upset before this. 9Z went to bat with Dusty Roots. And obviously, Crew from the Swiss stage passed over Keyed Stars to set up that. But Flamingo, they need a certain retrospect. It's an opponent that's going to be plucked out of this ancient. Whether it's either side, loving the way it turns out. These dualies are going to be gracious in either of the names that they take out. It is Shinden that try to look so far into this second half pistol, but all they see is death. A 1v5 for Bees right now, and he's going to be sent back at least in his first gunfight. He's all the way good. Same sort of treatment. He gets his own medicine quickly.
Yeah, as soon as he tries to fade away, they're like, no, you're not getting out of this bomb site. 3 players waiting to greet him. The bullets, the crossfire, absolutely no chance at all. And Bestia dominant on their pistol rounds. So they got both here on Ancient. I mean, really a good gamble towards that B site, which is not a bad idea. Not a bad gamble to make because the T's often try for that in pistol rounds. And that's exactly what Shinden do. And Bestia are happy to oblige with the round victory. Now, no force buy going to come through for Shinden because they didn't get the bomb plant, and they say, okay, well, let's try it again. And again, the same result.
Yeah, that one washed away by a tidal wave of MP9s. The M4 there gives it the great tuck.
What?
Me when the server gets nuked.
What?
You ever get a 25 kill streak in Modern Warfare 2, JRT?
I don't think I did.
Beep, boop, beep, boop. Yeah, those are pretty hard to get.
Yeah, I got
what
10,
happened?
But not 25.
What happened?
Yeah, that's insane. Just server issues, I suppose. Immediate technical call because that's not the player's fault. I'll reconnect.
Somebody tripped over the wire. Who was it?
Yeah. Who kicked it?
Maybe back at like the server station, man. It'll be all good. Yeah, that's a little wacky, but we're back into the business. It's always a little bit frustrating to get this on an enemy third map. Even something we were briefly talking about, like right before we were getting into our series, like all together, was Furia FE and where they were exactly at. I mean, opposite to the bracket we're going for right now. Flamingo had to reverse sweep on, but in that series versus the Supernova Comets dealt with so many tech issues on that stage and felt the problem back. It was after that they lost the third map, or excuse me, that first map, and then, hey man, some of these Brazilian teams, and then finishing out the reverse sweep. Unfortunately, Furia FE got the taste of their own medicine there back into CCT after, I believe this is their first competition since ESL Impact.
It is, yes. Yeah, first time getting back to the action since Impact, and they acquitted themselves well, I would say overall. But the last two maps were tough. The first one was fantastic, and we'll see. I hope we get to see them again. To be quite honest, in group stages or Swiss stages or something, I want to see them competing more in CCTs, maybe Thunder Picks if they get into them, because that team has the potential to really be highly competitive up against some of these tier 2 and tier 2.5 teams.
Yeah, I really do agree with you. And obviously, we did have a bit of a worser look at the Masitas, who, at least they can win the award for greatest branding. At least for the Argentinian side, I don't think you can not support that team if you're a naturalistic fan there. You got to support Messi, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No question.
Of course. That's the right answer, JRT. Anything else here between the Argentinian fans or two teams here may call us out. No, we respect the ball, man. He's played in the MLS around the United States too, so. W. Love to see it.
Indeed. Absolutely. Also love to see that everyone's back in the server and I can hear typing, which means that we are going to get going once more. 20 seconds left or less than that now until we get back into the action. 9-5 for Bestia. Shinden have the gun round coming through. They're hoping to strike here. Otherwise, this one could be over fairly quickly in a similar fashion to what we saw on map number 1. Even map number 2, actually, but just the other way around.
The Wild Series on that retrospect, but it's just going to continue to get crazier. Noxy finds himself around the world, and right here may have just seen into a different couple of steps running through a smoke. That is not going to go well for you. Kaysen going to be on the point here. So much to do inside of Donut, and actually taking a really respective fight out here. Gets 2 for it. That's actually really great. It's just the fact that it's one man and an MP9 versus the world.
He'll get an upgrade to that. There's an AK on the ground, even some M4s as well. I imagine Timo goes for this one.
Telling him to do. Go for it.
I think so. Just wait for the smoke to fade, see if you can win a fight. And if you can, then keep moving forward. The problem is, if he does win a fight, there's a player around the corner. There's the first. Uh-oh. And no peek from Abyss. Around the corner does come Abyss eventually, and Timo will fall. Oh, good timing from Abyss. Could have gone for the immediate peak, but decided against it and ends up being rewarded for his patience, as Shinden do indeed strike true to keep Bestia off double digits and secure their 6th.
I think we're all good to go in this round 16. Briefly dipping our toes into a heck pause, and now we're up to the ankles.
We're not good, Mark. I heard the typing coming through again, and it was probably like, no, we're not ready, and my suspicion was correct. They're not ready, Mark. They need more time to fix the technical problems.
Well, I would say we'll give them all the time they need, but
no,
there are rules to this shebang out here. There is a limited technical pause time, but thankfully we won't be needing to check our watch more than a few glances we gave it. We're into the... Oh, man. All right, never mind.
You know what,
Mark? The pause. I'm not good either, JRT. Keep it paused.
We're going to take a break. That's what the key is to solving these technical issues. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, everything's going to be solved. I bet you it's going to be right now. Wait, we don't even need the break.
You did the thing. I did the thing.
I did it. We're back. It's going live. Shinden trying to get a follow-up round victory, Mark.
Always works. The caster curse to put us good to go. I think we should be all on that retrospect. Hopefully Shinden do get everything out of that. If it's an inspirational couple of moments for them, dude, I want to see it brought to the front. Shinden was a team that grinded through our Swiss, and as we saw, obviously, Crew 2 O's against Keystars there. They were 3-0 through our Swiss as well. Spoke about the series we even got out of those other Argentinians, but you could potentially see that rematch if you're looking for those Argentinian squads to go. That could potentially be in a semi-final. They would have to walk a couple more steps, but this one of the largest into a MDA site. It is going to be nothing right here except one man in an MP9, and you're going to be washed out. Hey, we're on a 4v4 retrospect. Good time for that kill to come in after all.
Oh, IVZ disconnecting. Oh, boy.
He's disconnected.
He's gone. Shinden gained the space onto the A site, but now with that disconnect, they've slowed up the pace a little bit. They're waiting for players to try to retake, and Thomasine gone. Timo managed to get one, but he's also traded, so despite losing a man, Shinden looking pretty strong here in the post plan, or not a post plan, and Luchov gets the frag. Thought it would come through. Kaysen finds a biz here, Mark. 1v1. Even though it felt like Shinden had the control, Kaysen misses the shot. Now Naz connects on a couple of his own from the AK. And this 1v1 continues, but 25 seconds left. The pressure is on for Naz. Peeked around the corner, arm spotted, util tossed. Flashbang is good. Regains possession of the bomb. He can't go to the other site, though. I don't think he has time.
He does not
he
have
time?
close to the amount of time.
There's no way.
Yeah, good. I mean, good try, bro. Put on the Nikes. They could be as laced as you want. They could be the Air Mags for all I care. You're just left in the pass back in that very comfortable seat. In the future, our Bestia looking forward to moving on past these round of 16s with slip-ups like that.
Yeah, that's tough. That's honestly a tough one. Now we have to wait for IVZ to get back in the server, but we can dissect that one a little bit. Shinden, for all intents and purposes, should have had that round. They have a 3v2 going onto the bomb site. Everything's looking good. They decide to plant the bomb, but no one's protecting the bomb planter. So they fall before that bomb goes down to dirt. Then those trades go through, and Kaysen is left as the last one standing. Now, I don't mind Naz's play. I think it's a legitimate one to make. The problem is the timing that he made it. He could have gone 3 seconds earlier, and he would have been fine. Instead, he decides with 17 seconds left, you got to know your rotations. You got to know how much time it takes to get to the bomb site. You have to have that memorized. I don't want to say from every position, but yeah, I mean, these guys need to know absolutely everything, and they should have realized that the bomb could not make it towards that B site. He had to fight, and he chose not to, and that cost them a chance at the round. There's no guarantee he wins it if he fights it, Mark, but still, that would have been the absolute right decision to make. Anyway.
To be fully real with you, like, I thought he was, like, not even going to be close to the time. He was, like, literally a second off, so... Shout out for the bold maneuver. Like, maybe a second or two, maybe even 3, but, like, he was way closer than I thought he would get.
Yeah, it looks closer, I think, than it actually was in that situation. I think there was, like, a couple of seconds that he missed it by, but anyway.
That's some nerdy game knowledge to have, you know? How exactly long it takes to get all the way down.
I mean, you gotta have it.
You gotta have it. You gotta have it, man. You gotta have it.
You gotta know. Either way. We do have another tech timeout, but IVZ's back in the service. I think we're just waiting to get everything sorted money-wise, if it isn't already. And then we'll be back into it here, folks. Bestia 3 rounds away from securing their spot into the next stage of the playoffs. Those quarterfinals. And then we'll have one more team to decide who makes it to the quarterfinals in that next matchup. That'll be Sharks versus LP.
Pronounce all of LP right now.
What's that?
Actually, you know what? If I'm going to be calling you out like that to do it, I'll do it myself. LargadosyPelados. Yeah?
You know what? I looked up what it meant.
Okay, I was about to say.
And that's why I decided not to say it.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it's not that bad. Don't worry. You didn't say anything terrible.
Okay, that's hilarious.
You didn't say anything terrible. Don't worry. Yeah. It's a game show name. Yeah, but it's whatever. It's not a big deal. Don't worry.
Not for the workplace. Not today. They're worried for. Oh no, this is gonna be a. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
IVZ was committed to that plant. Just the floor wiped out from under Shinden. And that'll be an 11th for Bestia. Right as we get back into the action, it's over before it feels like it even started. They really wanted that bomb plant, Mark, but it was not in the cards.
The Portuguese title for the reality show where participants are left in the wilderness with no clothes, food, or water. Doesn't sound like fun to me, JRZ, but
It
it's
doesn't.
gotta be somebody's cup of tea out there. God. This is a disaster in the middle right now for Bestia getting burned off. At least they're going to get this nade respected back. It's a really good time for Shinden to turn this up.
Well, Luchov keeps hope for a round victory within reach by getting that frag. Thing is, I just don't feel like they want to go for it, even with that coming through, and indeed that is the case. They see the bomb get planted and say, okay, off to the B site, off for the save, to keep the op and the AK up and running. And I mean, they have a big enough lead that they don't really have to force the issue here.
Going to be really strong for Bestia to stand on this ground, but it's a ground made of glass that Shinden could potentially pick up a really good way to maneuver into the dominant force economically, because that is the build in which you pay right now. Just to dawn it up, is it as bad as I really painted for Bestia? Honestly, yeah, it really is. This is going to be all their money, forced all the way down, going all in on red on this CT side.
Shinden trying to mount a comeback. Still have some money left in their coffers. I don't know if we're live here. I'm hearing a lot of typing.
I'm hearing some chitter chatter as well.
Yeah, no, this isn't live.
Blow the whistle. Reset the play. We'll be all good to go. Thompson, he's practicing. He's trying to get these pre-fire reactions up. Something will happen here. We'll get a round reset. There it is. Shinden and Bestia up to a very important strike about it. Shinden also with the pressure on them. This is a team that grinded through our Swiss, and with one of the largest challenges ripping in, are trying to exactly complete what the Bounty Hunters did earlier, which was a massive upset over Odic.
Tactical pause coming through. And also a fix to the economy. Alrighty then, we're good to go. Ready to rock once more with round number 19. Still the same story. Shinden trying to find their way back into it, and Bestia want to close that door right in their faces. Slam it shut. A round victory here would do potentially exactly that. Incendiary toss. Nade as well. Not as much aggression from Bestia into mid this round after what happened in the previous one, and you can't really blame them. A lot of butyl and emphasis on this A site by Shinden, but they pop out of the B double doors too soon, I would say, Mark. They didn't really let that fake cook long enough, and they get caught.
Not exactly. Leave it in for as long as the packaging told them. To reach al dente after a couple more seconds. You are absolutely just boiled over inside of B. Now flipping them back to the A. We'll see if Shinden has any more for us. I'll tell you what they don't have any more of. It is those smokes. It's the important parts of this retrospective. If they're able to move up and get this bomb down, these Molotovs are going to be great for what they have left off. It's just trying to move right here. Roll the dice back in. Tamazin is going to be drawing some attention, potentially some crosshairs in with this fade. But does this pay off well for them? It's all how it moves up on the charts. Tamazin, he's going to get a very nice check back in. And where all the attention goes to this man, let's see what Nazi has been waiting to deal. It's all of this pressure put on this round, JRT, where the money is. They're all 5 alive late in this round. First casualty comes from Naz, and he would have to get the ace to keep them off of 12. Now they're going to have 5 chances to close out this best of 3 against their Argentinian foe.
Alrighty, Bestia, well done to get that round victory. And indeed, as you mentioned, Mark, 5 chances for them to close it out against Shinden. Shinden, of course, are going to give it their best effort to get back into this one and get that conversation about an upset back into the picture, but it's going to take overtime for that to happen. And looking at the buy-up, it's not the greatest. They do sacrifice a bit of firepower to make sure that utility's in play, which makes sense. Are they going to go with a fast one here towards B? They are. Some nades fly in, but actually BK1 the only one on the receiving end of that damage. Look at that util dump from Bestia. Oh my goodness, they're expecting this in every way. Here it comes. They charge in towards the B site. Cassin and Luchov connect. Nasdaq get one back, but Cassin is just too strong here with the AWP. They can't isolate him. Thomason gets the last 2, and Bestia will not be upset today. It is a 13-7 win, and the series belongs to them.
A very, very great victory. I think overall in this sort of retrospect where I think there are tons of concerns, right? That second map was an outlier of all outliers, but I think the mental of, being able to sort of test back and forth, Bestia having gone through a roller coaster of emotions in the last couple of weeks, come into our series and poetically go through exactly that. So I think that's going to be cool for them, JRT. Even when we do beg these questions down, they are going to be moving on to a quarter final.
Yes, they are. And now, well, we're going to have to take a break pretty quickly here, guys, because we got another match on the docket. It is going to be the final team that we decide to see who ends up in that quarterfinal. It'll be either LP or Sharks. Come back in just a little bit, and we'll be talking about that match for you. All right, we're gearing up for the last BO3 of the day, Sharks versus LP here, Mark. And quite honestly, I wanted to say that Sharks would have an advantage in this series, but after we just saw what we just saw, I don't know anymore in South America, to be quite frank.
Yeah, man, and we're trucking along with a quite exciting theme. These playoffs have been unpredictable, and look, man, we just came from one of the biggest tournaments of the year in that same retrospect, right? I mean, that's how we like it down here to go. And even speaking earlier than that, right, Odic got upset by Bounty Hunters in our second best of 3 of the day, but here with our fourth and final, we got Sharks taking on LP to go. Some of the top teams that we have had in our playoff stage here today, or excuse me, in general, right to go. Odic, obviously, right next to Sharks, led by Gafolo in the middle. This young man in the last couple of months has in similar retrospect to Noxy, he was an op IGL. Now he is no longer an op IGL, just that IGL. And we welcome Angelo to the mix.
Yeah, Angelo joining the roster to replace Nyx. He hasn't been too bad in the early going so far since he joined the roster. I mean, about the same rating, I would say, as Nyx had. But they wanted to make a change, and that was the change they chose to make. If you look at the overall results for Sharks, they had a bit of a hiccup, I would say, in April and early May, but then they really fixed things up mid-May, and in the last tournament they played in, they were absolutely flawless, or almost flawless, right? They only lost one map on train against W7M. Outside of that, wins across the board against Nitro, Odic Academy, America, Red Canids in particular. That's an impressive one in the grand final, and they took that tournament. So, I mean, look, from the Sharks, we're expecting a strong team who will also have the potential to make it to that grand final. I don't think there's any doubt in our minds that this is one of the favorites, right, Mark?
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think a team that's certainly trying to take, those next couple of steps up onto a national stage, right? This is a team that, as you mentioned it, was playing, it was that fire tournament down there that you had, the Fire League, that was in that, it was in a subway station. Do you remember watching that, JRT? It was absolutely wild. All the link to it, it was absolutely one of the, I mean, it was a little bit bizarre, but it was lit as far as I was concerned. It was awesome to see that. They did not go out second there. It was a third, fourth finish, but I was teasing.
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. I was teasing. It was so fun. I was teasing with you right before you went live, right? Sharks, my favorite Fragadelphia runners-up, came out to Kansas City earlier this year, lost to NRG, and then lost to NIP over in Vegas. But dude, I mean, farming the VRS to get two second place finishes at 2 lands in a row is really going to be well for you, obviously, considering the regional competition as well. This is a team that is trying to be with Bestia, be with teams like Legacy that are just on the shoe-in of this region making majors.
Well, I think we said our piece on the Sharks. Let's switch gears now and speak about LP, who seem to have a different team name every single month. They were Uno Mille 2 months ago, Nitro last month, and this month they're LP. I mean, for multiple reasons, I'm sure. I think they were picked up by Nitro as an organization, and then they ended up... I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but they're not part of the organization anymore, and now they're going to be known as LP, so they're back to being orgless, and it's been an adventure for them throughout that time. If you look at the results on their side, at least the latest ones, they've been okay, I would say. They got wins against players, which I think that's a good one. Jerza, and then lost to Shinden, win against Dusty Roots, and lost to Crew. So, I mean, they've been middle of the road, I would say, here on this LP side.
Yeah, and I think that's where you look to kind of see them be within that cut. I think this is a team within South America that, is kind of, you hit the nail on the head, and where they're looking to really go ahead and grasp a round of 16 opportunity and make the most of it. I think even within a loss here, a really good performance against the Sharks would, be cool for this team to get back up. But I mean, with how the wind is flowing today, as you mentioned, right, as we got this going, man, I mean, it is so fully within the respect for another upset to potentially come through. But I know Kochi and the Sharks have other expectations.
Absolutely. I mean, look, just to talk about these players a little bit more detail, BSD is at the top in terms of rating throughout the 33 maps they've played with each other, a 1.11 rating. And also right behind him is Realzin. So I'd say those are the two players to watch out for. With that being said, let's check out the veto and see what maps we are going to end up on. Had to do some math here to see what maps are pretty strong here on the LP side, because there's 3 different squads they were a part of, but they do like to play on Ancient, Mirage, Dust 2, Inferno, Nuke. I mean, they've got a decent amount of maps they like to play on, but I would say Inferno is one of them that they will always want to pick into, and that is the pick for LP to start things off.
Yeah, it's going to be an Inferno that will definitely be a reach for them to exactly get that down. We just saw an Inferno in our last series as well against, you know, one of a as we sold it to you. I mean, I mean, we were buying it as far as, you know, we were bringing it into that second map. I mean, that was Bestia's pick, like at that time. I think it was a little bit more so to go, but I think I really like the Sharks and their chances on an Inferno. It's just, you know, what type of LP we're going to get swinging into this. An LP that's going to be trying to upset just like Odic did, and then a moments ago almost against Bestia, because I mean, it's an Ancient that I really don't take that retrospect in. This is one of the best from the Sharks here, and will be a very hard bargain.
It will be. I mean, if you look on the other side for LP, they played Ancient 8 times over the last 3 months. The results haven't necessarily been there. 3 wins, 5 losses. They are picking into it a lot, but they don't pick into it here, I imagine, because it's one of the better maps for Sharks. Not even, it's their third map. It's their third best map. Anubis and Nuke are before that. They won't be seeing either of those because Anubis was banned out immediately by LP. And if we need it, we'll be going to Mirage. So actually, when you look at it here, not really too bad for LP. We're talking about the possibility of an upset. You take 2 of the top 3 maps for Sharks out of the picture. And surprisingly, Sharks don't even want to pick into either Nuke or just don't want to pick into Nuke. They go into Ancient instead. And if you look at the results here on the LP side, 4-1 on Nuke over the last 3 months. So, I mean, I don't know, Mark. It's, again, similar to that previous series, a chance for LP to be the spoilers.
Yeah, it's a very, very good map pool that this squad is built up over on the Sharks. That's going to be very tough to go ahead and kind of roll the dice in any retrospect. And almost really, I think for exactly how we were prompting up the rolls just with Bestia a couple of moments ago, right? Those are games that are supposed to be taking every time, right? On that retrospect, we look ahead to the head-to-head here and directly up. This is Doc. This was a guy that was the MVP over in Kansas City. And considering he was coming from the losing side, had the highest rating of that tournament, even though Nitro took away the award. So, you know, peeking up on that term, I think he's ready to, you know, farm up some more right here in CCT. But BSD, as you pointed out, has been pretty dang potent on that op, and I'm ready to see him go at it again. I really liked what I saw from LP versus Crew in the Swiss, and I wonder if they're going to be reaching up in the upset bag today. It's obviously going to be a tough bargain to change.
I think it's going to be difficult. One head-to-head that I actually am a little more interested in watching is BSD up against Angelo, because Angelo hasn't necessarily impressed too much on the op just yet. So BSD could potentially put the flow of the game in their favor, at least from a sniper perspective.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Angelo myself. Was a guy that obviously really, I mean, dude, there are some guys that pop on one team, Spirit Academy, and now are getting moved on to Falcons. But like, this guy gets picked up on Discharge from 2070. This is you know, I'm not even reaching in the same genres now. Look, it's very interesting. He had like a 1.17 on 2070 and like 50 maps. He was really doing well for them. Played into a couple of the later series of CCT and had, you know, 9th to 16th finishes in these rounds of 16. So, I mean, this is where you come to see if a guy like that can take a step up and see if Kochi and this Sharks project have gotten their hands on another good young player.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had the results lately, despite Angelo not necessarily fragging out that much with the AWP. They're getting the wins, they're getting the maps, so they're not relying on the sniper. We'll see if LP can mix things up and get themselves on the board early in map number 1. But before we do, we're going to take a break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, here we go. We're into the swing of things. Sharks up against LP, and looking at the Sharks here to be the ones as the favorites, as we mentioned in the pregame. LP could upset, though, because the map pool might be favorable for them based on what we've seen from Sharks over the last 3 months. Although, as you mentioned, Mark, Sharks still are strong regardless of the map that they end up on.
Yeah, and same kind of line we're gonna say, right? This is where Sharks want to put up a really nice respect round of 16. This is a game where they have a significant, rank over their opponent. They should be washing this one out 2-0. That's the line, the expectation, but there goes Leo Monster to try and change that. Angelo, the man that we have had in the limelight under all of the conversation at the start of this, has just ripped open this pack. And boy, he is burning them up. 3 out of that A1S, and they do not check that corner.
That is a wicked flashbang to support Angelo as well, and he does not waste the opportunity. Razor sharp shots from the USP, and he slices through them. ZMB and Reelsin, last two standing for LP. They're going to readjust themselves and head in towards this the A site. Time is against them though, Mark, and they don't have any utils, so they're just going to have to take the straight fights. And the more time that ticks off here, the more pressure it will be on their shoulders to try and get a bomb plant quickly.
Yeah, which is really a very nice economical line that they can still get. I think really dominated here pretty quickly. But in terms of a 2v2, I mean, this could actually go the way of LP. But this is a little predictable. You know they're going to be desperate, and I just saw a forehead. I'm going to look right back up here. Already ends out. He's just gotten decapitated. So now this is going to have to be automatic from the site. And that's what I was serving up. And that is a dish cold here on the A site. Bomb to warm it up.
That is surprising. LP able to get a couple of frags relatively cleanly. I mean, Reelsin does take a lot of damage, but still, I mean, from a 4v2 to a 2v2, no kit in play for Sharks either, at least not on the person of Angelo or Gaffolo. And there goes Gaffolo. Angelo, last one standing, surrounded by both players, and finally will fall. LP take the pistol round.
Beautiful start for them. Passing over a great little highlight that Angelo had. They made one for themselves. Found this. It was a really great shot out of Reelsin. Gets that up, and I mean, you clear out cold. It's just the gamble that they put into the 2v2 here that was just the perfect recipe up for LP to do the most right now. This is an Inferno. That's their map selection here, and we just had it go poorly for Bestia when they were turning it up. Maybe we are turning the tides in our 4th series.
Look, it's just the start, but the momentum was very much in Sharks' favor in that pistol round, and LP stole it away from them. Nade sails over. That does some damage to ZMB. He's not too worse for the wear, though. Here comes the Utah on their side now, and RDN gets the opener with the MP9. They have to be careful coming around this corner, and yeah, trades back and forth. 3v3, brought down to a 3v2 momentarily until Doc is also traded out. 2v2. Smoke flies in. LP don't want to stop. This time, they're going to go for the B site all the way.
Goes that plant. Can get a gate 3 tag here. And just going to be docked. Only down to 40 health. You're going to be chasing on that immediately. You pull the tail out from Angelo, and he is gone. Upgrade for free onto a Galil. Now Koala is going to go. Let's see how he can find himself onto that next branch. Can see onto it. Under the trunk is Reelsin to put another body inside of it. It's 4-0. He puts up impactful frags he has put up in these first 2 rounds.
No question. And Sharks' force buy yields absolutely nothing. LP on for a 3rd. Pistol upgrades will come through on the Sharks' end. But yeah, as I was alluding to, it should very much be a 3-0 lead for LP unless things absolutely collapse. They are walking towards the stack here. 4 players towards that B site. 1 over at A that's lurking around, pushing up aggressively. Doc gets the opener, not the second. Leo Monster takes care of that, even though he goes down to 25 HP, even down at a 4v4. And now they probably know that the stack is on towards the B site. So the smart move here would be to readjust and go to A.
Yeah, it seems like we're still trickling around here. Still a bit of notion to this B side. See how this does decide to trickle down. It's the full retrospect for it. Here goes the CT smoke in. This could definitely go south. There are 3 players here for the Sharks, and they are hungry. Upgraded pistols is going to leave a punch, and there it goes. BSD. I'm not too sure myself, JRT, but very poignant for this. They're very much trying to actually feel how this rhythm is going to come back, right? Because if it's a stack right here, they may all just swing them, and that's what they're wanting. But just tucked here, this is a really good shot, and so it had to have been contact on the 2 players here. So they've just got to go and clear these down. The motions are going to be saved for later. Bomb going to be put down here. Koala might as well give his life.
Yeah, I mean, despite walking into the stack here for LP, they take care of business, clean out everyone from that bomb site. And Koala, who was defending A, is now just hanging back, hoping to find a gun upgrade or something. 5.7, obviously worth saving. It's $500. You don't have to spend in the following round. And it will be 3-0 for LP. I don't know how he got those tap shots towards Coffin. I mean, he must have seen him. He must have had an inkling that he was there, just the way he tapped so decisively. Anyway, it will be done. LP get the 3-0 lead.
Now the first time we get to see the op in the hands
No,
of
he didn't see
Angela.
him.
Yeah, man, just maybe.
Wow, that's just spamming a common angle. That's insane.
And even on like the 1-2 punch, it hadn't come there. Obviously a little softened up. So a great roll of the dice. You give it all the way down, and first real look at these Sharks. I want to see how this goes. I'm dying to see Angelo on this op. It was built with so much force, right? I remember this addition with the team that they went into that grand final of Philadelphia with Hoax, and Hoax is a player with a lot of experience, and that was helping them out, having consistency. So these young guns are going to have to be sharp as they can. RDN and the rest of this B defense has gone 1 for 1 here. And you know these nades had to come somewhere, chase the last man down, and Gafolo, he is ready for the pressure, playing around it. This is really great for him. If they're just to be pressing past this, he gets a second on his solo stay. And now I'll be 2 reels in to see up against Gafolo.
That's some really good rear positioning from Gafolo, going up close and personal there. Now he's going to take damage, and obviously his position is exposed because of that from the incendiary, or Molotov, I should say. Reels in, 1v3 though. It's the first. The opportunity to isolate 3 1v1s makes this very winnable here for Reelson if he's given the opportunity to do so. Fakes the plant, expects a peek. He gets it, and he falls. Koala will deal the killing blow, and Sharks take it. But I wanted to say, though, Gafolo, great job. Repositioned himself, got next to that smoke, and it just was the last angle that the player coming through the smoke was expecting, and very well done. It makes it that 1v3 scenario that we just saw, and obviously the result was clear. Sharks get a first round on the board, and the trades early on the round were good. In fact, both teams looking fairly sharp here in the early goings.
I mean, for exactly the way LP is rolling in here, this is going to be very much an interesting go about it. Angelo getting that look forward, and even more forward is Doc, past all of the utility that even his squad is put out into Banana. He is going to be just putting one patient down inside of this retrospect, and that has got to be very much a golden blunder for LP right off the bat.
Just have to mention, of course, when LP were known as Nitro, they did play up against Sharks, right? It was just a BO1, but it was on Ancient, and it went to overtime, 16-12, so that gives you an idea as to how this series could go. One minute left on the clock. Already a player lost here on the LP side, that's Leo Monster. And they're just going to group up and try to snowball into this B site, you'd imagine, with only 50 seconds left and the amount of util they have left for themselves as well, Mark.
Solo gets Doc up there. Man, that started us off, and that 4 health will be necessary. Standard CC smoke, they're going to be seeing this through. LP with a bit of a puggier finish at the end of this bat, but they really have no choice but to go ahead and send it. Behind some of this utility, it's just going to be doctored up. Gafolo and the Void's going to get ready to dive off of the docket as well, but Gafolo had so many lined up there, just gotten taken down with it. Such a little HP. Can you get lucky on the spam? But you're literally just covered up by the fountain. This is a great little post lane that LP have gotten here, and they don't really have the confirmed damage about this. Sharks think this is a standard 3v3, about as good as it gets, and oh my goodness, I understand the sigh you just made. That would have been so good going to dark right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, going to dark, that would have been a beautiful nade because of the health bars on these LP players. Still possible for Sharks to get back in here. 2v2, there's one of the last pieces of Bestia. A beautiful headshot. Is he delayed enough? I think so. Koala can't isolate him. Finally does, but there's no time left to get the diffuser. Or maybe there is. He's got the kit. It's gonna be down to the wire here. And no time. Koala falls, and LP get another.
Somehow, some way, it is working out on this Inferno. Thought it was going to be a very good dime for Sharks there, but it is maybe a little bit too confident going back for those B fights. It is right on the tally how exactly they want it, and Sharks unfortunately just come out underneath the tide that, I mean, LP have been surfing on to make this round of 16, and potentially could ride even further. This Inferno has a very nice respect about it, especially where Sharks are going to be pretty uncomfortable right here on round 6.
That's just awesome work at the end from the last Sharks player to delay and prevent that frag from coming through. As Koala, of course, he just, I mean, you don't need to get a frag in that situation. It's just staying alive is enough. Up against Koala, excuse me. LP hoping to find a fifth here, and that would really put the hurt on for Sharks, because this is another force buy. Hap, already taking, or trying to take that bracket control, decides that he doesn't want it anymore. He's just going to fall off of that. Smoke going to get tossed in here, a couple of them, in fact, to try and fake the attempt towards the A site, but it's actually going the opposite direction. I mean, Sharks have bitten hook, line, and sinker. LP moving in. There's the incendiary. Doc does work for 2. He does get traded, but that could be enough to give the Sharks a path into the bomb site.
That's Illmatic onto that second player. It's got to be just the same. Right back down. It is lined up. The pathing just was poked. Unfortunate scenes right for the Sharks. Get in between, and unfortunately, seen on the worst side of those fins. Problem here is that there's 2 HP in the bomb site, and Reelsin is quite far. But how quickly is this maneuvered? A jump shot out of Jello, but right now gets this down. Angelo hops on that bomb while Koala plays tag. He gets that down, and the bodyguard has got it done. 10-second defuse is full throttle, and they've got a second.
This does not happen without that 2K from Doc, and we're going to see it again in the replay. The first, great. The second one, phenomenal. Even sets himself up for the possibility at a third. Doesn't get it, but that was enough to secure the round here. And a nice little jumping MP9 shot onto BSD, as it will be a second round picked up for the Sharks. They stay alive. Not necessarily the prettiest of rounds, right? But still, Doc doing the work at the beginning to give them that chance to get back in there. LP will be forcing up, and oh my goodness, speaking of not pretty, at least for LP, 4 players get naded down to oblivion. And I mean, the bullets take care of the rest. Holy moly, Leo Monster down to 8 HP. This round is done. Sharks with a decisive third.
Now just tapping away, they get it all the way down to full house between Doc and RDN, quite literally. But man, I mean, pins pulled. They are getting everything all the way for it. Sharks have a very nice notion back through this on the way up. It is one that separates LP, and that one is very thin. It's with these Glocks, and that should be a quick go about it.
All right. Let's see if this round is in fact quicker, if maybe LP have some magic to pull off with the Glocks. No armor, no utility, no money spent at all in the round by LP. Folo getting aggressive with the MP9 already at the bottom of Banana. Not necessarily a bad idea. And LP, although they just have the Glocks, they want to give themselves the best chance of success, so they're defaulting here, waiting for pushes to come through, which never will. Because that would be quite foolish on the Shark side. Leo Monster having a peek, poking a prod. 55 seconds left. They have to get a move on now.
It's called poking and prodding when you walk into the production room and start bothering everybody by just tapping them on the shoulder.
What? Yeah, I guess.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to fly all the way to Poland and do that where we are putting this out. Got to get it all the way through. That might be a long flight for me, but a quick one all the way to this arch. And it is a fair suit. A very quick notion, a conference that is dominating. It is Angelo leading this meeting, a 4K to put those pistols to shame. And now Sharks are in gear.
Their teeth are sharpened and ready to bite into LP here on this gun round. AKs up across the board for LP. Even if they wanted to buy the op, it wouldn't be possible based on their financial situation. And usually teams do opt to go for just the rifles here on Inferno. On T side anyway. On the other end, Sharks are going to carry it forward what they had in the previous round, because why not? They're building up the money. Stuffing their wallets to the brim with cash. And looking for an early fight here at Banana. Spam through the smoke doesn't reveal much. And off of that, Sharks decide to take the more passive approach.
Brought back a little bit of help towards A. Wall and RDN all within range now for a good little go. Seems like the bomb is staying case in point all the way next to brackets. LP on the hook right now have plenty of positioning to go for the A execute. They're looking for a little bit more context at the top of Banana, which may not really be necessary. But that Molotov just actually pushed the Sharks back from investigating further within this. Might be a good go about it on this A site, but just when this has been measured down, Sharks are great to go in a lot of these late round situations. Very much rich within the utility upon this A site to go. A very deadly pursuit within these angles. It will be a tough go about it. He's got to get this bomb too. 35 ticking.
30 seconds now. Getting space up arch. There's one for Angelo. He's going to fade off through the... That should do a decent amount. No, it doesn't. They actually fall back in time. Doesn't do any damage at all. They go in towards CT. This is actually a B play. We'll see if Sharks are aware of it. Great frag from Gafolo, but he can't find the follow-up. In the meantime, it's up to Doc towards that B site again and again. He delivers a 2K. Doesn't even fall in this one. Angelo gets the last, and Sharks do have the lead.
Sharks have a great lead for it. This is a beautiful one where brick by brick, they have just taken it out of the wall of LP. Again, with the Tech 9s, they're going to be, flipping into a good go about it. I think one thing that I did note from my series watching LP against Crew was that, in the 3-0 path that Crew were able to go ahead and deal. This was one of the, better games that they had. And at times, LP felt a little bit puggy. And that was one of their first off the bat right there in kind of developing in this way. I think that's where I would come to criticize this T side so far. Been a little bit predictive. And I don't think we're exactly reinventing the wheel here on Inferno in 2025. But right now, there's a lot of nuance that's missing. And right now, it looks like they're so far ahead of those retake utilities. This is going to do nothing out here. It's Sharks that are going to be crossed up. What am I watching? Knives are out. Daniel Craig is nowhere to be found, though. They're on this B site with the bomb that's being planted and Hat punches in the digits.
That is crazy. Charging out with a knife to try and add salt to the wound there, but it doesn't happen. Flashbang through him, but it's off the mark, I believe, for RDN, unless that's an intentional one to get a pop flash. Anyway, It's going to be 3 low players here, so it's still very possible for Sharks to get back into this. And yeah, there is a couple of frags. Leo Monster and reels in, though. Get 2 on back. Angelo, the last bastion of hope here, gets 2 for himself. Needs to hurry up with that last.
No way.
Taps the bomb, but BSD plays it patiently and pops around the corner and gets the headshot from the Tech 9. LP are right back to their winning ways on a round that didn't feature much of an investment. 5-5.
How that was looking, I thought that spray transfer would originally connect out from the AK that Angelo picked up and continue to bowl down the lane with, but so close, yet so far. That's what's going to fan LP back to 5, and now they can, go ahead and try and rip this around, right? I think the sort of more lenient part of the, more lean style they have been playing is where you could potentially go ahead and grab for just simple timing in a round. Find Sharks where they're uncomfortable, and it's not going to be here in this early go. They've been really good about shutting out this banana fight. Early into these apartments, ZMB with a shot like that, you could see them just bowl down the lane, all spot ready to go. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, taking advantage of a pick on a timing. You just hit W, hit those flashes out. It should be 3 guns safe for the Sharks.
Wow. I mean, that's just a decisive round coming through from LP. I just don't understand the save call here, Mark. And
Yeah, they got extra
realize
money
that
for
they could
retake
go.
M4s, man.
Yeah. And
Yeah, they got extra
realize
money
that
for
they could
retake
go.
M4s, man.
Yeah. That's...
When they could have retaken.
I mean, yeah, you could at least try. Even if you fail, it's one of those situations
financial
where it
damage,
doesn't matter.
right?
Yeah.
And even I think on that retrospect, I think you're really trying to pick out where a couple of these AKs stand on a thin veil, but I digress. This can only do...
Yeah.
And in retrospect, trying to stand on a... This can... for LP, who are, after a very great spill out of Sharks, 5 in a row on that retrospect, they want to win 3 in a row to finish out the half. The half.
Alrighty. Alrighty. LP moving in. ZMB and Reels in. Grouped up with Hap. I think they're just going to go for a quick execute here. I'm pretty sure they're not going to waste any time. They want to try and catch Sharks with their pants down again. Koala. Looking around. And Hap and Leo Monster will get immediate frags. It is just a complete deconstruction of the bomb site by LP, and it will be a 7th round more than likely, unless Gaffolo and Doc can clutch a 2v5.
Smoked out of both sides of this. About to get that look back on to Arch specifically. We're back. Bit of the tech pause we do just to rustle up JRT.
All right, we're getting back into the swing of things here, folks. 10-7 in favor of Sharks. Smoke gonna land towards top banana. And the nade follow-up as well. So early damage onto Sharks once more. There's the nade in return, and it goes right in between both players.
How often can you see into this sale? Right now, you're getting a very good lay. We're probably one of the best buys you're going to have of the CT side when 11 is inevitable by the Sharks. Been a little while since we've heard the ring from Reels in. The A side, honestly, been given an avoidant feel all the way back out. There goes that motion back in the banana. You can feel it coming all the way up.
45 seconds left. Sharks about to make their play. Leo Monster could get caught out here. Plays anti-flash effectively, and ZMB supports him for a 3K. Sharks wiped out towards top banana. And now they're trying to regroup. It is a nice shot from Angelo, but he takes a lot of damage that engagement. Probably dead to rights if he hangs around. He realizes that and falls off. There's just no time left here, Mark. They're just going to have to save.
It'll be all good for the Sharks. As we talked about, their financial fortunes were, I mean, certainly very great. They're going to be all good for it. It's just knocked off their rhythm where LP needed a response. Absolutely had it come through there. And saving up for it, I mean, talked about that was their best buy. Talked about 11 being inevitable. Now we're not playing. I mean, this is going to be a tough go about it. LP are back to full strength financially, and I'm ready to see them give it a go. BSD hands on another scope. It's been a very good map for that so far.
Absolutely. Let's see if it keeps up. Sharks hoping that that is just an isolated round victory for LP. And that they can get right back to their winning ways. Otherwise, it'll get dicey once more. Nades back and forth here. Banana control still contested. Neither team gaining it. And it looks like Sharks are going to wave the white flag. They've backed off. LP will have that side of the map, but Sharks don't care about it. They've sent 3 players in that direction on the LP side, and now they're going to go all in towards A. Nade lands at their feet, but it's not as much damage as you'd expect as they've pushed both these A side players towards the site itself. Reinforcements have arrived from CMB. They're not looking library. CMB gets a second through the smoke as well, and now Sharks are reeling.
Now diving right through. What is this timing? Artie's in! No way! He just decapitates 3 in a hell of a swing on the Leo Monster. Come under the guillotine, and you're going to be losing your head. This has quite a ring about it. Hot off the Blackstone, right back into it is BSD. He's going to get right the hell out of the kitchen. Don't even see into this. Hold on to this AWP. RDN Zhao is a nightmare.
What is that? What is that? That is insane from RDN. Unbelievable highlight reel play there when it felt like things were just going to fall apart for the Sharks. He gets 3 unanswered frags. BSD probably thinking this is the most insane thing that I've seen throughout this entire map. I mean, look at this. 2v4. Look at this. 1, 2, lines him up, then flicks around for that third. That third was absolutely nuts onto Leo Monster. The awareness as well from RDN. 11th round picked up from Sharks when it felt like LP had found a path back into this one. Still, they have enough money, do LP, to get the buy up here.
I tell you what, I know it's not the exact same team that I watched in Kansas City, just one name changed out for this. They're going to be getting hyped after a highlight like that. Sharks love themselves some success in a stylish fashion. ZMB trying to toy in here back at the top of B. Just getting juked.
Gafolo and Docker low. RDN takes a bit of nade damage as well. On the other side, BSD below half health and ZMB hovering around that mark. Smoke thrown perfectly there by ZMB to block off all visibility for Sharks. Really like that smoke, by the way. Hap farming away, gets 1, 2, not the third. Koala will ensure that comes through, so numbers still even. Now they have a path forward towards this B side, but ZMB with 2 through the smoke. Koala and RDN gone. Angelo now the last one standing, trying to clutch it out, fakes the plant, hopes to bait out a player. That's not happening. 32 seconds left on the clock for him to make a play, so he realizes, okay, maybe I can find one frag before I try for this plant, but as he maneuvers into coffins, he's absolutely heard. ZMB's tucked in, and he should be dead.
This is devious.
And he is, yeah.
Beautiful work there by ZMB. Pull away the curtains, and now it's LP stepping out with a great couple of lines. I don't know how this third act is supposed to go, JRT. Where I was expecting this to be just put in. If it's not RDN, that's going to be Doc, but halted on the tracks for now. It's going to take I mean, Sharks are going to be deadly for exactly as this is going to come. LP are never going to get anything for free. That is where you have basically come to look, but in round 21... I'm thinking if this doesn't go the way of the Sharks, we're going to stop and talk about it for 30 seconds.
Stalemate at Banana. No team feels like they have an edge, so each of them backing off. Smoke going to get tossed by LP. It's that exact same smoke, I believe, again, so it should be no visibility for Sharks. Lots of time left for Sharks to maneuver, and they are gaining bracket control potentially here. They're giving LP a lot to think about. The final destination is the B site. With this type of setup, it's pretty easy to see that, and it might be easy for LP to see as well, since they're not really deviating from their hold.
And they have one more smoke here to block them off. I mean, DMB predictably puts this down, which she does. Oh my god. Okay, this is going to be really tough for Sharks to move past, especially with the stems that just came down. They are going to be so intimidated of this, and it's going to be a great look all the way forward. How do you respond to the call? It's going to be a bold lay to go into the dust, and it's a great spray that CMB gets down. Leo Monster off of it, but it's an aggressive look through the smoke, and Gafolo is just with the bomb on his back, and now just going to secure it. Trying to get this down. Leo Monster sees him commit to the plant and doesn't finish the job. Punished for it. You're never going to get this down. Drop a pick, you give up a touchdown, and you may get across the goal line right now. Gafolo in a 1v1. Reelson can bring this back to the patch. It's LP that need double digits more. But how does Gafolo bring this onto the board, turn this off, and you are just waiting for this rhythmically? It is Reelson that has come back to the site and put this on edge, tapping onto it once, and then you're swinging straight up.
I don't know.
Reelson should have done it, but not enough time.
Oh, he
My
does
God,
have
are you
enough time.
kidding? What a 0.1 second dotted on it. Gafolo will be head in hands.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be so discouraging for Gafolo. All he had to do was stay alive a little bit longer, maybe hide behind that corner, but instead takes the fight, loses it, and LP will find a 10th, even though it looked like the clutch was on and Gafolo had it. Oh, my goodness. Timeout going to be called by Sharks because they've got to be frustrated with the result in that round. They do get the bomb plant, which means that their money is still healthy enough for a buy up here, but that probably should have been a 12th with the way Gafolo played it, even though it felt like the entire time he was trying to make the impossible happen.
That would have been a sick play for Gafolo on the highlight reel, man. I would have loved to see that out of, the guy that's obviously the IGL of this roster, but a guy that, you see the way that he, sits on land, a bit more quiet, a bit more concentrated, ready for that big energy release. He's just teased for it. So hopefully it doesn't burn the Sharks too bad. They have cores for 11 right now, but what I was saying before about the economy not really a factor is not the case right now. If this goes to 11-11, it's going to be a broke Sharks that step into it next. So it's a very important opening kill that Doc just found.
Yeah, and then there's that damage that's done on the tail end onto ZMB. The problem is, look at the health bars for Gafolo and Doc. That is a very unhealthy Sharks 5v4. Could easily flip around in the other direction if they're not careful. And the reinforcements are here on the A site. They're walking into the stack, and BSD will get that shot into Doc. So there's that even numbers coming through. Luckily for Sharks, that wasn't one of their healthier players, as they're going to just go for a snowball up lane. Reels in, fully blinded, gone. So is his teammate, but the trades are good. In fact, even better is BSD connects on a second. They're two quick scopes. RDN down to 9, BSD at 10, and ZMB the healthiest player on the server right now at 51 HP. BSD waiting for the peak to come through. RDN is giving them absolutely nothing. They are going to have to take the initiative, but look at that. There's a nade for ZMB. If he tosses it in the right direction, this round is done. And he will. Round is done.
You're looking into the crystal ball, my friend. How does it work out so perfectly? It's right on his head. And that is just through the talents of BSD. If he doesn't get that quick scope, then, this is a Sharks round. I'm just getting it said and done. RDN is such a great player in the clutch. But that time is left to his own devices, practically left without devices. Our Sharks, they're going to be reaching for Galils and Mac 10s.
Ooh, all right, well, we're going the distance, the full 24, and like I said before, we saw that overtime match on Ancient on May 13th between these two squads. Sure, it's been over a month, but it's still the same players. And, well, we might be getting a similar result if we get to OT.
Man, you're stressing out Kochi on the. I was about to. I saw a comment on the match page before this saying it was Kochi's birthday. It's actually Kochi's birthday tomorrow.
Oh.
And look, man, Kochi, you obviously know he's been with this Sharks, Academy Sharks project for like 7 years. I'm sure he would like to be nowhere else but to show up to CCT to work on his birthday because he loves this and he wants to see his Sharks take the full account of it. It would be even more sour if it was just leading out of him leaving a full night to probably go and celebrate it, but I'm sure he would like to make a quarter.
The tough part is Sharks had a pretty sizable lead, 11-7. And they had buy-ups in every single round, but they just couldn't convert it. Now they're going to try and go fast with the Tech 9s, and it's denied by ZMB, Hap, and then reels in. Koala, last one standing. 1v5 required. He's already got the first. Needs a second. Well, damage has been done. But they know where he is now, which means that his opportunities are quickly going to close.
It is LP's map pick, but this just felt like Sharks' map to lose. For so much of this, they were controlling the pace. But, this is a Nitro squad that is no stranger to having a common line to, find out where they meet and where this is going to take the full step about it. It was Odic that was 2-0'd by Bounty Hunters today. We've mentioned that a couple of times. maybe this hill is going to need one more stone. If the Sharks are going to add to the upset tally about to fall out of their opponent's map pick, they would have to reverse sweep to make the most of their round 16.
Nades exchange there at Banana. LP get the better end of it. There's a bit of a chaser as well that doesn't really connect on anything because LP have already given up the space here towards Banana. They are tempting Sharks into this site. There's that smoke thrown again. They love to make this play. They don't want to be too aggressive at Banana. They get that util thrown early. Then the smoke comes in once they realize that Sharks are trying to make their way up. It's really nice patience coming through from LP on their CT side.
And with 60 seconds, you particularly don't have your mind so boldly made up. Where you see Ardienzao going to give it a motion at the top of brackets, and it's Gafolo to lead this group in. Hat fades away and gets Koala off on that spam. Thankfully, Doc is going to reach in and just stir the pot. This could be the timing they need to get to overtime. Bomb is going to go down here, and they are going to dig their heels into this dirt. Never letting go, JRT. There's so much on the belts right now for LP. Because there are too many decisions to make.
We'll see. Nade should sail in soon here from BSD. You'd imagine. You want to throw that before you get into the site. He hits the shot instead. On to Doc. Now they're on for the retake. Angelo denies Hap. Can he get the second? No. BSD up close and personal with the op. Time is taken away on that bomb. But BSD pops off for the quad. Does he have time for the defusal? I think he's got it in time here, Mark. He absolutely does. LP have clutched it out. They win the round and the map.
I can't believe what I am witnessing. If you were a Sharks fan, if you were a Sharks player just then, and you even blinked at the wrong moment in that B-bomb site, then you were thrown out of contention. What a way to end your map selection here. Doing better than Bestia just did, trying to pick into this Inferno. LP finish off the job and are up 1-0 over the Sharks.
Look, I mean, that was an impressive showing from LP. Let's put it straight here. I think Sharks played very well. I don't think either team looked out of sorts under any circumstances. It took a lot of crazy individual efforts in some cases for rounds to come through on each side. And in the end, it could have gone either way, Mark. I think we can agree on that. But in the end, I think that CT side was just a little bit better on the LP side. The patience they showed, the way they played Banana, honestly, it was very, very nice. So we're going to move on now. We have map number 2 coming up in a little bit, guys. It will be Ancient, and it should be interesting to see how that one is going to play out. But we'll have to wait until this break is over, and we'll be back. All right, here we go. Map number 2, ready to get underway. Sharks lose the first one, 13-11. LP looking for the 2-0, and this is a map that last time these two teams played against each other, we talked about on map number 1. It was a 16-12 win for the Sharks in overtime. So,
yeah, I think that's a
yeah.
That's a good result. Like, I think even for a Nitro team, which at the time had, you know, a little bit more shakier bounds, you're getting this back on track. It's a great result that they've already put up on map number 1 here, energizing right at the right time. And here it is perfectly plucked out with these dualies into the limelight early, and it is a bloodbath. So you're watching away to a different site. It's the Sharks that get to ball early on this T side on their map selection. They're going to get this down, and both of these LP players are going to be separated.
Which might not necessarily be a disadvantage because they can pincer in from different angles, but they decide, no, okay. Thought they were going to group up for a moment. There's the flashbang thrown by Reels in. Affords him the opportunity to get into Temple. ZMB, does he win this fight? Donut, he does. That'll open up the chance for them to pincer towards Doc, and there's the instant trade from ZMB. Fantastic spacing from LP, and they will get the defusal and get the first round.
Exactly the way they wanted to start it off in, honestly, like, breathtaking fashion. They finished the last map. It's just as exciting getting in there. A great round that you had to sort of dip right in and get that out in the retrospect of throwing this back into the way of LP, trying to start us off exactly the way we want them to, which is confidently, and with the pistol round to do that, and you at least acknowledge the bomb plan. You know this is going to be a fiery second round, so get ready to do it 2 times.
Yeah, I mean, LP want revenge from that previous loss, right? Because they felt like they could have taken the map off of Sharks. That's why they pick into it again. BSD and Leo charging up mid. There's the force buy from Sharks, but Leo Monster finds the first. Reelsin's in a great position to punish these players that are going to be coming through from A main. He hides behind the box. They overlook the spot. There's nothing for him, though. Doc, a wonderful headshot to even up the numbers at a 4v4 and secure a bomb plant.
Yeah, the HP is going to be concerned on Doc, though. With his 4 HP, is going to try and recycle the rifle, and does.
Wow.
Into new hands now, and now drop directly to the floor. It's CMB who's taking full control, but the Sharks have not stopped getting active. It's motion right into CT, and they get a very good kill. So here's a smoke right down, and these casualties will start to add up. Leo Monster has to do it all right now for his squad. Right next to BSD. He's on this bomb with a 5-second defuse. He should have it in no doubt. The Folo doesn't have a response. LP put up a 2-0 right in front of their faces.
Yeah, no, that's a great work by LP to throw that smoke onto the bomb. The kit, of course, secured by Leo Monster. Then he goes for the defusal. And really no chance at all for the Sharks because the player was isolated behind that smoke and the spam just went by the wayside. Doesn't connect with anything. We do have a bit of a technical issue coming through here. I think this might be short-lived. It is. We're back into the action once more. Sharks had the force buy in the previous. They get the bomb plant again. And because it's kind of a messy round that LP only survived with 2 players out of, they're going to force up again. Actually looks like a better buy for the Sharks than it does for LP, to be honest, and LP won the round.
I used to love the game back and go, who won the pistol round? Sometimes you couldn't tell.
Right.
Right at the bottom of the bin now, Sharks are in a very good retrospect to, even with the verbiage I just suggested, look, they are going very much in a positive direction.
What?
Leo Monster, what the hell? He just shuffled past 4 players.
There's
JRT,
no way.
it's just something every single day. Shenanigans here in the South American scene just continue to go, and BSD wants to just wise through and does. Even gets that same timing. I don't think LP are done causing chaos yet.
Yeah, they're not, because, okay, I thought CMB was going to get some damage done there, but either way, that is ridiculous from Leo Monster to go through that smoke. He was blinded, and walked through the smoke as the Sharks were coming out and had potential visibility on him, but I guess they were slightly blinded as well. And Hap is going to get that frag onto RDN, traded out by Koala. Tons of information, though, gained by LP with that situation unfolding, and reels in, collects Angelo. There's only one left. Koala's trapped, and he is dead to rights. Reels in the 3K, and LP, off of some nice maneuvering, will get the round.
Yeah, this is really dominant so far, and at a certain point, you're just going to need to take one onto the head and get a full reset with probably 4 or 5 rounds under the belt of LP. Better get Kochi in exactly for a very good couple of words. It's something that is, you know, not normally the problem here. You're right. You're normally always able to find the rifle frags here on Sharks, not able to throw them off the rhythm. Well, that happened, you know, with Opper. It's been Angelo that's been a little bit lackluster on this team ever since he's came onto it. But I mean, here it's the Sharks that are kind of looking for any page to turn to, because right here, this is a concerning start.
Absolutely. I mean, they are going to go for a half investment here with the full loss bonus built up. And it's pretty potent, at least in terms of utility for Gaffolo and Doc. So they've got something to work with. But firepower-wise, just Doc with the AK. Everyone else onto the pistols. Reels in, donating the AK to Leo Monster. And off we go.
Off we do indeed. And another scrappy force about it. Doc is the man that I am happy to see have this AK right alongside. He is going to be taking point right here up top. The rest of Sharks are going to be kind of walking around and trying to make this happen outside of B. It's Doc that is going to be making his presence known. And
What?
that is, yeah, man. I don't think that this could be going worse right now for Sharks. I mean, it is comedically one foul swoop at a time.
Yeah, I mean, the smokes are just their enemies at this point because, you know, we saw Leo Monster before backing through one. They don't realize he's there. BSD here getting the op frag, but before that, it was Hap just spamming the smoke and getting a frag. Didn't even see anyone. Nice shot from Koala in response. Oh, and some team damage coming through on LP side, so it could get a little bit messy here. Look who's gone through towards that site. It's Koala, and he swings around for 2 into Cave. 3v2. Sharks trying to get that first on the board, but they still have Reels in and Leo Monster to deal with.
This is more like it. That's a Koala that is sharp, and here this is a timing scene. It's awkward on that retrospect, but now Leo Monster is going to be joining in tie. You know that this had to be turned at some point, so you're expecting the flank, and now RDN is going to back off.
No.
Confirm kill onto Koala, so it would have to be an RDN wall bang or just skipping into the way onto the ramp. There's a Hail Mary attempt, but I gotta say, this is nowhere separated. Koala with a flash in the pan, but it is not enough out of the camera.
Yeah, Leo Monster was trying to throw the smoke to protect his diffuser, and it just went completely awry. So it's like, all right, I'll do it with my body instead, and the gun, and, you know, in the end, he does get that frag, so it's okay. Well done. I mean, on that retake, right? 2v3, LP managed to isolate the frags and pull it off. And again, it wasn't the full buy from Sharks. I think that's the difference maker in the end, because you're going up against a pistol instead of a rifle at the beginning of that 2v3 anyway. And now it's 4-0. Leo Monster, the TK, while he's blinded. Nothing you can do about that. He's trying to back off, and he will be successful in doing so. That is finally something going the Sharks' way.
Going straight through the
No,
smoke.
not again. Not again.
This is ridiculous.
Not
This
again.
is ridiculous.
Oh
Into
my
the
God.
buzzsaw of Leo Monster, JRT. I don't know how much more I can take this. Gonna be right out here onto this A site. BSC wants some more, and we've yet to see him really get diabolical with this AWP, but the way they are just being forced out in the positioning of Hap, they may just take the first one out of their catalog, wave the flag, and go for a save. That seems to be the maneuver.
Oh my God.